At 1 a.m. on December 25th, 2038, the United States launched a temporary military exercise in the Pacific and even used nuclear strike force to sink an unnamed island. Under the influence of the nuclear explosion, an underwater volcano not far from the explosion site erupted. Two black mushroom clouds covered the nearby sea one after another. About 10 hours after the incident, black rain began to fall across the world. This black rain enveloped the entire blue planet. Countless people were infected by the virus it carried, gradually turning into bloodthirsty monsters, frantically attacking living people. The biochemical crisis broke out, zombies were rampant, and the world fell into despair. The black rain hit me, and I had a high fever for 2.5 days. Unexpectedly, this disaster awakened an ability in me, the ability to predict the future. A shrill cell phone alert woke me up from my foggy sleep. My name is Suchen. At this moment, I was lying in bed with a high fever. I endured the weakness and barely opened my eyes. In the dim room, the air was so heavy that it seemed like the end of the world. My throat was dry and my voice was hoarse. I whispered almost word by word. I had a nightmare again. I've been having a fever these past few days, and even my dreams have become like disaster movies. At this time, a voice came from the TV. The undersea volcanic eruption is about to stop, and nuclear pollution has entered the global circulation system. Emergency news. The global black rain that has lasted for 3 days is expected to stop before the 28th. Please don't panic. Then an expert suddenly appeared on the TV. Experts say that the black impurities in the black rain are mostly volcanic ash, which is harmless to the human body, but it is best not to come into direct contact with it. I looked down at the news on my phone. Seeing this official statement, I couldn't help but sneer. If it's harmless, why are they warning everyone not to touch it? It's really contradictory. The black rain probably contained dust from a nuclear explosion. The location of the volcanic eruption was right below the nuclear explosion point, and the logic was obvious. I casually browsed through the other news on my phone, and after confirming that there was no more news about black rain, I threw the phone back on the bed. Then I dragged my tired body to the closet, took out a set of clean clothes, went into the bathroom, and prepared to wash my face and lower my body temperature. The warm water covered my face, bringing a moment of relaxation and relief. But I didn't notice that under the skin that had been exposed to the black rain, black lines were faintly emerging, pulsating like blood vessels, as if flowing along the blood to my head. As time went by, I gradually felt something was wrong. The soreness in my body became more and more intense, and my limbs felt as if they had just experienced a high-intensity exercise. I quickly turned off the faucet, wiped the water off my face, and changed my clothes. The pain was getting worse, and I felt like I couldn't stand it any longer. If I continued to wash, I was afraid my condition would get worse. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, looked at my weak self in the mirror, and smiled bitterly. Strangely, the black lines that had just spread to my face disappeared at this moment. After brushing my teeth, I opened the bathroom door. A gust of cold wind blew towards me, instantly dispelling the heat. I couldn't help but shiver and drag my exhausted body towards the kitchen. From the kitchen cabinet, I casually took out a can of 8 treasure porridge and a ceramic bowl. The can lid was pulled open with a snap, and after pouring the 8 treasure porridge into the bowl, I put it in the microwave to heat it up. Now I really don't have the energy to slowly cook the porridge. The body aches and dizziness became more and more obvious. My body temperature rose again, and I felt like I was burning. In the groggy state, the microwave dinged to remind me that the 8 treasure porridge was ready. The aroma wafted in, and I suddenly felt an inexplicable appetite. I staggered to the microwave, took out the 8 treasure porridge, and drank it all up. The hot porridge slid down my throat, a warmth spread in my stomach, and the flush on my cheeks became more eye-catching. But the strange thing is that after drinking this bowl of 8 treasure porridge, my hunger did not decrease at all, but became even stronger. I stared at the food in the locker and felt a desire in my body being aroused. I couldn't wait to grab chocolate, beef jerky, and pork jerky, stuffing them into my mouth frantically, and I couldn't stop at all. As my eating speeded up, I was gradually hit by a strong pain in my mind, as if someone had slashed my head. I covered my head with my hands and fell to my knees, almost losing my mind in pain. I don't know how long it took, but a warm force surged out from deep inside my body, and the pain gradually subsided. I stood up slowly and looked at the messy scene around me. My mind was in chaos. What's wrong with me? Looking at the empty cans and packaging bags on the floor, I was filled with doubts. What was controlling me just now? Why do you suddenly have such a strong desire to eat? Why does my head hurt so much? And after eating so much food, I didn't feel any discomfort in my stomach, as if the food was digested instantly. My body seems to have recovered a lot. The pain in my limbs has disappeared, and the weakness caused by the high fever has also disappeared. I even felt sober as never before, except for the wound on my lip that was still aching. Does this have anything to do with the black rain? I asked myself in a low voice while cleaning up the garbage on the ground, but I didn't notice a series of new news coming on the TV. On TV, a male reporter said, "Most residents who have been exposed to the black rain have fever symptoms. To ensure safety, please go to the hospital for examination as soon as possible." Then a female reporter continued, "There have been multiple human biting incidents in the United States, and officials say they were caused by rabies patients." Then the camera turned and a female reporter continued to report. Several patients with fever in Jiangxing Central Hospital suddenly went crazy and attacked medical staff and patients. The police have rushed to the scene. Boom! Just as I was cleaning up the garbage, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the distance. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, mixed with suffocating fear. I was stunned for a moment, threw the garbage in my hand into the trash can, and immediately turned to look out the window. I could vaguely see a black smoke rising slowly from the direction of the city center, as if announcing some kind of irreversible disaster. Beep, beep. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of sirens, fire trucks and ambulance sirens sounded one after another, piercing the tranquility of the early morning. I frowned and looked in the direction of the smoke. My heart sank. That direction is the city center? What happened? Before I could sort out my thoughts, there was a sudden noise coming from the square downstairs. "Help! Someone is killing me." A heart-wrenching scream suddenly pierced my eardrums, and the whole neighborhood seemed to be shaken by this terrified cry. For a moment, I couldn't help but be curious about what happened downstairs. Bang, bang, bang. Just as I was about to go forward to check, there was a sudden, violent banging noise on the door, as if something was trying to force its way in. The voice was so urgent that it almost drowned out the noise downstairs. I frowned and immediately became alert. Who is so rude to come and knock on the door so early in the morning? I just turned 23 this year. I've always been a social phobic and rarely interact with people in my life. After quitting my job, I stayed at home and was almost isolated from the outside world. The relationship between neighbors is so cold that we don't even know who lives next door. At this moment, I really can't think of anyone who would come to my house on purpose. The banging sound became more and more intense, shaking the entire security door slightly. The person outside the door seemed to have used a lot of strength, as if he was trying to force the door open. I was about to open the door directly, but suddenly stopped and my heart was filled with alarm. I quietly approached the peephole on the door to see who was outside. The scene in the peephole startled me. Everything in my field of vision was red, as if the person outside had painted the peephole with red paint. I vaguely saw a figure standing at the door, and then the figure quickly approached. The cat's eye suddenly darkened, and there was another dull thumping sound. Is he banging his head against the door? I whispered to myself. The scene was so strange that it gave me chills. It was understandable to bang on the door with your hands, but who would bang their head against the door? And why would they do that? I had a bad feeling in my heart. The continuous crashing made me feel more and more uneasy. All kinds of scary scenes appeared in my mind, and scenes from zombie movies flashed by like a revolving lantern. I gritted my teeth and decided to take the risk of opening the door, and I had even rehearsed a set of countermeasures in my mind. But the moment I grasped the door handle, a sharp pain suddenly struck my mind, as if someone hit my head with a hammer. I was stunned, and my hand unconsciously let go of the door handle. What's wrong with me? I touched my forehead with some fear. Strangely, my body, which had a fever just now, was no longer hot. The scene that emerged in my mind was so real that it made my back chilled. The man outside the door had his eyes rolled back, his face was pale, his forehead was bloody, and dark red bloodstains covered his entire face. The moment I opened the door, he pounced on me like a hungry wolf, pinned me to the ground, bit my neck with his sharp teeth, and blood spurted out, staining the wall red. Although this scene came out of nowhere, I'd already made up my mind not to open the door rashly. I hope he leaves soon. I leaned against the wall at the door, took a deep breath, stared at the shaking door, and prayed silently in my heart. However, the person outside the door obviously had no intention of giving up, and the banging sounds continued. After standing there for a few minutes, I guessed that the other residents on this floor had also heard the noise, but smart people would never rashly open the door to check. After all, no one wants to cause trouble, not to mention that I have almost no friendship with them. An idea suddenly flashed through my mind, and I quickly ran to the kitchen and found the blood-stained bottle of purified water that I had just thrown into the trash can. If the person outside the door is really a zombie, then this is probably what attracted him, right? I stared at the water bottle in my hand, feeling an indescribable fear in my heart. Zombies? Are they really zombies? This is simply ridiculous. The screams from the community square continued, mixed with the sounds of people banging on doors, making me feel upset. I quickly walked to the sink, rinsed the blood off the bottle, and threw it back into the trash can. To be on the safe side, I took out a bottle of alcohol spray and sprayed it around the trash can, hoping to cover up the bloody smell. After doing all this, I walked back to the door again to see if the man had left. As I approached the door, a foul smell hit me in the face. I wrinkled my nose instinctively and immediately wanted to turn away. However, when I looked down, I found a dark red liquid slowly flowing into the room from under the door. That was blood. The blood flowing from the man outside the door was dark red, slightly oxidized and blackened, and the stench came from the blood. I quickly walked into the bathroom, took out a wet towel, and blocked the gap under the door to block out the disgusting smell. After doing all this, I leaned against the door and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to work. The frequency of the knocking sound seemed to weaken, but the man still had no intention of leaving. I didn't plan to continue wasting time standing at the door, so I turned and walked towards the living room. My eyes fell on the single sofa. An idea suddenly came to my mind. I decided to put the sofa in front of the door to give myself an extra layer of protection. No matter if there were people or zombies outside the door, if they really broke in, the sofa could at least buy me a few seconds. I tried to lift the sofa, but it turned out to be much lighter than I expected. Because I used too much force, I took a few steps back holding the sofa and almost fell to the ground. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel stronger? I looked at the sofa in my hands in confusion, but did not stop and moved it to the security door and put it down. To prevent any louder noises, I also placed a pillow between the sofa and the door. After finishing all this and confirming that the person outside the door could not come in, I breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down on the sofa with a layer of cold sweat on my forehead. Although the wet towel blocked most of the smell at the bottom of the door, the fishy stench still lingered around my nose. I reached into my pocket and remembered that my phone was still on the bedside table. So many things happened so early in the morning that my brain was about to explode, and I was completely confused. I got up and walked back to the bedroom, picked up my phone, and the screen was already filled with push notifications. Even the carrier had sent me an emergency message, and the amount of information was so overwhelming that I didn't know where to start. The banging sound became quieter, but the screams from downstairs became clearer and clearer, as if the entire neighborhood was in a panic. Someone's dead! Someone's dead! The shrill cries echoed over and over again, making people's scalps numb. I walked to the window curiously and looked down at the square. I froze when I saw it. The scene in the square downstairs was like a hell on earth. A man was lying on the ground, howling miserably. 5 or 6 blood-stained people were crawling on his body, tearing at his flesh. The man's body was a bloody mess with a big hole in his stomach and his intestines pulled out. Black rain mixed with blood dyed the ground red. What's even more disgusting is that I can vaguely see the white bones exposed in the air, as if it was no longer a living person, but a corpse ready to be slaughtered. It was my first time seeing such a bloody scene, and my stomach churned and I almost vomited. But the scene before my eyes was far more than that. There were several nearly torn umbrellas scattered on the square of the community, and more than a dozen people were lying on the ground in all directions, each with marks of tearing. Their clothes were ripped roughly, their skin and flesh were turned inside out, and their flesh was bloody. Some were even bitten beyond human form. They were still alive, but were just hanging on to their last breath, their chests rising and falling weakly, as if they would die in the next second. I looked away and continued to scan the square, trying to find some living, intact people. However, there was no living, intact person in the square. Suddenly, a man who was lying on the ground slowly got up. His movements were stiff and his wounds were still bleeding, with the blood almost drying up. But he seemed to feel no pain at all and walked straight towards the man who was still howling. Then he pounced on it and bit off a piece of flesh with such brutality that I wondered if I was watching a horror movie. Seeing this scene, I felt a cold fear all over my body. My heart beat faster, my breathing became rapid, and I broke out in a cold sweat. A thought flashed through my mind. If I had opened the door just now, I would have been bitten to death like those people downstairs. Realizing this, I felt a surge of relief, but also endless fear. Suddenly, the phone in my hand vibrated, pulling me back to reality from my horrific thoughts. I quickly looked down at the phone screen and called the police. Beep, beep. The busy tone on the phone made my heart sink. I paced back and forth in the bedroom, knowing that it was not realistic to rely on the police. After all, more than 10 minutes had passed since the first scream was heard downstairs. If the police could come, they should have appeared long ago. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the call was automatically disconnected as no one answered. During these short 2 minutes, I watched helplessly as those people who had fallen to the ground in the square below slowly got up one by one. They seemed to be controlled by some invisible force and turned into unconscious monsters. It seemed that some of the residents around saw it all, and screams of terror were heard one after another. The entire community seemed to have fallen into a scene of hell. The screams of the man besieged by zombies became weaker and weaker, and finally turned into low whimpers. His internal organs were almost hollowed out, and the pool of blood under him was getting bigger and bigger. His limbs were still twitching meaninglessly, as if he was making a final protest to the world. I could feel that there was more and more noise coming from the streets in the distance. The honking of cars and the screams of pedestrians mixed together to form a chaotic symphony. Obviously, it's not just our neighborhood. The entire city may have fallen into this terrifying situation. The neighborhood where I live is relatively remote, and the surrounding roads are not very wide, but even so, I can still feel that the city is in complete chaos. I looked from afar and saw thick black smoke rising not only from the place where the explosion had just occurred, but also from several other places, as if the entire city was shrouded in the shadow of destruction. At this moment, I finally realized that this disaster was just the beginning. Suchen stood by the window, watching the billowing black smoke rising from the direction of the city in the distance, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Suchen picked up his mobile phone and tried to dial 119 and 120 for help, but the only response he got was a long, busy tone, and no one answered. All this showed that the situation was completely out of control. Screams and howls echoed throughout the city, and the sound of cars colliding on the streets continued, as if the entire city was in panic and chaos. In the square inside the community, screams and cries mixed together, echoing among the surrounding buildings, making people shudder. However, at this moment, the sound of knocking at the door brought Suchen back to reality again. He took a deep breath and thought calmly. I have to deal with the zombies at the door first, otherwise it will be a time bomb that may explode at any time. If the zombies outside the door are not dealt with in time, more of the same kind may come at any time, and he might not be able to cope with it then. Thinking of this, Suchen put down his phone, walked out of the bedroom quickly, and found a crowbar from under the coffee table in the living room. This crowbar was a tool he left behind when he moved, but he didn't expect it to become a life-saving weapon at this time. Suchen held the crowbar and weighed it in his hand. It was a sheephorn crowbar about 1.2 meters long and weighed about 5 kilograms. It was not difficult to hold it with both hands. One end of the crowbar was flat and forked, curved like a sheep's horn, and the other end was a sharp round head. This crowbar has a rough texture on its surface and is very stable to hold. It is the most suitable self-defense weapon Suchen can find at present. Although there were knives in the kitchen, they were too short and too risky to use in close combat. If he was caught by zombies by accident, he would probably be bitten to death like those people downstairs. Suchen swung the crowbar a few times in the living room. After getting familiar with the feel, he took a deep breath and walked towards the door. When Suchen approached the door, a low roar came from outside. The voice was mixed with chilling desire and violence. Suchen stood at the narrow doorway, raised his hand to indicate the length of the crowbar, and thought quickly in his mind about how to deal with the zombies outside the door. Maybe I can move the sofa a little further back, open the door to let it in, and then use the sofa to restrict its movements. Suchen looked at the narrow space at the door, thinking about the feasibility of this plan. There was a wall on the left, a partition of the entrance on the right, and a sofa in front. If Suchen opened the door, the zombies would probably rush directly at him instead of running around in other places in the living room. By using the sofa as a barrier, Suchen could restrict the zombies' movements, and then take the opportunity to attack its head with a crowbar and kill it directly. However, this plan has certain risks. First, Suchen is not sure if there are other zombies in the corridor. If other zombies are attracted, things will become more difficult. Secondly, Suchen was not completely sure that he could successfully stop the zombies with the sofa. If the zombies' strength exceeded his expectations, the sofa alone might not be able to stop their impact, and the situation would become very dangerous. Suchen hesitated for a while, and finally his eyes stopped at the cat's eye. He suddenly thought that the cat's eye might be used as a breakthrough point. The crowbar in his hand could just destroy the cat's eye and directly poke the head of the zombie outside the door. Suchen took action immediately, stood on the sofa, raised the tip of the crowbar to the peephole, and began to carefully mark the position. Soon, Suchen's eyes flashed with excitement. The diameter of the crowbar was smaller than the diameter of the cat's eye, so it could pass through the cat's eye and pierce the zombies outside the door. Suchen only needs to grasp the frequency of the zombies banging on the door and take quick action the moment it is about to hit the door. In this way, the zombie's head will directly hit the tip of the crowbar, and combined with its own impact force, it will inevitably poke a big hole. Suchen calculated silently in his mind, holding the crowbar tightly in his hand, waiting for the best time. The zombies outside the door hit the door at an irregular frequency, which made Suchen feel a little nervous. If he attacked too early, he might miss and alarm the zombies. If he attacked too late, the zombies' heads would have retracted and the crowbar would not be able to cause fatal damage. Just as Suchen was staring at the door, a picture suddenly flashed through his mind. Suchen acted almost subconsciously, stabbing the crowbar in his hand towards the cat's eye. Puff! The sounds of glass breaking and bones breaking sounded almost at the same time. Hit! Suchen clearly felt that the crowbar had hit a hard object, and a huge reaction force almost knocked him to the ground. Fortunately, he stabilized his center of gravity in time and did not fall. Suchen thrust the crowbar about 60 centimeters and saw dark brown blood flowing into the room along the crowbar. Suchen was delighted, thinking that this should be fatal enough. Suchen pulled the crowbar back suddenly, and there was a dull thump sound from outside the door, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Suchen's hand holding the crowbar became noticeably lighter, and the crowbar was completely pulled back into the room, while outside the door fell into an eerie silence. After the glass lens of the cat's eye was broken, Suchen could no longer observe the situation outside through the cat's eye, but the banging sound at the door that had lasted for more than 10 minutes finally stopped, and the room became much quieter. Although Suchen couldn't be sure whether the zombies outside the door were dead, at least he didn't have to worry about attracting more zombies. He looked at the dark brown blood dripping from the crowbar onto the sofa, turned around, and walked back into the house to wipe the blood off the crowbar. There were some white fragments mixed in the sharp end of the crowbar, allowing Suchen to confirm that his attack had indeed hit the zombie's head. Suchen sat on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Why did he suddenly have such a strong desire to eat? Why did he suddenly recover when he had a high fever? How did these zombies appear? Also, what about the scene that suddenly appeared in Suchen's mind? All this happened so suddenly that Suchen felt as if he had experienced a century of changes. Thinking carefully back to the feeling just now, the desire to eat seemed to suppress his rationality, making Suchen completely unable to control himself. He only wanted to eat the food in front of him to replenish his energy. Wait a minute, Suchen suddenly realized a problem. A monster without reason and only knowing how to eat. Isn't this a zombie? But why didn't I turn into the monster outside the door? On the contrary, my body recovered from the fever and became healthier. Suchen reached out and touched his chest, feeling his heart beating, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm still alive. Although these were all Suchen's guesses, he vaguely felt that this black rain was most likely the cause of the zombies. And the scene that suddenly appeared in his mind and saved his life made Suchen have a bolder guess. This feeling is a bit like a mysterious sixth sense that can predict what is about to happen. Suchen thought to himself. He began to think about how to test his ability. To verify this idea, Suchen took out a piece of tissue, crumpled it into a small ball, then closed his eyes and threw the paper ball into the air. Suchen did not observe the trajectory of the paper ball, but instead concentrated his attention and tried to foresee in his mind where the paper ball would land. Sure enough, a scene appeared in my mind again, showing the place where the paper ball fell and the direction and distance it rolled. Suchen opened his eyes and subconsciously moved his gaze towards that area. Sure enough, he saw that the paper ball fell exactly at the position he had predicted in his mind, and even the rolling direction and distance were exactly the same. This scene shocked Suchen, but he knew that this experiment was not enough to prove his ability. Normal people can also roughly determine the landing point by calculating the trajectory of the paper ball, so he decided to conduct a more complex test. If I don't look at the paper ball and observe its movement trajectory, there will be no possibility of calculation. Suchen thought to himself, then closed his eyes, stood in the middle of the living room, and after spinning a few times on the spot, he threw the paper ball in a random direction. This time, Suchen had no idea where the paper ball flew to, and he had no reference. Suchen once again concentrated his mind, and the image of the paper ball landing and rolling flashed in his mind. Suchen slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the landing point shown in the picture. Sure enough, on the ground not far from the door, the paper ball was lying there quietly, exactly matching the picture he saw in his mind. Suchen couldn't believe his eyes, and then conducted several completely random tests. Each time, Suchen deliberately chose a different way to throw the paper ball, but the final result was accurately predicted. The landing point, rolling direction, and distance of the paper ball were all exactly the same as the picture in his mind. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as the picture in my mind. Suchen's heart was filled with excitement. He began to realize that he might really have the ability to predict the future. For ordinary people, the future is an unpredictable unknown, but now, Suchen seems to be able to see some things that are about to happen in advance. This means that he can prepare before the crisis comes, and even change the direction of his own destiny. This made Suchen wonder if he could predict how long this disaster would last, or some key events in the future. He closed his eyes and tried to let his mind flash again, trying to get more information about the future. However, before the smile on Suchen's face could fully unfold, a sharp pain suddenly exploded in his mind, as if countless needles pierced his brain at the same time. The intense pain made Suchen suddenly open his eyes. He could hardly stand and could only half squat on the ground, covering his head tightly with both hands, gasping for breath, trying to relieve the sudden pain. Suchen's eyes were bloodshot, and a stream of warm liquid flowed out of his nose and dripped onto the ground. At the same time, countless unfamiliar memory fragments flooded into Suchen's mind like a tide, and they quickly impacted his nerves, making him almost unable to bear it. These fragments of memory came and went quickly. Before Suchen had time to see their contents clearly, they had disappeared, as if they had never existed. As these memories poured in, Suchen's brain became more and more painful, and his consciousness gradually blurred. He felt as if his mind was being hit by a heavy hammer, becoming increasingly dull. Finally, Suchen could no longer endure the severe pain. His legs went limp, and he fell onto the bed. He completely lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Suchen slowly woke up and listened to the noise outside the window. The chaos in the city seemed to have become even worse. The city in the distance was still reverberating with the sounds of car horns, collisions, explosions, human screams and wails, but the community gradually became quiet. The initial screams and panic seemed to gradually die down with the appearance of the zombies, either because the terrified residents had been preyed upon by the zombies, or because they were so exhausted that they no longer had the strength to shout. Suchen sat up slowly, feeling extremely tired, as if he had been up all night. Suchen recalled the scene when he was unconscious just now, and many vague fragments of memory seemed to emerge in his mind. The amount of information was huge, but most of the content was already vague, as if it had been selectively forgotten by the brain. This ability to predict the future seems to have consumed too much mental energy. Suchen rubbed his swollen head, feeling vaguely scared. If he had consumed too much mental energy just now, he might have collapsed completely or even lost consciousness, allowing danger to approach. When he turned over, Suchen felt something hit his back. He reached out and found that it was his cell phone that was pressed under him. Suchen picked up his cell phone, looked at the time, and found that it was already past 1 p.m., which meant that he had been asleep for more than 4 hours. Time flies so fast, Suchen muttered, and subconsciously touched his nose, and his fingers touched a thin layer of blood scab. "I'm bleeding from the nose?" Suchen immediately became alert, and his heart tightened, worrying that the blood scab would attract zombies. Suchen forced himself to hold on to his dizzy body and hurried out of the bedroom to check the situation at the door. Fortunately, there was no movement at the door, and there was no trace of blood dripping on the floor. Suchen breathed a sigh of relief, sat back on the sofa in the living room, and said to himself, "Fortunately, no other zombies were attracted." Suchen picked up his phone and wanted to check the situation outside, but the notification bar was full of unread messages, most of which were news push and emergency notification text messages. Suchen casually clicked on a few text messages and found that the content was almost all related to this incident. Warning: the latest research has found that the black rain contains a certain neurotropic virus. A large number of residents who have been exposed to the black rain have fever symptoms and are frantically attacking people around them. If you or your family members have fever symptoms, please isolate yourself for safety. Citizens are requested not to go out to avoid being attacked by infected people. Remember not to touch the black rain. Do not drink water from unknown sources directly, and remember not to be bitten by infected people. Please prepare sufficient food and clean water and wait for rescue at home. Most of these text messages were sent around 8:30 in the morning, and Suchen's 2 mobile phone cards received this emergency notification. Sure enough, the black rain is the culprit of this disaster. Suchen couldn't help but take a breath. The black rain covered the entire world, which meant that the spread of the virus was almost unstoppable. Suchen took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then continued to check the news and short videos on his mobile phone. Because the manual review system may have been paralyzed, a large number of bloody videos and photos flooded the internet. Suchen discovered that in some official media reports at 7 or 8 in the morning, there were still news reports refuting rumors, saying that the remarks about zombies on the internet were false. At that time, zombies had just appeared, and the authorities were still trying to suppress the news. Suchen smiled helplessly. However, as the situation worsened, the rumor-refuting news was quickly replaced by more realistic reports, and self-media articles even directly called these infected people zombies. According to official reports, the first group of infected people were those who came into direct contact with the black rain when it suddenly descended on the 25th. Subsequently, their bodies began to develop symptoms such as fever until they completely lost control and turned into zombies. Suchen's eyes darkened. According to this logic, I am also one of the first infected people, right? But why didn't I become a zombie? Am I immune to this virus? Suchen continued to check for more information with doubts. The following data comes from the first batch of infected people, a patient with a fever who was caught in the black rain 2 days ago. When exposed to black rain, the viruses it carries enter the body through the pores. The immune system fights the virus, which usually causes a fever. Initially, it looks similar to common cold symptoms, but in fact, it is just the initial reaction of the virus. After 1 hour of high fever, the area exposed to the black rain will experience tingling and burning sensations. After 5 hours of high fever, the patient will experience chills, severe joint pain, and muscle aches. After 24 hours of high fever, the patient will experience drowsiness, hallucinations, mild dementia, and general fatigue. After 48 hours of high fever, the virus will break through the patient's immune system and quietly invade the brain nerves, causing the patient to lose self-awareness and accompanied by an extreme desire to eat. After that, the patient's body functions will inexplicably collapse and the heart will stop beating. 3 minutes after death, the patient will miraculously revive and actively attack any living thing that appears in front of them. We call them zombies. Suchen's heart sank when he read this. If the black rain continued for 2 days and 2 nights, it would mean that the people who were caught in the black rain yesterday and today would probably turn into zombies in the following time and become the second and third batches of infected people. By then, the situation will only become more chaotic. Suchen was shocked and realized that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. He continued to read on to learn more. From a medical point of view, all those infected are actually dead. Humans bitten by the first group of infected people will also be infected by the virus. If the bite causes death, the virus will quickly enter the brain, take control of the body within 1 minute, and continue to attack the living people around it. As for whether humans who are bitten but not fatally will become infected, it remains to be seen. There are no confirmed cases yet. Finally, if you are attacked by an infected person, you must attack their head to kill them completely. Remember, fresh flesh and blood are the only targets of the infected. The smell of blood will attract a large number of infected people. Suchen silently memorized these important messages and became more alert. He knew that the current situation was very dangerous, and if he was not careful, he might end up like the infected people. At the same time, the man who was originally besieged by zombies in the community square had died and turned into another zombie, which began to wander around the square. The zombies seemed to have lost their target and began to wander around, gradually moving towards several nearby apartment buildings. Ho ho! A low roar came from downstairs, and Suchen was attracted over. Suchen stood up, walked to the window, and looked down, just in time to see the male zombie that morning slowly walking towards his apartment building. The huge wound on the zombie's stomach did not affect its movement. Suchen could even see its white spine through the stomach that had lost most of its internal organs. It seems that these zombies really have no sense of pain. They will not stop moving because of body damage, and they will be attracted by sudden sounds. Suchen silently took note of these characteristics and became more cautious. At this time, there were no living people in the square, only a dozen zombies dragging their broken bodies towards the apartment building diagonally opposite. Seeing this, Suchen turned around and walked out of the bedroom and went to the kitchen, preparing to recount the remaining food and water in the house in order to make further plans. Suchen knew that it was not realistic to expect rescue. Zhangcheng was just a small county town, not a strategic location, and the armed forces stationed there were very limited. The only armed forces might be the armed police force and the police force. Suchen opened the kitchen cabinet and counted the food stored at home. 2 bags of rice were enough to last for several months, and there were also some canned food, instant noodles, and other fast foods. However, Suchen noticed that because of the fever, he had eaten a lot of filling dried meat and high-calorie candies and chocolates. As for water, there are only 2 20-liter barrels of water left in the house. If it is only for drinking, this water can only last for about a month at most. But if cooking and other water use are included, it may not last even a month. It seems that I need to collect some tap water as soon as possible. The water from the water plant should be treated and should not be contaminated by black rain. Suchen secretly calculated in his mind, then found all the water containers in the house, walked to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and carefully filled a glass of water. Suchen observed carefully for a while, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the water quality, he put the bucket under the faucet to collect water and placed water containers around it. Then, Suchen turned and walked out of the bathroom and began to look for other tools that might be useful in the house. After a while, he took the crowbar, kitchen knife, fruit knife, broom, and other tools to the living room and placed them on the table. These were all the tools that Suchen could find that were suitable as weapons. Among them, Suchen's favorite is the 1.2-meter crowbar. It is long enough, sturdy, and durable, and both ends can be used to kill zombies. The flat nail remover on one end of the horn can easily tear flesh and blood tissue, and even break bones. The spiked end can be used as a pistol to directly stab into the zombie's eye socket and reach the skull. In comparison, although the kitchen knife is sharp, the length of the handle is only 20 centimeters, so it is too dangerous to use it to fight zombies. As for the broom, Suchen didn't even bother to take a look at it. The broom handle was made of hollow aluminum alloy. It was easy to use it as a stick to hit zombies, but it was easy to deform. It might not even be able to smash the zombies' heads open, because it would bend. It's a pity that there are still too few usable things at home. Suchen shook his head and felt that he still had to find a way to get more weapons. After putting away the tools on the table, Suchen sat on the sofa to rest. The sound of water running in the bathroom gradually made him relax. However, after an unknown amount of time, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the community. Someone ran away. Suchen immediately stood up from the sofa, walked quickly to the window, and looked towards the community square. He saw a young man covered in black blood rushing out from the door of the next-door apartment building, holding a bloody kitchen knife in his hand. The young man was carrying a backpack, and behind him were more than a dozen zombies. He staggered and nearly fell to the ground several times, but he managed to steady himself each time and continued running. At the same time, the zombies near other apartment buildings were also attracted by his scent, locked onto his location, and chased after him. The speed of these zombies far exceeded Suchen's expectations, not as slow as in the movies, and they might even run faster than ordinary people. Fuck! The young man couldn't help but curse when he saw the zombies getting closer and closer. His voice was so loud that even Suchen on the 4th floor could hear it clearly. Suchen was a little confused. Why didn't he hide at home but ran out? However, the development of things exceeded Suchen's expectations. The young man rushed to a car, pressed the key switch, quickly opened the door, and tried to get in. However, the zombies behind him had already caught up and grabbed his backpack. The young man turned around and chopped down fiercely with a knife, embedding most of the knife into the zombie's skull. He did not try to pull out the knife, but kicked the zombie to the ground. However, due to this delay, more zombies caught up and surrounded him. The young man quickly got into the car and quickly closed the door. More than 30 zombies rammed the car body frantically, making a series of muffled noises. He actually escaped into the car, but it seems he can't get away. Suchen whispered. Scenes that did not belong to the present flashed through his eyes. The next moment, a crack appeared on the car window, and the young man finally started the engine. But the engine sound seemed to make the zombies even crazier. Several zombies climbed onto the car, bared their teeth through the front windshield, and desperately hit the glass. The car rushed out of the zombie herd like a mad bull, knocking down more than a dozen zombies. There was a zombie hanging behind the car with its head stuck in the rear windshield, and another zombie lying on the hood blocking the front windshield. The car was shaking and running around wildly in the square. The young man seemed to want to shake off the zombie on the hood, but the car lost control as it shook and suddenly rushed towards the green belt on the side and hit the lamppost hard. However, the huge impact force caused the car to fall with a loud bang. The lamppost fell to the ground, the wires caught fire, and sparks flew. The young man in the car seemed to have been hit. The airbag popped out, and thick black smoke began to emerge from the hood of the car, and a fire could break out at any time. At this time, the zombies behind caught up again and hit the car window frantically, and the window finally broke under the impact. A dozen zombies crawled into the car like maggots and grabbed the young man. With a heart-wrenching scream, the young man was drowned by the zombies in the car. Suchen stood by the window, with scenes flashing through his eyes. His mental strength recovered a little after a short rest, but through the foresight of this incident, he found that his ability seemed to be greatly limited. Every time he predicted the future, it would be forced into Suchen's mind, requiring him to spend energy to remember it. Moreover, at present, he could only predict what would happen within 1 minute in the future, which would consume a lot of mental energy and make him feel exhausted. This ability is too short-lived, Suchen muttered to himself, realizing that he still needed to further explore and understand this ability in order to better survive in this doomsday. Suchen felt the consumption of his mental power and found that this ability to predict the future did not consume too much mental power in a short period of time. As long as the mental power remained sufficient, the body would not feel tired and could easily obtain short-term future information. This ability is especially useful when fighting zombies, because these zombies move like wild beasts without any rules, and it is difficult for ordinary people to predict and react quickly. If you can predict the zombies' movements in advance and react accordingly, the battle will become much easier. Suchen began to think, what would happen if he extended the time of foresight? He felt the spiritual power that was still full in his body and decided to give it a try. This time, he was more cautious than before. Suchen calmed down and began to concentrate. His eyes flickered slightly, and some vague images flashed in his eyes. He could clearly feel that his mental strength was slowly fading, and a strange memory gradually emerged in his mind. Suchen saw himself standing by the window for 5 minutes, then turned and walked towards the bathroom. As time went by, Suchen felt more and more exhausted, so he quickly stopped the foresight. His mind had already acquired the memory of the next 2 hours, but in fact, this process took less than a minute. Suchen came back to his senses and checked the time on his phone. He was surprised to find that only about a minute had passed. He estimated that if he used all his mental power to predict, he could only foresee what would happen in the next 12 hours. However, in the process of prediction, Suchen had to concentrate on receiving memories and remember several hours of information within 1 minute. The mental energy consumed was extremely terrifying and could easily lead to fatigue. This operation needs to be completed in a safe environment, because during the entire process, Suchen's perception of the outside world is almost zero, and he is unable to respond to emergencies. Suchen tried several times and gradually found a tricky problem. Each time he predicted the future, there were some differences. In other words, the predicted future was not constant. Because there is an extra memory in the mind, the subconscious mind thinks that these things have already happened, and the body will subconsciously make different actions, causing the future direction to change. Suchen thought, this also means that the predicted information is not necessarily completely accurate. It only captures a possible future and may change at any time due to various factors. To verify this idea, Suchen predicted the situation in the next 2 hours again. Sure enough, the future direction was completely different from the previous prediction. This made him realize that the future information predicted by spending a lot of mental energy might not be reliable and might even mislead him. Suchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he repeated the experiment. The simple experiment of throwing paper balls was not enough to reveal the complexity of the ability to predict. The future is not immutable. Outside the window, more than 30 zombies surrounded the car, ramming it crazily, making a loud noise. The wailing sounds inside the car quickly disappeared, and the entire car was like a bloody meat grinder among the zombies. Suchen sighed. It seems that the smell of blood does have a fatal attraction to zombies. From the appearance of the young man to his death by zombies, the whole process took only about 3 minutes, which shows the zombies' obsession with human flesh and blood. Suchen continued to observe and found that the zombies were almost as fast as ordinary people, but their strength was much greater. Ordinary people could not smash the car windows, but these zombies could smash them with their heads. They were really hard-headed. Suchen couldn't help feeling heavy-hearted when he thought about the outside world being filled with these mad, dog-like zombies. As the noise in the square grew louder, sporadic zombies began to stagger into the square outside the community gate. These zombies walked slowly without a target, looking harmless like a group of soulless zombies. The security booth at the entrance has been stained red with blood, and the security guard is probably among those zombies. Suchen turned and walked to the bathroom to check the water supply. In the bathroom, the bucket was full, and the overflowing water was caught by pots and pans. Soon, Suchen discovered that the water pressure from the tap was much lower than usual, and he felt vaguely uneasy, wondering if there was a problem with the water plant that supplied the water. After placing the container filled with water in the kitchen, Suchen covered it with a clean cloth to prevent dust from falling into the water and to prevent moisture from evaporating. After finishing all this, Suchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he ate a lot in the morning due to his desire for food, he still didn't feel hungry after a busy day. However, Suchen still took out a few packets of pork jerky and ate it as lunch. After finishing his meal, Suchen leaned back in his chair and thought about his next plan. Information from the outside world was extremely limited, and even if he wanted to ask for help, he couldn't find the official contact information. No one answered the alarm call, and the hope of rescue was slim. Suchen picked up his phone again and tried to check the latest information on the internet platform. However, there seemed to be a problem with the Wi-Fi at home, and the phone could not connect to the network. Is the broadband line down? Suchen looked at the router and found that the indicator light for the internet connection was off. He switched to the mobile data network and found that the network speed was also extremely slow. The speed of several hundred m/s was only a dozen kb/s. Suchen tried to open several news apps and found that they were flooded with information about viruses and zombies, but there was no news about rescue. Short video content is almost impossible to load. Only the title can be seen, and the video itself cannot be watched at all. Rescue is probably a long way off. Suchen sighed and threw his phone on the table to charge. Reality is cruel. In the face of such a disaster, ordinary people can only hope for the best. It is lucky that the military did not directly launch missile bombing. Just as Suchen took a deep breath and frowned because of the stench in the air, he realized that the zombie corpse at the door needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, the smell would become more and more unpleasant. Suchen decided to take this opportunity to clean up the situation on the floor. He felt that most of the zombies might have been attracted away by the movement in the square, and the apartment building should be relatively safe. People infected with the virus are mostly weak before they turn into zombies, and are unlikely to run around the floor unless they are attacked by zombies and open the door to escape. Suchen picked up the crowbar, walked to the door, took a deep breath, and prepared to open the door. There was an unpleasant stench outside the door. Suchen put the crowbar in his hand aside, carefully moved the sofa that was blocking the door, and pulled out the blood-stained towel under the door. After confirming that there were no other zombies outside the door, Suchen tightened the crowbar in his hand, slowly turned the door handle, and opened the door a crack. A foul odor hit him in the face, and Suchen quickly turned his head to avoid inhaling the disgusting smell. Fuck, this smell is so fucking bad. Suchen muttered, feeling his stomach churning, and it took him a while to recover. In the corridor outside the door, the sensor lights flickered. Dark brown blood was flowing on the ground, and the zombie's body was lying in a pool of blood, with the right side of his head pierced through. The grayish-white brain matter mixed with yellow pus and dark brown blood, emitting a disgusting stench. Suchen poked his head out, walked out of the door carefully, stepped on the sticky blood plasma, and walked to the zombie's body. He frowned slightly, suppressed his nausea, hooked the clothes of the corpse with the horn of the crowbar, and prepared to drag the corpse aside. However, at this moment, the zombie on the ground suddenly trembled slightly, raised its left hand suddenly, and grabbed Suchen's trouser leg. A huge force pulled Suchen's trouser leg, and a creepy feeling instantly enveloped his whole body. Suchen subconsciously swung the crowbar and hit the zombie's head frantically. Bang, bang, bang. The crowbar hit the zombie's head again and again, breaking bones and splashing blood and flesh. In just a dozen seconds, Suchen had already swung the crowbar and smashed it 7 or 8 times. The zombie's head was like an exploded watermelon, bloody and blurred, and the original shape was completely unrecognizable. The broken corpse looked particularly terrifying under the flickering lights in the corridor. Suchen looked at the zombie on the ground that had almost turned into mud, his heart pounding. He was in an extremely nervous state, constantly looking around vigilantly to prevent other zombies from suddenly appearing. Who would have thought that a zombie with a pierced head could still move? Suchen gritted his teeth, kicked the zombie's hand off his trouser leg, frowned and looked at the wreckage on the ground, his heart full of confusion and uneasiness. Suchen originally thought that as long as he pierced the zombies' heads, they would die completely, but the facts were obviously more complicated than he imagined. The stress reaction just now was too strong, so I may not notice the faint vitality left in it. Suchen thought to himself. Even though the zombie's head was beaten to pieces, it was still able to move. This phenomenon made him confused. But now is not the time to think deeply. Suchen decided to get rid of the body as soon as possible. The stench here is too strong. He must clean it up as soon as possible to avoid attracting more zombies. Suchen hooked the clothes of the corpse with a crowbar and dragged the corpse to the window at the end of the corridor. He carefully opened the window and prepared to throw the corpse out. However, the moment Suchen lifted up the corpse, half of the zombie's head suddenly fell to the ground with a dull sound. Suchen's body froze, and he immediately stopped moving. He pulled out one hand to hold the crowbar and listened vigilantly to the movements around him. Fortunately, the surrounding rooms were still quiet, and there was nothing unusual. After confirming that it was safe, Suchen gritted his teeth and threw the headless body out of the window. Plop! A muffled sound came, and Suchen quickly looked out to check the situation downstairs. The body fell on the street outside the community, attracting the attention of some wandering zombies. However, to Suchen's surprise, although the zombies approached after hearing the sound, they did not further bite the corpses of their own kind. Instead, they quickly lost interest and continued to wander around. Zombies are not interested in the corpses of their own kind. Suchen's mind moved, and he silently took note of this. It seems that zombies only react to fresh flesh and blood and have no appetite for dead ones. Then, Suchen picked up the half-head on the ground and threw it out of the window, hitting a wandering zombie. The zombie just turned its head around mechanically and then walked away indifferently as before. It seems that only fresh flesh and blood can arouse the zombie's hunting instinct. Suchen muttered to himself thoughtfully, and then he decided not to delay any longer and return to the room as soon as possible. Just as Suchen turned around and prepared to go home, he suddenly stepped on a foreign object. He looked down and found that it was a light blue crystal lying quietly in a pool of zombie blood. This is... Suchen squatted down, picked up the crystal, held it in the palm of his hand, and examined it carefully. The crystal was not big, only the size of a fingernail, and even though it was soaked in black blood, it was not stained at all. In the dim light of the corridor, the crystal also reflected a faint light blue light. This seems to be the place where half the head fell just now. Suchen recalled thoughtfully, but he did not have time to check further. Worried that new zombies might appear in the corridor, he quickly grabbed the crystal, picked up the crowbar, and hurried back to the room. After closing the door, Suchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The smell of black blood at the door was no longer so pungent, and he did not plan to clean up the blood on the ground for the time being, because water resources were limited and he did not want to waste precious water. The sensor lights in the corridor were still flickering, and the whole floor seemed a little weird. Suchen opened the door and turned off the lights in the house, only to find that the lights began to become unstable and flicker from time to time. While he was thinking about the power problem, the distribution box in the house suddenly made a click sound, and the whole room fell into darkness in an instant. The circuit breaker tripped. Suchen was stunned for a moment and tried to turn the switch back on, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn it back on. Suchen knew that there might be a problem with the power supply outside. The street lamp knocked down by the car downstairs might have caused a short circuit, thus affecting the power supply of the entire area. It seems that the circuit in this area has been broken. Suchen sighed helplessly. Thinking of the scene of the car accident just now, he couldn't help but complain. That kid is really unlucky. He couldn't escape and broke the circuit. Suchen took a last look at the closed doors in the corridor and the elevator on the first floor and decided not to go out for the time being. After Suchen returned home, he went straight to the bathroom, turned on the shower head, and washed off the plasma and pus on his hands. He threw the crowbar on the ground and let the water wash it away. The water pressure in the bathroom is much lower than before. The water flow is intermittent, sometimes large and sometimes small, and there is some red rust. The water looks a bit like blood. I'm afraid this water is not drinkable. Suchen frowned and secretly decided not to use this water anymore. He took the crystal with strange origins and put it in the water to wash. The strange thing is that no matter how the water flows, the surface of the crystal is always clean as new, as if there is an invisible hydrophobic layer that prevents all water and blood from staying on its surface. Suchen stared at the crystal for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what it was. He simply put it back into his pocket, picked up a wet towel from the side, and began to wipe the blood stains on his clothes. After dealing with these, Suchen turned off the faucet, picked up the crowbar on the ground, and walked out of the bathroom. It was getting dark outside. Suchen walked to the window and looked through the glass at the community square downstairs. The number of zombies in the square was obviously much greater than that in the daytime, with more than 40 of them gathered. It was unknown whether these zombies wandered in from outside the community or came out from the various apartment buildings. In the city far away, the noise was much less. The car engine sounds and horn sounds that could be heard during the day had almost completely disappeared, and the whole city fell into an eerie silence. Occasionally, you can hear the roars of zombies and the screams of humans in the distance, mixed with the occasional collision and explosion sounds. Suchen stood by the window, looking at the city in the distance. Although it was already dark, there were still a few places in the city where black smoke was rising, and the air was filled with a faint fishy and burnt smell. The black smoke in the sky obscured the faint light of the setting sun, plunging the entire river city into darkness ahead of time. It's getting dark, I have to find some lighting tools just in case, Suchen said to himself. He turned back to the house and began to look for available lighting equipment. The first thing Suchen thought of was the mobile phone that was charging on the table. Although the flashlight function on the mobile phone is not as bright as a professional flashlight, it is worse than nothing. Suchen picked up his phone and found that it was fully charged. He unplugged the charging cable and put the phone in his pocket. Then, Suchen walked into the bedroom and found a power bank with a flashlight function and a high-intensity flashlight from the bedside table. This flashlight is extremely bright and can illuminate more than 300 meters away. With it, it will be safer to move in the dark. At this time, the sky outside had completely darkened, and it was pitch black outside the window. The whole city seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Suchen put the lighting tools he found on the table, but did not immediately turn on the flashlight to illuminate the room. I don't know if these zombies will be attracted by light sources. Be careful and don't turn on the flashlight casually. Relying on the dim light of the mobile phone screen, Suchen walked carefully to the door, moved the sofa to the door again, and blocked the door. After a busy day, Suchen felt a little hungry. There was no electricity, so he couldn't use a rice cooker or microwave. He could only eat canned food. Suchen casually took out a can of 8 treasure porridge, opened the lid, and drank a few mouthfuls. After finishing his meal, Suchen sat on the sofa in the living room, looked out the window, and said to himself, "It seems that the power outage is not only in our neighborhood, but other parts of the city have also fallen into darkness." Suchen looked into the distance. The city area that was once brightly lit was now dark and no longer as prosperous as before. Suchen could vaguely see red flames flashing in the sky in the direction of the city, accompanied by billowing smoke. He guessed that it might be a spontaneous explosion caused by a car collision, or that the survivors accidentally started the fire while fleeing. As darkness fell, the outside world became even quieter. Only the roars of zombies echoed in the community square, seeming particularly creepy. Suchen walked to the window and looked down at the community square downstairs. It was pitch black there, even the street lights were not on, and the zombies could not be seen at all. No lights were seen on in the other apartment buildings, but the emergency lights in the corridors were on. Suchen had originally planned to judge how many survivors there were by the number of households with lights on, but now it seems that this method is not feasible. The outside world seemed even quieter after nightfall, with few human screams being heard. Suchen guessed that either the survivors had found a hiding place and no longer went out, or the zombies' perception was weakened in the dark and their mobility was greatly reduced. But Suchen was more inclined to the former possibility, because at this moment, the roars of the zombies still echoed in the night, indicating that they were still looking for prey, but they had no target for the time being. Suchen pulled a chair over and sat by the window, deciding to observe the situation outside. Anyway, there was not much to do now, and he didn't want to waste the battery of his phone, so he gave up the idea of looking at his phone. Time passed slowly, and the city remained dead silent in the dark night. Suchen felt as if he was trapped in endless darkness. There was no moonlight outside the window, only black smoke covering everything. Suchen looked back at the dark room behind him and felt a chill. Should I turn on the flashlight? Suchen hesitated. This felt like he was playing in a completely dark horror room, and the zombies were ghosts lurking in the darkness and could jump out of the shadows at any time. At this moment, a beam of purple light swayed in the community square, attracting Suchen's attention. Laser pen. Suchen looked in the direction of the beam and found that the beam came from a window on the 5th floor of Building 3. It was a powerful laser pen, and the beam was clearly visible, obviously not an ordinary toy. What does that person want to do? Suchen was puzzled, not understanding why the other party used a laser pen in the dark. The beam moved in the air and then began to illuminate the surrounding apartment buildings, as if looking for something. Suchen was worried that the laser beam would hit his eyes, so he lowered his head and leaned against the wall under the window. The beam swept around his room, but it didn't seem to find anything interesting, so it quickly moved on. Suchen quietly looked up at the window on the 5th floor of Building 3 and found that the man was still shining the laser pen at other houses. At the same time, Suchen noticed some subtle movements upstairs and downstairs, which might be survivors or zombies. Crash! Suddenly, a sound of glass breaking came from above Suchen's head, and a large amount of glass fragments fell to the ground, making a harsh sound. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow flashed past Suchen's eyes and fell straight to the 1st floor. The laser pen's beam also fell on the shadow. Suchen held his breath and stared at the spot where the beam hit. What is that? Suchen stood up and looked down. Under the dim light of the laser pen beam, he could barely make out the dark shadow downstairs. Zombies? Suchen was shocked and didn't understand why zombies would fall from the building. However, the zombie quickly got up from the ground, seemingly not too badly hurt, except for one leg twisted in an unnatural position. How can he still move after falling from such a height? Suchen felt a chill and was shocked. For an ordinary person, such a fall would be enough to make him lose his ability to move, but this zombie climbed up as if nothing had happened. The loud noise just now obviously attracted the attention of many zombies, and the laser pen's beam was no longer focused on this zombie, but continued to scan other places. After a moment, the laser pointer's beam disappeared and darkness fell again outside the window. Because of the noise just now, more zombies gathered downstairs. Suchen could clearly hear the zombies' roars getting closer and closer. Did he do it on purpose or accidentally? Suchen frowned, feeling uneasy. The zombies downstairs had begun to gather, which undoubtedly increased the danger on his floor. You may not be able to sleep peacefully at night, as these zombies may enter the corridor for some reason and look for prey. Just as Suchen was thinking, the situation in Building 3 changed. In the corridor on the 5th floor of Building Number 3, more than a dozen young men carrying large and small bags gathered. They held various weapons in their hands, some holding bloody kitchen knives, some holding steel pipes, and some holding mop handles. The entire corridor was covered with dark brown bloodstains, and on the ground lay several zombie corpses with their heads chopped off. One of them ran out of the room and said excitedly, "Everyone, we can go now." "What? Are there any survivors planning to escape the community with us?" asked a burly man. "No, those zombies were attracted by the noise of the zombie falling from the building just now. If we go down now, we shouldn't encounter any zombies," the man explained. Hearing this, everyone showed excitement. They had originally planned to gather other residents in the community to take action together, but now it seems that this is no longer necessary. "Well, let's go." The leading man nodded in agreement. They looked at the cloth on the ground with escape plan written in black blood and smiled at each other. Originally, they wanted to get more survivors to distract the zombies, but now it seems that the plan is not as good as the change. A group of people ran down the corridor quickly, weapons in hand. Suchen was lying on the windowsill, watching the movements downstairs, when he suddenly saw several bright lights appearing from the direction of Building 3, illuminating part of the building. "What's going on?" Suchen sat up straight instantly, staring at the direction of Building 3. "I saw more than a dozen figures holding flashlights rushing out of Building 3. They were holding various weapons and running quickly along the wall of the building, without covering up the noise they made. Are they crazy?" Suchen couldn't believe his eyes. In a small area of the square illuminated by the flashlight, the footsteps of the zombies were getting farther and farther away. It was obvious that these zombies were attracted behind the group of people. The dozen or so people ran quickly, and the beams of their flashlights kept sweeping around. When they saw the zombies coming towards them, their faces turned pale. However, they still did not stop and continued to run hard. Through the weak light of the flashlight, Suchen vaguely saw the zombies chasing these people. Not long after, the last person was knocked to the ground by the zombies, and the flashlight in his hand rolled to the side, shining on his body. "Save me!" the man shouted at his teammate in front. But the man in front did not stop. He desperately supported himself on the ground with his hands, trying to push away the zombie behind him. However, such efforts were in vain, as more zombies caught up and knocked him to the ground again. The zombie that was just overturned grabbed his arm again and bit it hard. Blood spurted onto the ground, staining everything around it red. At the same time, other zombies also pounced on him and began to bite his body. A heart-wrenching scream resounded throughout the community, and the man's life was devoured bit by bit in pain. His teammates had already run away, followed by the zombies, leaving behind the broken body on the ground. Suchen could clearly feel the man's despair before he died. Soon, the second and third people were also caught up by the zombies, and screams continued. The zombies started a hunting feast in this dark night. Suchen witnessed all this and was filled with shock and fear. He realized that the strength and speed of these zombies were far beyond imagination, and ordinary people had almost no ability to fight back in front of them. The entire neighborhood became noisy again, with the roars of zombies and the screams of humans intertwined and echoing in the dark night sky. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, full of fear and death. Chapter 7: Late Night Changes. In the dark, I don't know how many survivors witnessed this. Are they going to the garage? Suchen looked at the direction in which the remaining people fled and guessed their plan. I'm afraid that when they get on the car, a few more people will be killed. Suchen thought to himself. The zombies won't slow down and wait for them to get on the bus. They would certainly be attacked as they were getting in the car. Suchen watched the remaining few people run out of his sight. His gaze turned to the three people who were surrounded and bitten by a dozen zombies. The first person who was knocked down was already dying, and his throat did not make much sound. 6 zombies were crawling on his body, biting his flesh like wild beasts. The other 2 could only barely make out their outlines through the reflected light of the flashlight. The screams of the 3 people lasted for 5 minutes before gradually stopping. Suchen guessed that they should not be dead yet. It was just the pain in their bodies and the weakness from blood loss that made them lose their voices. Soon, a few more screams were heard. Maybe someone was caught up by zombies again? Suchen looked in the direction where those people had just fled. The light from the flashlight was no longer visible there. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine was heard. Just now, 2 cars drove out at high speed in the direction where those people were fleeing. The headlights illuminated the dark neighborhood square. A large group of zombies were chasing the 2 cars madly from behind. Suchen instantly became alert and looked at the 2 cars carefully. Through the car window, we can roughly see that the total number of people in the 2 cars is less than 8. Moreover, these 2 cars should have just rushed out from the zombie siege. Everyone in the car looked a little frightened. There was a lot of zombies' black blood on the car body and the front windshield. The wipers made a squeaking sound on the windshield. Now the speed of the 2 cars has also increased. The zombies behind them couldn't catch up with them at all. In less than a moment, the 2 cars drove directly out of the community gate. A large group of zombies followed the 2 cars and left the community. Without the headlights of the 2 cars, the neighborhood fell into darkness again. Only 3 beams of flashlight shone alone on the community square. Suchen didn't know how many zombies were left in the square. Fortunately, the zombies downstairs in my house have dispersed. Suchen looked at the time, picked up the crowbar beside him, and went back to the bedroom to rest. Leaning the crowbar against the bedside table, Suchen lay on the bed, staring at the dark ceiling, unable to fall asleep for a long time. All I could hear were the roars of zombies and the screams of humans. Why? In the darkness, Suchen let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with confusion about the future. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of footsteps in the corridor. Suchen, who was in an emo state, immediately got up from the bed, picked up the crowbar beside him, and ran quickly to the door. Looking through the peephole on the security door at the corridor outside, the sensor light in the corridor went out at some point. The corridor was pitch black, with only a sliver of light from the emergency lighting in the direction of the staircase shining on the corridor wall. Suchen watched 5 or 6 dark shadows flash past the light on the wall, and the footsteps gradually disappeared in the corridor. Judging from the sound, he must have gone downstairs. The footsteps were very rhythmic, and the sound was deliberately kept low. They should not be zombies. Suchen stood on the sofa at the door, leaning over to observe the situation outside, with some guesses in his mind. Perhaps the remaining survivors saw someone successfully escape and take away most of the zombies in the community square, and they also wanted to take this opportunity to leave the community. Soon, a burst of noise was heard from the community square again. There were sounds of people shouting and screaming, as well as the roars and collisions of zombies. There was a flashlight flickering outside the window, and from time to time the light shone into Suchen's home. Soon after, the sounds of motorcycles and car engines followed, and the community square became extremely chaotic. Suchen walked to the window with an expressionless face and saw more than a dozen figures in the square being chased by zombies and running around everywhere. Some people from other apartment buildings quietly ran out, carefully avoiding the zombies. From time to time, people drive away from the community. Looking at the chaotic community square, Suchen felt calm. Even if you think from your toes, you can tell that there must be a lot of zombies outside. Suchen thought that this aimless act of fleeing the community was a bit brainless. Not only is there no safe place to stay outside, but it is also easy to attract a large number of zombie attacks. There is absolutely no benefit in blindly fleeing the community like this. It's better to hide at home. However, this is also good for Suchen. At least many zombies are attracted outside the community. Of course, there are some smart people among these people. Suchen watched as three figures quietly approached the entrance of the community supermarket, while the zombies were attracted by other people, wanting to enter the supermarket to collect supplies. But the supermarket doesn't seem to be open today. Suchen vaguely saw the tightly closed roller shutter door at the entrance of the supermarket. It may be that the supermarket owner also had a high fever due to the black rain and had no energy to open for business. Three figures lingered at the door for a while and finally decided to pry open the supermarket's rolling door. Because the distance was too far, Suchen couldn't see clearly what they were using. All you could hear was the sound of metal colliding echoing in the community square. Most of the zombies were attracted by the sound and turned around and ran towards the supermarket. When the three men saw the zombies coming towards them, they quickly gave up trying to pry the door open, picked up their weapons, turned around, and ran. There is absolutely no intention of confronting the zombies head-on. Those zombies are like hungry wolves walking in the dark. It moves extremely swiftly and can easily tear open the flesh of humans. The three of them quickly ran back to their original apartment building, with the zombies chasing them closely. Suchen didn't look away until the flashlight disappeared on the first floor of the apartment building. After taking a quick glance at the chaotic community square, Suchen turned back to his bedroom and lay down to rest. If you run out at this time, you either have no food or you are stupid. Suchen lay on the bed, muttering to himself, his eyes slightly closed, and fell into a light sleep listening to the screams in his ears. The night deepens. Peace returned to the community again. There was a strong smell of rust outside the window. Occasionally, the roars of zombies could be heard. The crystal that Suchen had forgotten underwent some unusual changes in his pocket. I saw the crystal in my pocket emitting a faint blue light. Its shape is also changing quietly, as if it is slowly melting. It changed from a solid to a viscous liquid. The liquefied crystal still emits a faint blue light, just like fluorescent liquid. The blue liquid penetrated into Suchen's skin through the gaps in the cloth and penetrated into his body through his pores. In the blink of an eye, the blue light completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. After the blue liquid entered Suchen's body, it began to flow around in his blood vessels. Suchen frowned as he slept. I just felt an inexplicable feeling of heat suddenly surge up in my body and quickly spread throughout my body. It was clearly the coldest time of the year, but Suchen was emitting heat from his body. The skin all over his body was as red as roasted shrimp. Ah! Suchen couldn't help but roar. The burning sensation in his body had exceeded his limit of endurance. Suchen was boiling with excitement. The burning sensation in the body seemed to burn the whole person. The muscle tissue and bones in the body seemed to have begun to dissolve. Pain. Uncomfortable. The severe pain almost made Suchen lose consciousness. What happened? Suchen was horrified to find that he felt as if he were in a furnace. The whole body seemed to be on fire, and all the muscles, bones, and nervous system were gradually dissolved by the blazing energy. Suchen could hardly feel their presence. The severe pain in my body slowly disappeared. The whole person was so weak that he collapsed on the bed. He couldn't even open his eyes. He was almost no different from a vegetative state. The next moment, The blue liquid flowing in Suchen's blood vessels no longer emitted heat to dissolve muscles and bones. Instead, it began to integrate into Suchen's body, repairing and reorganizing the dissolved muscles and bones. I could see that the muscles, tendons, and even bones under the skin were constantly growing and squirming. The proliferation of muscle fibers and granulation tissue irritated and pulled the skin to a certain extent, causing Suchen's skin to become unbearably itchy. The unbearable itching feeling kept hitting Suchen's nerves. This hell-like torture made Suchen miserable. But at this moment he couldn't move and could only accept it all silently. I don't know how much time passed. The blue liquid that was originally faintly visible in the blood vessels was completely integrated into Suchen's body. The pain and itching in Suchen's body gradually subsided. The muscles and bones in the body have basically been repaired. The reorganized bones become extremely hard, and the muscles become stronger and tougher. On the bed, Suchen's fingers trembled slightly. His eyes suddenly opened, with a hint of lingering fear in them. He greedily breathed in the air filled with the smell of blood. Heavy breathing echoed in the quiet bedroom. Suchen felt as if he was locked in a small dark room and had completely lost all sense of the outside world. At the beginning, I could still feel the intense pain in my body, invading my nerves. In the end, I simply couldn't feel anything. It's as if my own sensory system has disappeared. I didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Suchen was completely unaware of the changes in his body. At one point, Suchen thought he had become a vegetable. Fortunately, God was not joking with him. Suchen's body consciousness slowly returned, and he regained control of his body. Suchen lay in bed for a long time before sitting up. It was still pitch black outside the window. I didn't know when my clothes were soaked with sweat. The loss of water in the body made Suchen feel dry mouth and tongue. He quickly grabbed the glass next to the bedside table in the dark and prepared to pour a glass of water. Because I was too anxious, I used too much force with my hands. Crack! A faint crisp sound rang out in Suchen's hand. Suchen was so focused on replenishing water that he didn't pay any attention to the movement of his hands. It was not until the boiled water in the thermos was poured into the glass that Suchen discovered that the glass in his hand was leaking. While the water had not yet leaked out, Suchen drank the water in the cup with gulps. Ahem! We're saved! Suchen touched the water drops at the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand and coughed violently. The cup in his hand cracked a few more times. After drinking the water, Suchen reached for the flashlight on the bedside table. As soon as the flashlight was turned on, the whole room was instantly illuminated. Fortunately, I had drawn the curtains before going to bed, so I don't have to worry about anyone knowing that there are still people living here. The flashlight shone on the glass in Suchen's hand. Suchen discovered tiny cracks on the glass. Although it won't break, it will definitely leak when filled with water. What happened? Why did the glass break? Suchen carefully put the cup back on the bedside table and looked at his own palm. Suchen clearly remembered that his water cup was still intact before he went to bed. It cracked when I took it and poured a glass of water on it. Could it be related to the inexplicable sense of power that appeared in me? I was really lacking in water just now and didn't have time to pay attention to any changes in my body. Only now did Suchen realize that his body was inexplicably filled with strength. The physical weakness left by staying up late for a long time was gone. Suchen looked at the kettle on the bedside table. Reach out and use your thumb and index finger to gently pinch the spout of the kettle. As soon as Suchen applied force with 2 fingers, the stainless steel spout was flattened. Suchen stared blankly at the flat spout of the pot. He hadn't even used his full strength yet. Although this spout is only made of a thin circle of stainless steel, it shouldn't be that fragile, right? Is the strength of your fingers so strong now? Chapter 8. Going out to explore. What happened to your body after you lost consciousness? Suchen clenched his fist slightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and his arm muscles were strong and powerful. Suchen felt that his physical strength was stronger than ever before. My body seemed to have undergone incredible changes during the time when I lost control of it. Suchen got out of bed, holding a flashlight in one hand, took out a set of clean clothes from the closet with the other, and ran into the bathroom. Placing the flashlight and clothes next to the sink, Suchen took off his sticky clothes and threw them on the ground. I reached out and turned on the faucet. The water flowing out was intermittent and had some rust on it. Suchen wet a towel in cold water with rust on it and wiped off the sweat on his body. While wiping the sweat off his body, he looked in the mirror. In the mirror, My body looked the same as usual, and my muscles were not very obvious. But Suchen felt as if there was a powerful force contained in his body. Just a little effort, and the difference in the body will be instantly apparent. The fascia on his body is bulging, his muscles are knotted, and his 6 abdominal muscles are strong and powerful, with clear edges and corners. Every muscle looks as if it was carved out. This kind of muscle is not like the hypertrophic muscle that bodybuilders train by gaining weight and taking drugs for the so-called beauty. The muscle circumference of Suchen's body is almost the same as before, but the density of muscle fibers in the body is several times higher than before. Compared with ordinary people, Suchen's muscles are harder. The power contained therein is far beyond my previous self. Hiss! Suchen looked at himself in the mirror and was shocked. Suchen relaxed his body. The bulging muscles disappeared, and the outline of the muscles could be vaguely seen. On the surface, he doesn't look powerful, just an ordinary boy with a pretty face that looks harmless. Where did you get those six-pack abs? Looking at the changes in himself, Suchen was somewhat unbelievable. Before, I just stayed at home except for working and had no time to exercise. The muscles in other parts of the body are easy to define, but the outline of the abdominal muscles cannot be so clear. Suddenly, a cold wind blew into the bathroom from the window. Suchen shivered violently and quickly wiped the sweat off his body. He took another dry towel and wiped off the remaining red water droplets on his body. Then, quickly changed into the clothes placed on the sink to prevent catching a cold. After Suchen changed his clothes, he glanced at the dirty clothes on the ground. Suddenly, I remembered that there seemed to be something in my pocket that I hadn't taken out. I searched through my clothes and trouser pockets, but couldn't find the thing. Suchen picked up the clothes on the ground and shook them a few times, but nothing fell out. Strange. I remember clearly putting it in this pocket. Suchen picked up his trousers and reached into the pocket where he had placed the crystal. Hey, where's the crystal? Why is it a little slippery? Suchen felt something slippery in his hand and turned his pocket over and saw a layer of blue residue at a glance. It looks like some kind of thick liquid. Suchen scraped a little blue liquid with his fingers, and it felt somewhat slippery when he touched it with 2 fingers. It's a bit like Blue Moon laundry detergent. Suchen leaned in and smelled it, but there was no special smell. Is this the crystal from before? How did it turn into liquid? As Suchen was thinking, the liquid on his fingertips penetrated into his skin right under his eyelids. A burning sensation came from the fingertips and quickly spread throughout the body. If Suchen couldn't guess what was going on with the situation just now, he could really have killed himself by hitting himself with a piece of tofu. However, this time it did not cause severe pain or even muscle dissolution like before. Instead, it directly merged into Suchen's muscles, stimulating his muscle groups and tendons. Suchen clearly felt that his strength had increased slightly. This crystal turned into liquid can actually directly improve physical fitness. Suchen carefully felt the changes that the blue liquid brought to his body and was slightly surprised. No wonder I can flatten the stainless steel spout with 2 fingers. It turns out that the crystal can strengthen the human body's muscles and bones. If you train seriously, you might not be able to achieve the same result even after years of practice, right? Suchen didn't know how powerful he was now or how much he had improved. After all, there is no special force measuring tool at home. Looking at the traces of liquid left on the pocket, Suchen roughly knew the function of the crystal. It's just not clear why it suddenly turns into liquid. But that doesn't matter anymore. Just find another crystal and try it, and everything will become clear. It was too late yesterday, and I didn't have time to figure out the crystal issue. Since the crystal was found under the zombie's head, it is likely that it fell out of the zombie's head. As long as we find a few zombies and dig open their heads after daybreak, we will know whether the crystal is there. Suchen walked out of the bathroom with a flashlight and returned to the bedroom. I reached out and picked up the phone on the bedside table and looked at the time on it. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Suchen turned off the flashlight, walked to the window, opened the curtains, and looked toward the community square. At this time, there were only a dozen weak flashlight beams on the ground and zombies wandering silently in the community square. Those flashlights must have been dropped by people who failed to escape yesterday. After a night of use, their batteries were almost exhausted, and the light was not very sufficient. From time to time, zombies pass through the area illuminated by light. The number of zombies wandering within the range of light does not seem to be large. Most of the zombies should have been attracted out of the community by the people who escaped late last night. The apartment building was also unusually quiet, with no extraneous noises being heard. Suchen didn't know whether his neighbors had turned into zombies. Anyway, as soon as the sun rises, I will definitely visit them one by one. Suchen sat back on the bed and started browsing on his phone. At this time, the signal on the mobile phone was already a little unstable. The network transmission speed is even slower, but Suchen doesn't care about that, as long as the text can be loaded. However, many news platforms have stopped updating. Many articles were published as late as yesterday afternoon. I didn't see any information related to rescue. Suchen simply turned off his cell phone and lay down on the bed with his eyes closed to rest. Wait until it is light outside so that you can take action. Judging from the noises coming from upstairs and downstairs, there shouldn't be many zombies in the building. Suchen reached out and took the crowbar leaning against the bedside table and weighed it in his hand. 5 pounds. It's not a big deal, but it's not a small deal either. Originally, it was a bit difficult for Suchen to swing it with one hand. Now swinging it with one hand is just like holding a hollow broom handle, and you can even spin it in your hand. It's just that the center of gravity of the crowbar was a little difficult to control, and it almost fell to the ground several times. Fortunately, Suchen not only improved his strength, but also his reaction speed, agility, etc., and all aspects of his body functions were improved. Suchen always manages to catch the crowbar before it falls to the ground. It can be said that under the influence of the crystal, Suchen's overall physical fitness and body functions were greatly improved. Time passes by little. The sky outside the window gradually brightened. Suchen got out of bed and opened the window curtains. There was still thick smoke in the sky outside, and the fire in the city seemed not to be over yet. The early morning sunlight was mostly blocked by the smoke. Suchen looked towards the community square downstairs and roughly counted that there were still about a dozen zombies wandering in the community square. Some zombies have entered other apartment buildings, and it is difficult to see their exact number. I guess he was attracted by other people. Just like in the apartment building where the 3 people who failed to pry the door last night were, Suchen could vaguely see crowds of people inside. It might be difficult for those 3 people to leave the apartment building again. Suchen walked to the kitchen, took out a few packets of biscuits and a piece of chocolate from the cupboard and started eating. Suchen had no habit of smoking, and there was not even a lighter in his home. It is also not practical to make a fire to heat food. You can't just turn into a primitive man and make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. I can only eat some biscuits and chocolate to quickly replenish energy and relieve hunger. I'll go out and visit my neighbors later to see if they have any items like lighters at home. After eating the biscuits and chocolates, my hunger was gone. Suchen ran back to the bedroom, unscrewed the thermos, and poured a glass of water. The water in here was boiled yesterday. After being left for a day, the hot water has long turned into warm water. After drinking a cup of warm water, Suchen felt better. The feeling of dry mouth is gone. At this time, it was bright outside. Thin rays of sunlight shine through the thick smoke onto the earth. Suchen changed into the blood-stained down jacket and pants he wore yesterday, with a fruit knife and house keys in his pocket. Holding the crowbar tightly in his hand, he was ready to go out. The crowbar in Suchen's hand passed through the armrests on both sides of the wooden sofa at the door from the side. Grabbing the back of the sofa with his left hand and the crowbar with his right hand, he lifted the entire wooden sofa with a slight lift. Suchen took the sofa used to block the door and stepped back a few steps, placing it next to the entrance. He then pulled the crowbar back from the sofa and walked to the security door. Snap! The sound of the security door's safety lock springing back into place was still echoing in the empty corridor. Suchen couldn't help holding his breath and listening to the noise outside. Even though he had foreseen that there were no zombies in the corridor outside the door, he still had to be cautious. Scenes flashed across Suchen's eyes. What he could be sure of now was that no zombies would appear in the corridor in the next minute. In a minute, zombies may appear in the corridor on the 4th floor at any time. Squeak! After a few seconds, the security door opened a crack. Suchen saw the corridor outside through the narrow gap in the door. No one. The corridor was empty, almost the same as yesterday. Suchen walked out of the room and closed the door casually. The corridor is not wide, and only 2 or 3 people can walk side by side. At a glance, everything in the corridor was visible, and there was no possibility of zombies hiding. Suchen glanced at the elevator sandwich between the 2 rooms and the corridor entrance next to the elevator. At this time, both elevators had lost power and were out of service. Don't worry about zombies suddenly jumping out of it. The only entrance for zombies to enter the 4th floor is the corridor. Suchen tiptoed to the corridor, leaned against the entrance, and looked at the stairs leading to the 3rd and 5th floors. The emergency lights in the corridor still emitted a dim light. The staircase and corridor were as quiet as ever, without a single ghost in sight. Squeak! Squeak! Suchen reached out and gently closed the fire door in the corridor to prevent any zombies from being attracted by the noise of him prying the door open. Perhaps it is because the fire door in the corridor is always open and the door axis cylindrical hinge makes strange noises as the fire door moves. Suchen's heart also began to beat faster. Fortunately, after the fire door was closed, there was no sound of zombies in the corridor. Suchen then breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes fell on the doors of the other 3 households. Suchen was sure that there would be no zombies in the corridor, so he stopped tiptoeing and walked straight to the door opposite his house. Boom, boom, boom. There was a dull knock on the door. Suchen wanted to attract the zombies to the door by using sound, but the room was silent. I tried turning the doorknob and found that the door was locked. Maybe the owner happened to not be at home yesterday? Suchen used his foresight to check the situation and found that he was still prying the door lock a minute later. Without getting any useful information, Suchen started to act directly. He smashed the crowbar in his hand directly into the locking point of the door lock. After smashing the crowbar between the door frame and the security door, Suchen used brute force to pry open the door lock. Squeak! The pure steel security door and door frame groaned in pain and slowly deformed under the prying of the crowbar. The gap between the security door and the door frame is getting bigger and bigger, and the lock tongue of the security door can be vaguely seen. Suchen pulled out the crowbar, found a new angle, and inserted the crowbar into the gap that had just been pried open. His goal was to destroy the lock slot on the door frame. As long as the lock slot cannot lock the lock tongue, the door can be opened. While Suchen was prying the door open, strange noises were heard from the other 2 households from time to time. Suchen didn't have time to pay attention to all this. Even if there are zombies inside, they cannot get out and cannot threaten their own lives. Click! After a few minutes, the lock slot on the door frame was finally destroyed by Suchen. The lock tongue of the security door opened without any restraint and was fixed by the magnet behind the door. The scene in the room is in full view. Chapter 9. Cleaning up zombies. At the door, a bloody head was lying on the ground, but the body was nowhere to be seen. The floor and walls of the entrance were splattered with dark red blood that had long since dried. A cold wind mixed with the smell of blood blew out of the house. Suchen frowned and walked into the room. Judging from the situation, there should be at least one other person here. Otherwise, where did this head come from? Then why was there no sound when the door was pried open just now? Suchen kicked the head on the ground and found that it was a zombie's head. The most obvious feature is that its pupils have turned grayish-white, completely unlike those of normal humans. Suchen inserted the crowbar in his hand into the broken part of the head, lifted it up, and brought it in front of him. A foul smell wafted into my nose. Suchen suppressed his nausea and grabbed the head, and found that the skull had been hollowed out. He rolled up his sleeves, reached into the broken cervical vertebrae, and reached for the zombie's head. I just felt something wet and soft in my hand, and a foul-smelling, unknown liquid flowed out from the broken end. Suchen didn't dare to breathe at all, and his face turned purple. He stirred his hand in the skull for a while, but did not find any crystal-like object. He simply pulled out all the tissues in the head and threw them on the ground. The stench almost drove Suchen away. Suchen couldn't bear it any longer and threw the head away. He turned around and walked out of the room, taking a few deep breaths of the bloody air in the corridor. Then, he gritted his teeth and went into the house again. Looking at the pile of foul-smelling tissue on the ground, Suchen used the crowbar in his hand to dig a few times but still couldn't find the crystal. Has it been robbed? Suchen felt a little depressed. He worked hard for a long time but got nothing, and his hands were smelly. Suchen stepped over the head on the ground and walked into the living room. The living room was also covered with a lot of blood, and a headless body was lying on the ground. There was also a series of bloody footprints on the ground, extending into a room. Suchen instantly became alert and slowly walked into the living room. The living room looked clean and tidy, but the blood-stained floor and furniture looked a little creepy. In particular, there was a headless corpse lying on the ground. Suchen ignored the headless corpse on the ground. He followed the footprints on the ground to the front of the room, holding the crowbar in his right hand, alert to the movements around him. Maybe the remaining person is not hiding in this room, but somewhere else. Suchen's eyes flashed through scenes, and his attention returned to the door in front of him. He tightened the crowbar in his right hand. His eyes were fixed on the door in front of him. He took 2 steps back and kicked the door lock hard. Bang! There was a dull thud, and wood chips flew from the door frame. The door opened, and a zombie suddenly appeared at the door. Suchen was obviously prepared, and he swung the crowbar in his hand from bottom to top. Puff! Suchen clearly felt that the crowbar in his hand had pierced something. His left hand subconsciously slid to the end of the crowbar and pressed down hard, while his right hand simultaneously lifted the crowbar upwards. The zombie had his chin pierced by the curved end of the crowbar, which went straight into his head. Suchen lifted the entire zombie into the air with a crowbar, without any leverage. His chin was held down by the crowbar, and he couldn't open his mouth. Its body was tied up with ropes, and only its forearms could move slightly, so it could not attack Suchen, who was only 60 centimeters away from it. One end of the rope is tied to the door handle of the door, and once someone opens the door, the zombie will be pulled to the door. Judging from the knots on its body, it must have tied itself up before turning into a zombie. The movable forearms are just right for tying knots in the ropes on the body. Suchen spun his crowbar, and the sheep's horn that was originally pointing upwards changed direction. The zombie hanging on the crowbar suddenly fell to the ground. A stream of black blood mixed with some white substance flowed out of the wound on the chin. But it was not dead yet, and it was still wriggling on the ground, trying to get closer to Suchen. Crack, crack, crack. His mouth kept biting, and the teeth collided with each other, making a clicking sound. Suchen stepped on its head and looked at the black blood on the crowbar in his hand. The curved end of the crowbar was about 10 centimeters long. It was inserted into the zombie's head from the chin, which should have damaged its brain. Why is it still moving now? His roar! The zombie wanted to raise its head and bite Suchen's leg, but Suchen stepped on its head so hard that it couldn't move at all. Is it not enough to injure the brain? Is it necessary to completely destroy the brain tissue? After all, there are so many parts in the brain, such as the left brain, right brain, cerebellum, brainstem, and God knows what controls the activities of the zombies. Suchen thought of the zombie with a hole in the head yesterday. He simply used the sharp end of the crowbar to pierce the zombie's brain and stirred it vigorously. Suchen could feel that when he stirred, the zombies under his feet instantly became motionless. Finally dead. Suchen pulled out a crowbar, squatted next to the zombie, and took out a fruit knife from his pocket. He gestured at the hole in the zombie's head to see how to dig out its brain more easily. Suchen took the fruit knife and scratched for a long time before finally making a cut. The fruit knife in my hand was severely bent and could no longer be used. Suchen threw the fruit knife aside and reached his fingers into his brain to search for a moment. Finally, I felt a smooth, hard lump that felt angular and didn't look like a bone fragment. Found it! Suchen's eyes lit up and he took out a blue crystal from the zombie's head. At the same time, a blue crystal fell from the zombie on the ground. Both pieces are almost identical to the crystal found yesterday. After observing for a moment, Suchen put away the two crystals and began to collect some useful supplies in the house. By the way, I also used the water in the toilet tank to wash off the blood on my hands. Avoid contaminating the collected food with bloodstains on your hands. Suchen searched the kitchen for a long time, but couldn't find any food. After rummaging through the drawers for a while, I finally found a few bags of instant noodles and some snacks. There wasn't even any rice in the kitchen, and it was obvious that the owner of the house had no habit of cooking at home. Either I often order takeout or go out to eat. The pots, pans, and utensils on the stove were covered with a thin layer of dust. There is no trace of fireworks in the house. Suchen found a plastic bag, put a few bags of instant noodles and snacks in it, and held it in his hand. I walked around the house again, but didn't find anything useful. Then he turned around and left with the snacks in his hand. After putting the things at home, Suchen went to the door of the neighbor's house with a crowbar. Ho ho ho! This time, before Suchen even got close to the door, he heard a low growl coming from inside. Without saying a word, Suchen picked up the crowbar and pushed it into the crack of the door. With previous experience, Suchen pried open the security door with ease. The zombies in the house were also attracted to the door by the noise of Suchen prying the door open, and they kept banging on the security door. Suchen was not going to tolerate it. He took 2 steps back and kicked the door. The door opened instantly, and the zombie at the door was knocked several meters away by the huge force and fell to the ground. Before it could get up, Suchen quickly stepped forward and stabbed the crowbar in his hand into its head. Puff! Black blood slowly flowed out from the holes in the zombie's head and mouth. Suchen stirred it vigorously and pulled the crowbar out of the zombie's head. Blood and brain matter continued to flow out of the wound. The zombies beneath his feet are deader than dead. Suchen did not rush to open the zombie's head, but walked into the house carefully with the crowbar. After a rough walk around the house, Suchen did not find any other zombies, so he relaxed his vigilance. He turned around and started looking for something useful in the house. This time, Suchen found half an open bag of rice and some seasonings in the kitchen. There is also a small water tank on the stove with several liters of clean water in it. But it is embedded in the stove and cannot be taken away. Suchen didn't have any extra water containers to hold water, so he had to give up. At worst, he could just come back to get it when he needed it. There are still some vegetables in the refrigerator, but they don't look very fresh. Suchen didn't care about all that and just packed them all up and took them away. Finally, I found a small gas stove and 12 gas cylinders for the gas stove in the cabinet. When Suchen saw this thing, his eyes lit up. This is a good thing. It is easy to use it to boil water, cook meals, and heat food. And there are so many gas tanks here, they should be able to last for a while. Suchen was in a good mood. I originally wanted to find a lighter to start a fire, use some flammable materials as fuel to heat food, and experience the feeling of a primitive man. Now, we have found the gas stove and have evolved directly into the industrial age. Suchen put everything he found on the table in the restaurant. He searched the house for a while. After making sure nothing was left out, Suchen took all the food and the gas stove back home. Then, he turned back and prepared to deal with the zombie corpse at the door. Like the two zombies in the household just now, Suchen threw them directly out of the window. If their bodies were left to rot in the room, I wonder how disgusting the smell would be. Suchen picked up a crowbar and smashed a fist-sized hole in the zombie's head, and brain matter flowed all over the floor from the wound. The brain tissue inside had already been smashed to pieces. Suchen saw the blue crystal sandwich between the brain tissue at a glance. After putting it into his pocket, Suchen dragged the zombie body to the window. He picked it up and threw it downstairs. Thump! A muffled sound came from the concrete floor downstairs. There weren't many zombies wandering around. They were just attracted by the noise. After seeing that there was no fresh blood and flesh, he turned and left. Suchen was relieved to see that not too many zombies were attracted. He turned and left the room, not forgetting to close the door before leaving. Suchen came to the last door on the 4th floor without having to test whether there were zombies inside. Just standing at the door, a strong smell of blood rushed to Suchen's head, accompanied by a strange creaking sound in the room. Suchen knocked on the door and seemed to hear some movement at the door, and the sound in the house disappeared instantly. Suchen paused and did not hear any sound of zombies approaching the door. The house fell into an eerie silence. If it's a zombie, it should be attracted by the sound and smell by now, right? Suchen frowned slightly, unsure whether it was a zombie or not. Could it be that there are living people inside? Suchen shook his head. With such a strong smell of blood, something must have happened. It is impossible for an ordinary person who is defenseless to kill zombies unscathed. Suchen stood at the door, images flickering in his eyes and his consciousness immersed in memories. What's this? In the picture, the moment Suchen opened the door, a black shadow jumped out. Soon, the contents are tiny. However, it can now be confirmed that the things inside are definitely not zombies. Or rather, it's not a humanoid creature. It's ridiculously fast. Even the predicted image did not show its appearance clearly. Or maybe my eyes can't keep up with its speed. Suchen narrowed his eyes and didn't even have time to react. You should know that after your body has been strengthened, your physical qualities in terms of strength, speed, flexibility, endurance, and reaction are far superior to those of ordinary people. Is your reaction speed still too slow? Chapter 10 Zombie Cat. After a few seconds, Suchen came back to his senses. His consciousness was immersed in the predicted memory. Fortunately, the thing inside did not run out to attack me. After digesting the memory of the next 10 minutes, Suchen began to pry open the door with a crowbar. I have to clean this floor today. How can I allow others to snore next to my bed? Although that thing was moving so fast that I couldn't catch its movements with my own eyes. However, you can use your foresight to predict its attack trajectory in advance. Bang, bang, bang. The crowbar hit the gap between the door and the door frame violently, and Suchen pried open the gap with force. Creak, creak. The sound of metal squeezing and deforming continued to echo in the corridor. Not long after, there was a click from the security door, and it was pried open by Suchen. Suchen pulled out the crowbar that was stuck in the door. His muscles were tense all the time, and his heart beat faster involuntarily. Suchen stood in the silent corridor and could even hear his own heartbeat clearly. His eyes flashed through scenes, predicting the attack trajectory of the thing inside in advance. What Suchen was worried about was what the creature behind the door was. You must know that unknown enemies are the most terrifying. However, now is not the time to think about what the enemy is. You should be able to see what it looks like soon. Bang! Suchen raised his foot and kicked a dent in the security door, which opened immediately. The door slot pieces on the door frame fell to the ground with a clanking sound. It's like reminding the creatures in the house, it's time for dinner. Suchen did not stay at the door stupidly. He immediately moved sideways and hid by the door. He used the wall at the door as a cover and stared at the door. Before Suchen could take firm steps, a dark shadow flashed out from the door and passed straight through the place where he had just stood. The black shadow seemed not to have expected Suchen to hide sideways by the door, and instead threw himself directly onto the wall opposite the door. Bang! The wall seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and even the floor of the corridor shook. I saw two 5-centimeter dents on the wall 1.8 meters above the ground, which were smashed by a pair of claws. The wall near the pit was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the white lime on the wall was falling down with a rustling sound. A cat, stained black by the zombie's black blood, hung on the pit in the wall. This speed, this power. The attack just now was clearly aimed at his own head. Suchen was shocked and did not stop moving his hands. He swung the crowbar in his hand suddenly and hit the cat on the wall. The cat's attack missed, and it quickly turned around and looked in the direction of Suchen. There was no visible black pupil in either eye. Zombification. Suchen was alert in his heart, with images flashing in his eyes constantly, quickly acquiring information about the future. Huh! The crowbar was swung quickly, causing the surrounding air to vibrate and make a whirring sound. The bent end of the crowbar stabbed straight into the kitten hanging on the wall. Just as the crowbar was about to hit the kitten on the wall, its claws used the dent created to gain momentum and rushed upwards. The crowbar in Suchen's hand happened to nail the kitten's tail into the wall. Meow! A sharp and rapid voice came from the kitten. The kitten's tail was caught in the bend of the crowbar, and its hind legs missed the target and stepped on the crowbar. Without saying a word, Suchen raised his leg and kicked the nailed kitten. Perhaps it saw Suchen's attack, and it kicked the crowbar under its feet with its hind legs. The force was so great that it almost kicked out the elbow that was nailed into the wall. Tear! The sound of flesh tearing came from the kitten. Suchen watched the black kitten forcefully jump upwards. A bloody tail was left on the wall. It had already jumped to the ceiling of the corridor, and its 1-centimeter-long claws stretched out from its paw pads, firmly grasping the wall. Suchen kicked in the air and pulled the crowbar out of the wall with both hands. His eyes were fixed on the kittens jumping left and right on the walls in the corridor. It is extremely fast, and even without a tail, it does not affect its movement. Suchen held the crowbar tightly, and his foresight constantly calculated the timing of attacking it. The problem now is that kittens are relatively small, agile, and extremely fast. It's hard to attack it by yourself. Every time I make a move, it responds quickly. It's too difficult to deliver a fatal blow. I just left half of its tail behind, so it might not be easy to get close to it again. A man and a cat confronted each other in the corridor. The kitten, which was running around, saw Suchen standing there without moving. So it hunched over and landed on the corridor, its hair standing on end, its gray pupils staring at Suchen. After becoming a zombie, do you still have the instincts you had before you were alive? Suchen muttered to himself, with images flashing in his eyes. The next moment, the kitten in the corridor rushed straight towards Suchen. When the distance was still 1 meter, the kitten jumped high and pounced towards Suchen, and its 4 sharp claws popped out from its pads. It took less than a second for the kitten to rush to me. Even though he had foreseen this scene, Suchen's physical reaction was still a beat slower than the cat's. Suchen could only step back half a step, keep some distance from it, raise the crowbar in his hand, and sweep it towards it, trying to intercept it. Tear! The moment the two sides came into contact, the kitten's sharp claws scratched Suchen's forearm 4 times in succession. Each scratch was extremely heavy. It itself was swung away by Suchen's crowbar and smashed into the corridor. Suchen only felt a burning pain in his forearm. The down jacket on his body burst open, revealing the down inside. Suchen's face looked a little ugly, with traces of blood oozing from his forearms, staining his clothes red. Even with the help of predictive ability, the gap in body structure is still difficult to make up. A cat's body is a natural predator, and its skeleton evolved for speed and flexibility. The reaction speed of an average cat is about 2 to 4 times faster than that of a human. After becoming a zombie, these values also increase greatly. After tasting the blood, the kitten in front of him screamed in excitement. Brute! Suchen cursed inwardly and swung the crowbar in his hand at the kitten that was about to fall to the ground. At this time, the kitten was still in the air and was about to fall back to the ground. It was in a state of having exhausted its old strength, but not yet generated new strength, and there was no other leverage point to allow it to avoid Suchen's attack. Bang! Suchen hit the kitten's back with a crowbar, knocking the kitten directly from the air to the ground. The huge force caused cracks to appear on the ground beneath the kitten. The bent end of the crowbar went straight through the kitten's body, pinning it to the ground. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the crowbar in Suchen's hand, unless it splits its body in half. Suchen did not hesitate and stepped on its head. We finally hit it. We can't let it run away. Suchen exerted a little force, and there was a creaking sound of bones rubbing against each other under his feet. A stream of black blood flowed from under Suchen's feet. This is in stark contrast to the blood dripping from Suchen's arm. I felt that the zombie cat under my feet had stopped moving. Suchen quickly let go of the crowbar and covered the wound on his forearm. We can't let the blood continue to flow. Those zombies will come to you like sharks smelling blood. Suchen temporarily bandaged the wound with clothes to stop the bleeding. Then he looked down at the zombie cat under his feet. At this time, the cat's head had been deformed by Suchen's step, and it was lying on the ground with no sound. Suchen pulled out the crowbar that was stuck in its body and hit it on the head a few more times. The little head was suddenly broken open, and white brain matter flowed out from the wound. A blue crystal also rolled to the ground along with the brain matter. Suchen squatted down, picked up the crystal on the ground, and looked at it carefully. Except for the size, it was basically the same as the crystal of the zombies. Seeing that the kitten was dead, Suchen picked up the crowbar and walked into the house. A foul smell came to his nose, and Suchen covered his nose unconsciously. I saw two dismembered bodies lying on the floor of the living room. Broken limbs were scattered all over the living room. His clothes had lots of scratches and bloodstains. There were teeth marks on the bones at the broken limbs, obviously torn off by something. This must be the masterpiece of that zombie cat. Suchen felt a chill when he saw this. These two people probably never thought that the cat they raised would actually dismember them. Suchen went around the living room and found the kitchen to collect the food and water he needed. After searching for a long time, Suchen found a dozen packets of instant noodles and a box of mineral water. Instead, I found a lot of cat food, such as freeze-dried food, canned cat food, etc. The variety is quite complete. Suchen shook his head. This cat eats better than humans. Suchen took the food and water and left the room. Before leaving, Suchen kicked the cat's body into the room and closed the door. The blood on the ground has been covered with foul-smelling black blood. Suchen didn't know whether this would attract zombies. He didn't have time to clean up the mess in the corridor, and the clothes bandaged with the wound were already stained red with blood. Suchen returned home with his things and locked the security door. Place what you brought back on the dining table. Then, he picked up the medicine box from under the coffee table in the living room and went to the bathroom. Suchen placed the medicine box on the sink, took off his clothes, untied the bandage on his arm, revealing 13 bloody wounds. Suchen looked at the swollen wound, gritted his teeth, took out a bottle of medical alcohol from the medicine box and poured it on the wound. Hiss! As the wound was cleaned with alcohol, it felt a stinging sensation. Suchen endured the pain and poured out half of the alcohol in his hand. Damn, I wonder if zombie cats will infect humans? And the cat doesn't have rabies or anything? Suchen muttered as he put away the alcohol, then took out a bandage from the medicine box to bandage the wound. After finishing his work, Suchen changed into a clean set of clothes. Throw the blood-stained clothes you got from going out into the bathroom and change into them the next time you go out. Suchen returned to the living room carrying the medicine box, sat down on the sofa, and shook his numb arms. How long does it take for someone to turn into a zombie after being captured? Or will rabies invade the nerves first? Suchen murmured to himself, feeling indescribably complicated. Then, as if he had thought of something, he smiled bitterly and said, "The cat food of that cat is so good, it should have been vaccinated. You don't have to worry about rabies. This is also good news." Suchen simply lay down on the sofa. Continuously using his predictive ability made him very tired. "I feel a little dizzy. Am I going to turn into a zombie? Isn't this virus invading too quickly?" Suchen whispered something to himself and fell asleep. Chapter 11 Strengthen Again. Hoo hoo hoo. A sound similar to that of a tractor was heard outside the window. Suchen, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, was also awakened by the noise. Who's driving a tractor like he's dying? Suchen opened his eyes in a daze, muttered something, and the sound of the tractor was getting closer and closer to his ears. Suchen was stunned for a moment, then sat up. No, where did the tractor come from in the city? Suchen shook his head to wake himself up and listened to the sound outside the window. Why does this sound a bit like the noise made by a helicopter rotor? Suchen also reacted and quickly walked to the window and looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky, the fire in the city had shrunk a lot, and most of the smoke had dissipated. I believe it won't be long before the thick smoke in the air completely dissipates. Suchen stretched his neck and looked for a long time, but there was no sign of the helicopter. There was only a noise coming from a distance, as the view from the fourth floor was limited after all. Has there been any help? Suchen felt a little excited. At the same time, he also saw several other apartment buildings where survivors had written SOS on white sheets and hung them outside the windows. Perhaps that way it would be easier to be found by helicopters in the sky. Suchen stood by the window, stretched his body, and yawned. The muscles at the wound on my forearm were accidentally pulled, causing waves of pain. Suchen looked at the dozen or so wounds on his arms caused by the zombie cat. How long have I been asleep? Suchen took off his down jacket and rolled up his sleeves to check the wound on his forearm. The bandage on the wound oozed a trace of bright red blood. Suchen carefully untied the bandage, revealing the slightly red and swollen wound. The bleeding from the wound has stopped, and a thin layer of blood scab has formed on the surface. It looks similar to a normal cat scratch, except that it is slightly red and swollen. It's just normal swelling, no purulent inflammation. I didn't feel anything wrong with my body. Gurgle, gurgle. Suchen's stomach suddenly growled. The packets of biscuits and chocolates I had for breakfast had long been digested. I should have slept for a few hours, right? Suchen rebandaged himself, put on his down jacket, and checked the time on his phone. 4 hours had passed. He stood up and walked to the kitchen table. It was filled with food, water, and other supplies found in the morning. Suchen took out the gas stove and fiddled with it for a while before installing the gas tank. Light a fire. Ignite. Watching the gas stove ignite successfully, Suchen closed the gas valve and began to select ingredients. Suchen set his sights on vegetables that were the most difficult to preserve. Some of the leaves of the vegetables brought back from outside have become dry and yellow and appear to have little moisture. I'm afraid it's going bad soon, so I need to eat it as soon as possible. Suchen picked some vegetables and started working in the kitchen. Soon, a fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. Suchen fried a side dish and opened a can of luncheon meat. Considering that it takes too long to cook porridge or stew rice, it wastes too much gas in the gas tank. Suchen opened a can of 8 treasure porridge and ate it along with the dishes on the plate. When the time comes, see who has a gas cylinder and move his gas cylinder over. You can cook rice and porridge by yourself. If that doesn't work, think of other ways. We can't waste 2.5 bags of rice. After dinner, Suchen burped and cleaned up the empty cans on the table. Sort the food and water you found in the morning into categories in your locker. Only leave some vegetables that cannot be stored for a long time on the table. Then, Suchen found a steamer, took away the steamer on top, and used the steamer at the bottom to boil water. After more than 10 minutes, the water in the pot began to boil and water droplets condensed on the lid. Suchen turned off the gas valve of the cassette stove and ignored the boiling water in the pot, letting it cool naturally. Because he thought of something more important. Those 3 crystals. Suchen hurried to the bathroom and pulled off the battlesuit pants hanging on the hanger. He took out 3 blue crystals from his pocket. Seeing the 3 blue crystals in his hand, Suchen's nervous expression eased a little. However, previous speculation was also overturned. Regarding the issue of the crystal turning into liquid yesterday, Suchen guessed that it might be because it was exposed to the air for too long that it turned into liquid. After all, it fell out of a zombie's head, so maybe it will change after being away from the zombie's head for a period of time. However, it turns out that the amount of time spent away from the zombie's head has nothing to do with it. The 3 crystals were still intact and placed in front of Suchen. Suchen hung his pants on the clothes rack again and left the bathroom with the 3 crystals. He returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa, placing the 3 crystals on the coffee table one by one. The light can also pass through the crystal and cast a blue halo on the coffee table. No matter how you look at it, they look like a solid crystal, and it is unlikely that they will suddenly turn into liquid. Suchen picked up a piece of crystal and examined it carefully. He subconsciously pinched the crystal with his fingers, wanting to test its hardness. Crack! Cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the crystal, and a sticky blue liquid seeped out from the cracks. The originally hard crystal slowly melted into liquid at the fingertips. Suchen watched this scene silently and wanted to use the cup on the table to catch the liquid. Unexpectedly, they were like tentacles, and they had already drilled under the skin of the fingers before they reached the hands. Suchen's face changed when he saw this. Thinking of the severe pain he had suffered last night, his heart trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, a scorching hot current flowed through every corner of Suchen's body. Suchen only felt his body was warm, completely different from the severe pain last night. The muscles and bones throughout the body feel further strengthened by this heat flow. The wound on my forearm felt numb and tingling, and it felt like it was about to heal. Suchen took off his coat and untied the bandage on his arm. As soon as the bandage was untied, the blood scab on his forearm was removed, revealing pink, new skin. Suchen reached out and touched the wound to make sure it was not an illusion. The wound has completely healed. The wounds have all healed. Suchen was also a little confused. His physical condition was frighteningly good. He even felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. Suchen thought that he was fine after being drenched by the black rain. So if he wanted to turn into a zombie, he would have done so long ago. First, see how strong you are now. Suchen simply threw away the bandage in his hand, walked quickly into the kitchen, and first used the 2 bags of rice to test his current strength. Suchen picked up a 50-kilogram bag of rice with one hand and slowly raised his arm, keeping his arm parallel to the ground. 5 fingers tightly grasped the woven bag of rice. Suchen couldn't help but grin. If it were him before, it would have been difficult for him to hold the rice to his shoulders with both hands. Now, with one hand, I can lift 50 kilograms of rice to shoulder height without much effort. Suchen felt that he could still lift it with another bag, but there was no need. Suchen put down the bag of rice in his hand and turned back to the living room. He looked at the 2 crystals on the coffee table with shining eyes. This is good stuff. The improvement of his muscles and bones made Suchen feel more at ease. Even without rescue, Suchen was confident that he could survive in this city infested with zombies. Sometimes, even if you foresee the danger, you won't be able to deal with the zombies without sufficient strength. As long as there aren't too many zombies rushing towards him at once, Suchen is confident that he can deal with them. Call! Suchen sat on the sofa and let out a sigh. Looking at the 2 crystals, the crystal of the zombie cat seemed to be smaller. However, the color is 1 shade darker than that of the zombies. It looks more like blue, and the zombies' crystals are just light blue. Does strength have anything to do with the color of the crystal? Or is it because the cat's crystal is smaller and the liquid inside is concentrated, so the color is so dark? Suchen looked at them thoughtfully, then picked up the 2 crystals and squeezed them apart. Boom! The next moment, a heat stream that was 10 times hotter than before surged into Suchen's body. After this heat flow entered Suchen's body, it split into 2. One stream merged into Suchen's muscles and bones, while another stream flowed through his blood vessels and rushed straight into Suchen's brain. Suchen felt as if his head was about to explode and was filled with extreme pain. This situation lasted for more than 10 minutes before it eased. Suchen rubbed his temples with both hands. His head was dizzy, and he finally came to his senses. It seems that the effect of each crystal is different. Some are strong and some are weak. The reason why this heat flow is so strong is probably not because of using 2 crystals together. Rather, it is the crystal with a darker color that contains more heat flow or energy. It is the energy in the crystal that has enhanced my physical fitness and function so much. Thinking of the benefits these crystals would bring, Suchen picked up the crowbar beside him, went into the bathroom, changed into his blood-stained clothes, and prepared to go out. Click! Suchen locked the door before leaving. Because the 4th floor has been cleared, we need to go to other floors to check the situation. It would be troublesome if someone broke into the 4th floor and stole all my food while I was away. Suchen carefully opened the fire door of the corridor. The creaking sound of the fire door's hinges echoed through the corridor. The corridors were still quiet. Suchen opened a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through and squeezed out sideways. Standing between the corridors leading to the 3rd and 5th floors, scenes flashed through Suchen's eyes, and he ran upstairs without hesitation. Suchen ran to the door of the 5th floor with a crowbar and looked into the corridor on the 5th floor. No one, not even a zombie, was seen. There were 2 doors that were ajar. Probably those were the doors of the group of people who ran away last night. Suchen walked in to check, and sure enough, there was no one inside and no trace of blood or anything like that. The layout of the house looked very messy, as if a lot of things had been taken away. Suchen searched in the kitchen for a while, but found no food. Suchen only took a 15-centimeter boning knife from the knife rack and left the room. The same thing happened to another family. There were no signs of fighting or blood in the house. Suchen glanced at the doors of the remaining 2 households, and scenes flashed through his eyes. No zombies? Suchen simply turned around and left, not wasting time trying to pry open the door, and continued walking upstairs. It was not until he reached the top rooftop that Suchen collected 9 crystals. The corridors on the remaining 2 floors were empty. Several families fled overnight, leaving no food in their homes. Zombies appeared in only 5 households, and all the food in the houses was taken away by Suchen. Suchen walked to the rooftop with a crowbar in one hand and a large bag of food in the other. The wind on the rooftop was very strong, and it carried a burnt and bloody smell. Standing on the rooftop and looking down, the view is even wider. Suchen saw that more than a dozen cars had collided with each other on a street in the distance. There were even a few cars lying on the sidewalk, blocking the entire road. Some cars have exploded, and now only a black iron shell is left. An office building in the distance was still emitting black smoke, and the entire building was dark due to the fire. Most of the exterior glass on top was missing. I don't know if it was smashed by someone or exploded due to the high temperature. There were also helicopters hovering in the sky towards the city center. When Suchen saw the helicopters, he did not shout. Several helicopters were still several kilometers away from Suchen's location. Even if Suchen waved a piece of cloth, they might not be able to see it. After Suchen saw the situation around him clearly, he turned around and went downstairs to prepare to clear out the zombies below the 4th floor. Chapter 12: Leaving the apartment building. Bang! A blood-stained crowbar smashed into the zombie's head, and the huge force instantly caused the zombie to lose balance and fall to the ground. Suchen stepped on the zombie's head with one foot and pulled out the crowbar that had smashed into the zombie's head with one hand. Suchen squatted down, skillfully cut open the zombie's head with a sharp knife, took out a piece of blue crystal, and put it in his pocket. Then he threw the zombie body on the ground out of the window. The 13th crystal. He has now gone down to the 2nd floor and dealt with all the zombies there. This was the only family on the 2nd floor with their door closed, and the corpse lying on the ground was the only zombie on the 2nd floor. The doors of the other 3 households were open, and the insides were covered with black bloodstains. The only thing missing was the zombies. Those zombies must have been attracted out of the apartment building by the noise last night. Suchen walked out of the room, carrying a large bag of food, preparing to return to the 4th floor with the food. There is only an empty lobby on the 1st floor, so there is no need to go down. There might be a dozen zombies wandering around in the lobby. Besides, it is not convenient to deal with zombies with these foods. Return home. Suchen threw the collected food and water on the ground at the door. He turned around and ran into the bathroom and changed into clean clothes. The coat and pants were stained with the zombie's black blood and some yellow pus, and had a fishy smell. After changing his clothes, Suchen closed the bathroom door, picked up the food on the ground, and went to the kitchen. There was a bag of unsorted food on the table, collected from upstairs. Including the bag of food in my hand, today's harvest can only be considered average. Some people don't have any extra food at home and probably don't have the habit of hoarding food. After all, shopping is very convenient now, and vegetable markets and supermarkets can be found everywhere. Even if you stay at home, you can order takeout and have it delivered to your door. Most people don't buy a lot of food at one time and keep it in their home. It's getting late outside. Suchen saw the pot of boiled water on the gas stove and simply opened the gas valve to boil the water again. I'll just have a bowl of instant noodles in the evening. There aren't many vegetables left, so just blanch them in water and serve them as a side dish. Gudon, gudon. The water in the steamer continued to boil, and Suchen threw the washed vegetable leaves into the pot to cook. Then, open the instant noodles and throw in the noodle cake and seasoning packet. Then find 2 sausages and throw them into the pot and simmer for a few minutes. The aroma of instant noodles soon wafted out. Suchen closed the gas valve of the gas stove, placed the boiling hot steamer on the rag, and prepared to eat noodles with the steamer. By the time Suchen finished his noodles, it was getting dark outside. Suchen walked to the window and looked towards the community square. There seemed to be survivors in other apartment buildings who were communicating by writing using items such as curtains or bed sheets. Almost all the conversations among the survivors were about food and water. Many people haven't eaten for a day. Do you have any water source over there? No. I'm so hungry. Do you have any food? I only have a pack of instant noodles and 3 bottles of mineral water at home. We still have half a bag of rice, but we have no water, no electricity, and we can't cook. I'm so hungry too. There's nothing at home. Do you think there will be military rescue? It should be possible. Didn't you hear the sound of the helicopter just now? Well, it should be an army helicopter searching for survivors. Maybe we'll be rescued soon. Look, someone seems to have dropped a zombie out of the window in Building 5. It's impossible. How can anyone defeat those monsters? Suchen looked at the sheets and curtains with writing on them and felt mixed emotions in his heart. These people may not be communicating to get food from others. Instead, he is looking for psychological comfort in people who are similar to himself. They will comfort themselves in their hearts. At least, I'm not the only one who is hungry, seeing that everyone else is hungry. If someone comes out now and says that he already has food, those people will definitely feel unbalanced. Maybe he would rush out of the door and snatch that person's food when he gets angry. Suchen counted the residents who had hung up curtains and found that there were still about a dozen households alive. There may be some survivors who have not joined this communication, such as myself. Before last night, there should have been more survivors hiding in the community. Suchen thought to himself. What a pity. Suchen shook his head. From the rooftop, he saw that the intersection leading to the main road outside the community was completely blocked by cars. Hundreds of zombies gathered at that intersection. I guess some of these zombies are the survivors who escaped last night. Suchen turned his gaze to the zombies in the square. In order to get food, water, and crystals, he had to kill the zombies in the square. Only by clearing the zombies in the square can you go to the supermarket to collect supplies without any obstacles. At this time, there were only more than 30 zombies in the square, and they were standing scattered. Suchen calculated in his mind that if these zombies had not united, it would be easier to kill them one by one. If you are discovered as soon as you approach them and they gang up on you, your chances of winning may not be very high. Even if you win, you might still have a few teeth marks on your body. After observing the distribution of zombies in the community square, Suchen directly pulled the curtains. Crash! 13 pieces of crystals were scattered on the glass coffee table. Suchen turned on the flashlight and shone it on the coffee table. The blue crystal reflects a brilliant halo under the light. Suchen casually picked up 3 crystals and squeezed them open. He didn't dare to absorb too much at once, for fear that he would experience the severe pain of last night again, accompanied by blue liquid entering the body. The familiar heat flowed through my body again, and the fatigue from a busy afternoon was completely eliminated by this energy. Suchen could clearly feel that his body functions were gradually improving. However, the improvement is not as exaggerated as that of the zombie cat's crystal. After the energy in his body disappeared, Suchen picked up the 5 crystals again and squeezed them open. The familiar heat flow appeared again, and Suchen clearly felt that the improvement of his body functions became very slow. I wonder if it's because these things are used too much that the effects become less effective? Suchen picked up the 5 remaining crystals on the coffee table and crushed them, and the blue liquid instantly merged into his body. The strength of the body enhanced this time is not as much as that enhanced by the 5 crystals just now. Suchen stood up and stretched his body, and his bones crackled all over. Bang! Suchen punched the wall hard. In an instant, gravel flew everywhere, white ash scattered, and a huge noise echoed in the room. A 3-centimeter deep hole was smashed in the wall, revealing the red bricks inside. The surrounding walls were already cracked with spiderweb-like cracks. The tip of Suchen's fist only scratched the skin, causing slight redness and swelling, and even the bone was not injured. Suchen estimated in his mind that his current strength was about 3 to 4 times that before the zombies appeared. There may be some deviations, but generally speaking, they're not too different. All of this is caused by the crystal in the zombie's head. But where do the crystals in their heads come from? Suchen racked his brains, but couldn't figure out the problem. Perhaps scientists who specialize in studying zombie viruses have found the answer. Suchen looked at the fist-sized hole in the wall. After picking up the scattered rubble, he returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed. Outside the window, the roars of zombies could be heard from time to time. The city night scene that was once full of lights and wine, and where the night was as bright as the day, no longer exists. Suchen lay on the bed and looked out the window. The entire community was shrouded in darkness, and no survivor dared to turn on a flashlight. Tonight, probably no survivors will think of leaving the community. The next day, Suchen got up early in the morning and had breakfast in the kitchen. After changing into the blood-stained clothes in the bathroom, he prepared to go out with a crowbar and a boning knife. Today, he is going to leave the apartment building and kill more than 30 zombies wandering in the community square. It is best to close the sliding door of the community gate to prevent the zombies outside from wandering into the community. It will be convenient for you to enter the supermarket later and empty the supplies inside. Suchen walked to the window and checked the situation in the community square again. After confirming the exact number of zombies, he turned around and walked out of the house. Suchen went down to the second floor with ease and subconsciously slowed down his pace. The images in his eyes flashed, and the figures of 5 zombies appeared in Suchen's mind. Suchen frowned slightly. As expected, there were still zombies in the lobby on the first floor who had not left and were still wandering around in the lobby. Moreover, the distance between the zombies was not too far. Lobby, you will definitely attract their attention. At that time, I will need to deal with 5 zombies at the same time. As the saying goes, a random punch can kill a master. What's more, the strength of zombies is 2 or 3 times greater than that of ordinary people, and they're only slightly weaker than Suchen. Although he killed more than a dozen zombies yesterday, he was able to do so with the help of doors and crowbars. Without a door to block the zombies, Suchen had a harder time dealing with them. Suchen thought for a while and decided that just running down would not work. Although the lobby is spacious and easy to avoid zombie attacks, it is still easy to be surrounded by zombies. It is easier to solve the problem by attracting them into the narrow corridor. Suchen took a deep breath, walked to the corner of the corridor between the first and second floors, and looked towards the entrance of the corridor. The crowbar in his hand hit the metal stair railing rhythmically, making a loud sound. Clong, clong. Then a sound of metallic collision was heard in the lobby on the first floor. The 5 zombies that were originally wandering in the lobby all turned their heads and looked in the direction where the sound came from. A roaring sound came out of his mouth. Hearing the noise in the lobby, Suchen immediately stopped knocking on the stair railing to avoid attracting zombies outside the apartment building. He held the crowbar tightly in both hands, waiting for the zombies in the lobby to approach. The rustling sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer, and the stench in the air was becoming more and more suffocating. The zombies are getting closer and closer to the corridor. Suddenly, the zombies in the lobby seemed to have discovered something and ran towards the corridor at an accelerated speed. It seemed as if there was something in the corridor that attracted them. Suchen was still complaining that the zombies were moving too slowly the previous second, and the next moment he saw 5 zombies rushing into the corridor. The speed is no different from normal running. Seeing this, Suchen tensed up and held the crowbar tightly in both hands. He waited for the zombies to squeeze up the stairs, and then he used the crowbar to knock down from above just enough to hit their heads. Boom, boom, boom. Several zombies kept walking and crowded up the stairs. 3 zombies were forced to squeeze onto the stairs that were originally large enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The remaining 2 zombies could not squeeze in and could only follow behind them. When they saw Suchen turning the corner, they raised their arms one after another, trying to grab Suchen. Suchen grinned, swung the crowbar in his hand in an arc, and then smashed it hard at the zombie in front. Crack! The crowbar in Suchen's hand paused slightly and was blocked for a moment by the zombie's hard skull. Then, there was a slight sound of bone cracking, and the bent end of the crowbar smashed into the zombie's head. That zombie was knocked off his feet by the huge force above his head, which slightly blocked the progress of the other 4 zombies. Suchen pulled out the crowbar suddenly, and a stream of black blood gushed out from its head. The corpse immediately fell backwards, and the 2 zombies behind it fell down the stairs. The 2 zombies in front were not crowded with other zombies in the corridor, so their speed increased a lot. Soon he arrived in front of Suchen, only 3 steps away from him. Suchen calmly raised his foot and kicked another zombie down the stairs. The remaining zombie was about to touch the corner of Suchen's clothes, and it was trying to pounce on Suchen with its fangs and claws. Suchen suddenly lowered the crowbar in his hand, then raised it up suddenly, and the crowbar hit the zombie's chin hard. The zombie's wide-open mouth closed instantly, and it flew backwards towards the stairs. As it flew backwards, a small section of its bloody tongue fell on the stairs. Bang! At this time, the 3 zombies below had just crawled up, but were crushed under them again by the flying zombies. Suchen took 2 steps at a time and ran downstairs. Before he reached halfway, he jumped high and smashed the crowbar in his hand hard on the head of the zombie lying on the ground with a whistling sound. He landed firmly on the ground with both feet and stood in front of these zombies. At the bottom, there were 2 zombies being pinned down by 3 corpses. When they saw Suchen standing in front of them, they tried their best to get up and bite Suchen. Suchen did not hold back either. He pulled out the boning knife from his waist and stabbed it directly into their eye sockets, then rotated it around. He didn't stop until white brain matter came out of his eye sockets. He peeked into the lobby and made sure there were no zombies. Suchen squatted down, quickly cut open their heads with a sharp knife, and took out the crystal blocks. Ignoring the corpse at the stairs, Suchen walked quickly towards the door. Once you walk out the door, you will have to face more zombies. Moreover, there is no convenient terrain in the community square, so we can only compete with the zombies in speed. See how fast they surround you, or how fast you kill them. Chapter 13, Clearing the Square. Ho ho ho! The early morning sun shone on the community square, and rotten zombies were wandering around aimlessly. Suchen, who had just walked from the dim corridor to the door of the apartment building, felt a little uncomfortable in his eyes when he saw the sunlight outside. Just a few steps out of the door, Suchen felt that he stepped on a foreign object. When I looked down, I saw a zombie with only half of its body, and its lower half was missing. Suchen was stepping on its palm. The zombie raised its head and looked at Suchen, as if it had found its prey. The other hand quickly grabbed Suchen's trouser leg, and it used both hands to move its broken body quickly towards Suchen. Suchen only felt a huge force coming from his ankle. If it were an ordinary person, he might be dragged to the ground by this zombie if he was not careful. The zombie made a hoarse sound from its mouth, opened its mouth exaggeratedly, and even tore the corners of its mouth, revealing bloody gums on both sides. There were also some remnants of human tissue in its mouth. A foul odor emanated from its mouth, like the stench of a rotting corpse. Suchen didn't care about the nausea. He quickly lowered the end of the crowbar in his hand and stabbed it straight into the zombie's head. With a little force, the zombie's arms suddenly lost strength, and its raised head drooped down weakly. Suchen raised his leg, shook off the arm that was grabbing his trouser leg, and pulled the crowbar out of the zombie's head. However, now is not the time to dissect the zombies' heads. The square in front of the apartment building is full of wandering zombies. Suchen's eyes also adapted to the sunlight outside. The nearest zombie was only a dozen meters away from the door. As soon as Suchen walked out of the door of the apartment building, someone in the community noticed him. Most of the survivors trapped in the community have no means of entertainment and can only sit at home, waiting for rescue by government troops. So most of the time, they were paying attention to what was happening downstairs. When Suchen walked out of the door of the apartment building, he quickly attracted the attention of other survivors in the community. Is he stupid? He's leaving without taking anything. He's trying to save his life. There are so many unkillable monsters out there. How could he possibly leave? Someone was communicating by the window. The voice was not loud, but it was particularly harsh in the quiet neighborhood. Suchen looked up, but did not find the person who was speaking. However, the zombies in the square seemed to be attracted by the voice just now. Suchen did not stay at the door for long. He kept walking and trotted towards the zombie closest to the door. Suchen silently approached the zombies within 3 meters, and the slow-moving zombies finally reacted. Turning his head to look at Suchen, he was greeted by a blood-stained crowbar. Bang! The crowbar cracked the zombie's weak skull at its temple and smashed into its brain. In an instant, the zombie's brain burst out and black blood flowed everywhere. The corpse was also blown away by the huge force and fell on the grass nearby. With the soft grass acting as a cushion, the sound of the corpse falling to the ground did not attract the attention of other zombies. Suchen shook off the blood on the crowbar and continued to look for the next target. More and more survivors in the community are paying attention to Suchen. From time to time, there were noisy discussions which attracted quite a few zombies, which also helped Suchen a little. After Suchen secretly killed 7 zombies in a row, a zombie finally sensed the presence of human beings in the community square. Several zombies near Suchen turned their heads and looked around with their gray pupils, searching for any signs of human beings. He let out low growls from time to time, and there was no blood flowing out of the wounds on his body. Only a few strands of sticky yellow pus were hanging. The skin is dry and wrinkled, like old bacon that has been dried for a long time. There was no cover where Suchen was, so he could only quickly approach the zombies and kill them before they sent a signal to other zombies in the community. When the zombie looked at Suchen, Suchen also looked directly at it, and the two looked into each other's eyes. Suchen leaned forward directly, almost getting close to the zombie. Before the zombie could raise his arm to grab Suchen in front of him, the sharp spike at the end of the crowbar in his hand stabbed directly into the zombie's chin. The tail end of the crowbar pierced straight into the head about 20 centimeters. The zombie's struggling strength gradually disappeared, and his hands fell limply. Suchen pulled out a crowbar and used his elbow to push hard into the zombie's chest, knocking the corpse away. The corpse flew backwards with a deep dent in its chest, knocking down 3 zombies that were running towards Suchen. Suchen did not stop. Before they could even roar, he ran up to them and smashed them to death on the ground with the crowbar in his hand. This saves them the trouble of climbing up. But the noise here was too loud, and it was bound to be noticed by other zombies in the community. Suchen had just dealt with a few zombies that were pinned to the ground, and the remaining 21 zombies in the square all ran in this direction. The zombie closest to Suchen was only a dozen meters away, and it would take at most 2 seconds for him to run to Suchen. Suchen quickly judged the distance of the other zombies and decisively turned around to battle with the zombie closest to him. The bloodthirsty zombies quickly rushed towards where Suchen was. They bared their fangs and claws, exuding the unique stench of corpses, and their eyes were filled with desire for fresh flesh and blood. The crowbar in Suchen's hand turned upside down and turned into a pistol. The bend of the crowbar became the tail end, and the original spike of the tail end was facing the zombies. The crowbar has great destructive power when swung, but the amplitude of the movement is too large, and the attack speed is still a bit slow. Sometimes the bend of the crowbar may get stuck in the zombie's skull, making it unsuitable for dealing with a siege by a large number of zombies. Suchen didn't wait for the zombies to get close, but took the initiative to rush towards the nearest zombie. The discussions in the community were heard again, much louder than before. Apparently, they saw that the zombies were attracted by Suchen, and they began to communicate with each other unscrupulously. He's dead. There are over 20 zombies running towards him. There's no way he can escape. These zombies are too fast, faster than when I took the physical test for the college entrance examination. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, there was a loud noise of door smashing coming from an unknown building, and the other buildings suddenly became quiet. They forgot that there were zombies roaming the building as well. Because Suchen's building was close to the car that crashed into the street lamp during its failed escape, all the zombies in the building were attracted out. Other buildings did not have this treatment, and half of the people who thought about escaping on the first night were kept in the building by zombies. Suchen ignored the gossip of those people and ran straight towards the nearest zombie. The zombie watched Suchen getting closer and closer, and subconsciously waved his hands in the air a few times. Suchen grasped the bent end of the crowbar in his right hand and stabbed it hard at the zombie's head. Puff! The crowbar went straight into the zombie's eye. The zombie's eyeballs were instantly smashed by the crowbar, and the brain tissue behind the eyes burst out of the eye sockets. Suchen shook his left hand, and the crowbar moved around in the zombie's head, right next to its eye sockets. In the blink of an eye, the zombie lost its strength. The whole body hung limply on the crowbar. Suchen swung the zombie's body with force, and it flew out and hit the zombie that was running towards him. At this time, the rest of the zombies surrounded Suchen and were only a few meters away. Suchen knew clearly that he couldn't let these zombies form an encirclement, otherwise he would be in trouble. Suchen rushed towards the 2 zombies that had just been hit by the corpse with a crowbar. When passing by the 2 zombies, Suchen jumped over them directly and subconsciously stepped on the head of one of the zombies with 1 foot. There was only a crisp sound, and Suchen didn't know whether the zombie was dead or not. He was just trying to break out of the zombie's encirclement. Behind him, there were dense footsteps, and Suchen turned his head to take a look. I saw more than a dozen zombies stepping over the 2 fallen zombies. Most of the flesh on the faces of the 2 zombies that fell to the ground had been trampled off, revealing their white skulls. Before Suchen could even take a second look, 19 zombies were already following him closely. If you relax even a little, they will catch up with you, knock you to the ground, and eat your flesh and blood. Suchen kept running at full speed, leading the dozen or so zombies around in circles in the community square. Some zombies with injured and deformed limbs had fallen behind. Suchen turned around and used the crowbar to sweep at the legs of the zombie running in front. Crack! A sound of broken bones was heard from the zombie's leg. Suchen retracted the crowbar and accelerated away from the dozen zombies without looking back. The zombie was knocked down by the huge force and was stepped on by a group of zombies, so it couldn't catch up for a while. Some zombies were tripped and fell to the ground by the fallen zombie. Seeing that the number of zombies following him had been almost wiped out, Suchen turned around and launched a surprise attack. With one hand, he pulled out the boning knife hanging on his waist and used it like a throwing knife to shoot at the head of another zombie. Call out! The sharp knife flew out of his hand, spun twice in the air, and accurately stabbed into the zombie's head. It's a pity that the knife didn't penetrate the zombie's head, and the sharp knife was stuck on the zombie's skull. The zombie with a sharp knife on its head pounced on Suchen together with 7 other zombies. Suchen gripped the crowbar tightly with both hands, stabbed hard at the head of one of the zombies, and then lifted it up. The zombie's body was lifted off the ground by the crowbar in Suchen's hand, and its limbs hung down limply. Suchen's eyes lit up when he saw this. The muscles in his hands bulged, and he used the crowbar to pick up the corpse weighing hundreds of pounds and threw it at the pursuing zombies. The power of the corpse itself plus its inertia directly knocked out several zombies that were chasing it. Suchen quickly stepped forward and kicked the zombie that had just stood up. The crowbar in his hand was like a pistol, stabbing straight into the zombie's head. The zombie's heart has stopped working, there is no fresh blood flowing in the body, and the blood in the body will not splash out like that of a living person. With a puff sound, black blood and brain matter slowly emerged from the zombie's head. Roar! 3 more zombies crawled up from the ground and pounced forward. Suchen looked at the zombies that pounced on him almost at the same time. He kicked one of them away and then blocked it in front of him with a crowbar in his hand. Wait until the zombies get close, then press down the crowbar with both hands to force down the raised arms of the 2 zombies. Then, he used all his strength to lift the horizontal crowbar upwards. The 2 zombies' chins were hit by the crowbar, and their heads suddenly tilted up with a crisp sound coming from their necks. Suchen then took 2 steps forward, approached the 2 zombies, and pushed forward with the crowbar in his hand. The 2 zombies that were originally running forward suddenly lost their balance and fell to the ground. The crowbar in Suchen's hand quickly left a big hole on their heads. At this time, the zombies that had fallen behind just now surrounded them again, and the 4 zombies that had fallen to the ground also climbed up again. When Suchen saw that the situation was not good, he ran away immediately. Suchen was running in front, and the 14 zombies were chasing him relentlessly from behind. There was another zombie that was still lying at the place where Suchen had knocked him down, unable to get up for a long time. It was not known whether his spine was broken by the zombies behind him, causing his lower body to be paralyzed. The survivors watching in the community were all numb. Who is this? He doesn't look very strong. Why is he so brave? Could it be that the zombies outside are just fancy things that look good but are useless? You can go out and try? In the square, Suchen led a dozen zombies and circled again. Wait for a suitable opportunity and strike again. Suchen's breathing became a little heavier, and sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead. The difference in speed of the zombies behind him was once again reflected. Some zombies whose legs were eaten or whose legs were sprained during their lifetime are naturally forced to run much slower than other zombies. When Suchen saw that the number of zombies was almost the same, he turned around again and stabbed the zombies behind him with a stick. After the zombie hit the crowbar, its body took 2 steps forward. It looked like it had crashed into us on its own initiative. Suchen didn't have time to shake off the zombie on the crowbar, and the other zombies had already rushed in front of him. After dodging the oncoming zombies by leaning sideways, he stabbed out with the crowbar in his hand again, piercing through the first zombie's head and poking into the eye socket of the second zombie. Suchen has already figured out the weak spots in the zombies' heads. The eye sockets, ears, temples, chins, and other areas that are not covered by bones or are covered with only a thin layer of bones are easier to break. After getting rid of the 2 zombies, Suchen's pressure was greatly reduced, and he only had to face 2 zombies. The remaining zombies were still stumbling behind. Suchen pulled the crowbars out of the 2 zombies' heads, shook off the excess black blood on them, and quickly approached the 2 zombies. The 2 zombies seemed to have no idea what life and death were, and they rushed straight towards where Suchen was. Suchen swept the crowbar in his hand as if he was cleaning up garbage and swept the 2 zombies several meters away. The 2 zombies rolled on the ground for several times before slowly getting up from the ground. The bones in his limbs were somewhat misaligned, and walking felt a little unnatural. It looks like it's dislocated. Suchen let out a long sigh, finally stopped and stood there to rest, waiting for the zombies to slowly come forward. Maybe it would be cooler to light a cigarette now? Suchen heard the sounds coming from other buildings in the community and thought to himself, but it's just a thought. After all, he can't smoke, which is really a pity. Besides, the zombies are right before our eyes, so there is no time for all these fancy things. While Suchen took a few deep breaths, the zombies came up to him one after another. There was some space between them, enough for Suchen to kill them one by one slowly. Chapter 14: Supermarket Giant Corpse. Suchen swung the crowbar like he was playing whack-a-mole, hitting the zombie's head from top to bottom. The skulls of the zombies that were hit on the head were all dented without exception. His whole body collapsed to the ground as if it had been hit by a heavy object. Of course, this level of attack did not completely damage their brains. After they fell to the ground, They lay on the ground and slowly crawled towards Suchen. Suchen ignored the zombies crawling on the ground and concentrated on hitting the zombies running towards him with a crowbar. Only when the zombies on the ground get close to him will he raise his feet and crush their skulls. Let the skull fragments destroy their brains. Suchen stood still, with 7 or 8 zombie corpses lying in front of him. The survivors in the community have become somewhat numb. These zombies, which were like wild beasts in their eyes, seem to be just a group of fools in Suchen's hands. We are all trapped here. Why are you the only one who is so showy? However, they did not dare to follow Suchen's example and go out to fight the zombies. After all, they were not so stupid as to think that they could do it just because they saw others could do it. It is better for people to have some self-knowledge. Suchen had no idea what the people in the community were thinking. The crowbar in his hand kept swinging and hitting the zombie's head. The vibration from the crowbar made Suchen's arm numb. Fortunately, there are not many zombies that can stand normally in the square. After Suchen smashed the last zombie's head with force, the crowbar in his hand flew out of his hand and stabbed into the head of a zombie on the ground. Suchen shook his numb arms and found the sharp knife he had just shot among a pile of corpses on the ground. After Suchen got the knife back, he looked up and pretended to stretch his body, but in fact he was observing the movements upstairs. From the corner of my eye, I saw many people watching me from the window. Suchen frowned slightly. How could these people watch him cut open the zombies' heads? He glanced around and shook his head. He didn't want to think too much about it for now and decided to block the gate of the community first. Suchen picked up the crowbar and walked quickly towards the gate of the community. Approaching the gate of the community, Suchen saw the scene outside the community at a glance. The glass doors of the shops on both sides of the road were completely shattered, and the goods and decorations inside were in a mess. The white wall was stained with a layer of black blood. The cars on the road collided with each other, and the front hoods were lifted up. The interior of the car was covered in blood, and sitting in the driver's seat was the driver, who had turned into a zombie and was struggling to get out of the car. The streets were littered with garbage and broken glass, and there were large patches of blood on the ground. It was completely different from its former prosperity. Dozens of zombies were wandering on the streets. Some were scratching vehicles, some were hanging around in front of shops, and some were walking towards the residential area. Suchen quickly retracted his head and forced the electronic sliding door shut with his hands. Fortunately, the sliding door is used frequently and does not make much noise when closed. After closing the gate of the community, Suchen breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could concentrate on emptying the community supermarket. Suchen thought about it, walked to the community square, hooked the zombie's body with the bent end of the crowbar in his hand, and dragged it towards the community gate. 1, 2, until all the bodies lying in the community were dragged to the gate of the community. Suchen was shocked to find several more corpses. These corpses were unrecognizable. Obviously, their brains were bitten by zombies. They should be humans and did not turn into zombies. After all, there were already many broken limbs in the community. Suchen was too lazy to distinguish them and just dragged them all to the entrance of the community. "What is he doing?" someone asked in a low voice. But no one responded to him. Everyone was watching Suchen's actions. Suchen squatted down, and the stench from dozens of zombies almost suffocated him. However, for the sake of the crystal in the zombie's head, Suchen had no choice but to endure it. Suchen used his body to block the view of others, and with the sharp knife in his hand, he quickly cut open the zombie's head and took out the crystal inside. The bodies were then placed behind the sliding door, with more than 30 bodies slowly piled up layer by layer to form a wall of corpses. The structure seems a bit loose, and it might even collapse if rushed by zombies. However, it can at least hinder the zombies a little. After Suchen finished all this, he stood up and touched the more than 30 pieces of crystal in his pocket, feeling extremely happy. Next, all we have to do is empty the supermarkets, and we won't have to worry about food for a long time. Suchen returned to the community square and headed straight towards the supermarket. Everyone was moved when they saw Suchen's actions. That's a supermarket. The majority of the things inside were food, water, and some daily necessities that the survivors urgently needed. Supermarkets don't just have shelves full of food. There may also be a lot of stored food in warehouses. Everyone was very excited because they were almost out of ammunition and food. If they had the supplies from the supermarket, they might be able to eat for a while and should be able to hold on until help arrives. Suchen, who was walking in the community square, didn't know that the people upstairs had already set their sights on the supermarket. It's just that in other buildings, there are more or less some zombies wandering around. No one dared to go out and compete with Suchen for the supermarket's resources. Hey, little brother, are you going to the supermarket? Can you bring me some food? Suddenly, a soft female voice sounded. Suchen walked forward on his own, pretending not to hear. Want food? Why don't you come down and kill the zombies yourself? After I kill all the zombies, you still want me to give you the supplies? You are so shameless. When the survivors in the community saw someone start speaking, they all started to speak. Brother, I haven't eaten for almost a day. Can you give me some food? Brother, I'm starving. Please give me some food. Even a bottle of water will do. Suchen's ears were buzzing from the noise. Although their voices were not loud, they were extremely annoying. Suchen made a gesture to silence them, signaling them to keep quiet. When the people in the building saw Suchen's response, they became more aggressive and their voices gradually became louder. Suchen was slightly annoyed. I gave you face. However, his facial expression remained unchanged, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, Suchen's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked forward to pick up a severed hand. Then he suddenly raised his head and threw the severed hand towards the guy who made the loudest sound. The severed hand flew in the air, and the black blood remaining in the blood vessels splattered everywhere. When the survivors in the community saw Suchen's actions, they fell silent. Bang! The severed hand directly broke the window of the guy's room, making a loud noise. Then, Suchen heard the guy banging on the door. Suchen saw the quiet neighborhood and wanted to give them the middle finger, but then he thought better of it, thinking it would make him look stupid. What a bunch of idiots. If you want food, can't you just come down and get it yourself? The survivor upstairs heard Suchen's whisper and was so angry that he almost went out to challenge Suchen. However, no one dared to refute Suchen's words. Suchen walked towards the supermarket with a crowbar in his hand. Walking to the rolling shutter door of the supermarket, Suchen looked at it, wondering where to insert the crowbar to make it easier to pry it open. After looking for a long time, Suchen decided to pry open the door according to the traces left by the three men that day. Crack! 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 Suchen placed the bent end of the crowbar close to the crack in the ground and pried it with force. The bottom of the rolling door has been deformed, and there is no trace of a ground lock on the ground. Is this door an electronic rolling shutter? Suchen was helpless. In the power outage state, the electronic rolling shutter door could not be opened with a key, so he could only use brute force to open it. Suchen first pried open a finger-width gap at the bottom, then squatted down and tested the size of the gap with his fingers. After confirming that everything was correct, Suchen held the crowbar horizontally with both hands, hooked his fingers into the gap, and prepared to force the rolling door upwards. The main purpose of holding the crowbar in hand is to prevent the zombies inside from attacking yourself. After Suchen was ready, he began to pull up the rolling shutter door in front of him with both hands. Hurrah! As Suchen gradually stood up, the aluminum alloy rolling shutter door slowly deformed, and a large roll of thin aluminum alloy piled up in front of Suchen. The two sides of the rolling shutter door have seriously deviated from the original track. Scenes flashed across Suchen's eyes. After he lifted the door, he immediately let go of the rolling shutter and stepped back a few meters. Holding the crowbar in both hands, he looked vigilantly into the dark interior of the supermarket. The survivors in the community couldn't help but sneer. What are you afraid of? If there are zombies in there, at most they would be the supermarket owner and his family. Is it necessary to be so vigilant? The others also encouraged him. In their opinion, Suchen retreated because he was afraid of the zombies inside. Suchen didn't want to pay any attention to these clowns. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard in the supermarket, and a black shadow approached the supermarket door at a high speed. Suchen frowned slightly and stepped back a few meters again. Crash! The glass door of the supermarket was smashed by a fat hand, and glass fragments shattered all over the ground. Without the support of the glass, the metal handrail fell to the ground, making a clang-clang sound. The rolling shutter door at the entrance had just been opened 1/3 when it was smashed to pieces by the black shadow. The sunlight shone into the supermarket for the first time, allowing everyone to see the appearance of the black shadow clearly. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? Oh my God, with that monster in the neighborhood, how can we possibly escape? It's all that kid's fault. How could he release something like this? Suchen looked at the zombies at the supermarket entrance with a serious expression. It was extremely tall, almost as tall as the supermarket door. Suchen estimated that it was about 2 meters tall. Its body is extremely obese, with the widest part of its body being almost as tall as its height, and the narrowest part being more than 1 meter long. Its body is piled with layers of fat, and the surface is shiny with oil. Its limbs appear slightly short given its huge body size, but its arms are several inches thicker than Suchen's thighs. I just wonder if they're muscle or fat. Its head is similar to that of a normal human, which makes it look a bit out of place. Judging from his appearance, this zombie should be the supermarket owner. As it slowly walked out of the supermarket entrance, Suchen could even feel the ground shaking slightly. Suchen couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He could feel its huge size even from more than 10 meters away. If you get close to it, won't you be crushed to death? Chapter 15. Burning the Giant Corpse. Boom, boom, boom. The giant corpse's huge body made a thumping sound as it stepped on the ground, and the fat on its body trembled, looking very disgusting. Only then did Suchen know where the banging noise in the supermarket came from. I watched the giant corpse slowly walk out of the supermarket door and walk towards me. Suchen could only retreat slowly, keeping some distance between himself and the giant, thinking about how to deal with this giant corpse. Just at this moment, the zombies in several other apartment buildings were attracted out by the noise just now. They locked on a Suchen immediately and rushed towards him with their fangs and claws bared. Suchen took a quick glance at the number of zombies behind him and saw 7 of them running towards him. At the same time, the giant corpse in front of him took heavy steps towards Suchen. Suchen cursed inwardly that he was unlucky. If this continued, he would probably be trapped from both sides. As the giant corpse moved, slight tremors continued to be felt on the ground. Suchen watched the zombies behind him getting closer and closer. His thoughts quickly turned, and he gritted his teeth and rushed towards the direction of the giant zombie. The giant zombie is huge in size, but its movements are not as agile as those of ordinary zombies. Suchen thought of using its size to deal with the 7 zombies behind him. Anyway, it would be difficult for the giant zombie to hit him with its speed. However, judging from the size of the giant corpse, its weight is at least in tons, so we still need to be wary of the giant corpse using its size advantage to press itself under it. Suchen did not stop and rushed to the giant corpse. The closer Suchen got to the giant corpse, the more shocked he felt. How did this thing become like this? Suchen looked up at the giant corpse that was 60 centimeters taller than him and muttered something. The giant corpse also noticed Suchen approaching quickly, raised its arm, and slapped Suchen's position. Suchen raised his head slightly and saw a palm as big as a palm leaf fan coming towards his head. However, the giant corpse's body was really clumsy, and before his palm could fall, Suchen had already run around the giant corpse and ran behind it. Suchen stood behind the giant corpse and looked out, just in time to see a zombie chasing after him being hit by the giant corpse. The zombie's head was hit directly into its chest by the huge force. Its leg bones were bent unnaturally, obviously unable to withstand the huge force, and had been broken, and its corpse fell straight in front of the giant corpse. When Suchen saw this scene, he couldn't help swallowing. Isn't this too violent? He actually slammed the zombie's head directly into his chest. As Suchen was thinking, the zombies that were chasing him had already bypassed the giant corpse and ran in front of him. Suchen swung the crowbar and smashed them at the feet of the giant corpse. The giant corpse's small head couldn't see what was happening under its feet at all, so it just stepped on it. The zombie's chest was crushed into a pulp by the giant zombie's feet, and the whole zombie was stuck to the ground, unable to move. Suchen gasped when he saw this. My goodness. Even though the human body is weak, it will still shake when a car runs over it. This giant corpse was crushed to pieces with just 1 foot. Isn't this on the same level as a steamroller? Seeing the giant corpse slowly turning around to look for him, Suchen quickly moved to another position, always hiding behind the giant corpse like a follower. The giant corpse could not see Suchen and was extremely irritable. It waved its arms around, and its fat shook like waves. As a result, Suchen was not caught, but the 5 zombies that were circling around the giant corpse and Suchen suffered. 5 zombies were hit by the giant palm one after another and turned into headless zombies. Without the interference of other zombies, the giant zombie became more and more violent. Suchen hid behind the giant corpse and looked at this zombie that was like a mountain of flesh. For a moment, he felt at a loss as to where to start. The giant corpse had nothing on its body except a piece of tattered clothes hanging around its neck, and its lower body was covered with layers of fat. The only thing on its body besides fat is the layer of oil covering the surface of its skin. Suchen tried several times to climb up the giant corpse's back and crush its brain with a crowbar. It's just that the oil covering its skin is too slippery and there is no point of support. This body of fat alone separated Suchen from the giant corpse's head by nearly 2 meters. Suchen had no way to deal with it. Most of the crowbar in his hand was stuck into the fat, but no blood came out. If you peel off the wound slightly, you can only see a large area of white fat. This monster is too weird. It seems to have no weaknesses at all. Suchen freed one hand and punched the giant corpse on the back, and layers of wavy fat spread all over the body of the giant corpse. Suchen only felt that this punch was like hitting cotton, soft and powerless, and the giant corpse's body didn't even shake. All the power of the punch was dissipated by the fat on the giant corpse. Suchen was completely paralyzed. This layer of fat was like a thick layer of armor. Without getting rid of this fat, Suchen would have no chance of hurting the giant corpse at all. Roar! The giant corpse in front of him roared, and slowly turned around, trying to kill Suchen behind him. Suchen moved his feet skillfully, always staying behind the giant corpse. He held the boning knife in his right hand, ready to physically reduce the weight of the zombie in front of him. Suchen held the knife and slashed hard at the fat on the giant corpse's back, but the blade slipped when it came into contact with the grease and only scraped off a thin layer of fat. Suchen was almost speechless. How could this thing be so invulnerable to swords and guns? Suddenly, the giant corpse, which had been stupid all this time, seemed to come to its senses. The figure stood still, and the arm patted the back. Suchen was startled and quickly took 2 steps back, away from the giant corpse. Fortunately, its arms are relatively short and cannot reach a large area of the back. After Suchen determined its blind spot, he carefully approached its back and poked it several times with the crowbar in his hand. The giant corpse, attacked again, became extremely violent. It let out a deafening roar, and its footsteps made the ground thudding. The floor tiles on the ground were stepped on and lifted up at one corner, revealing the soil underneath. Neither side could do anything to the other. Suchen thought to himself that this could not be delayed any longer. Killing the zombies in the square had already consumed a lot of my physical strength. If you continue to fight with this giant corpse, you will surely die. Moreover, the giant corpse's body movements became more and more flexible as time passed. Just like now it knows how to turn around, using only the upper body. Suchen looked at the fat on the giant corpse's waist that was twisted into a pretzel shape, and his stomach churned. I'm afraid that after a while, it will chase me and beat me up. A single slap from the giant corpse could take his life, and Suchen didn't want his head to be hit into the chest. Suchen weighed the sharp knife in his hand and stared at the greasy head. As long as this knife hits, everything will be over. Call out! Suchen threw the sharp knife in his hand towards the giant corpse's head. The giant corpse just turned around and looked behind him, and the sharp knife suddenly stabbed into the giant corpse's forehead. It's over! Suchen knew the outcome when he looked at the shaky knife on the giant corpse's forehead. The giant corpse seemed to feel the attack on its head. It roared angrily and raised its hand to slap the sharp knife on its head. The sharp knife was knocked away by the giant corpse, flipping continuously in the air, making a sound of breaking through the air. The blade sank completely into the grass, leaving only the handle exposed on the grass. A streak of black blood also flowed from the giant corpse's forehead. This knife seemed to activate the giant corpse. Its speed became several points faster than before, and its movements became more agile. No matter how Suchen moved, it could keep up with Suchen's pace. Palms as big as a palm leaf fan kept hitting Suchen, but they didn't hit him, but they broke many floor tiles. Suchen looked at the giant corpse that seemed to have entered berserk mode, and his thoughts raced. What'd it do? Not only did this knife fail, it also seemed to anger the giant corpse. Now I can't get around behind it. If I continue like this, I will really be slapped to death. Suchen looked at the oily sheen on the giant corpse and became concerned. Suchen bent down slightly to avoid the giant corpse's palm that swept across his head, and waited for an opportunity to slip past the giant corpse and rushed into the supermarket behind it. After Suchen entered the supermarket, he ignored other areas and went straight to the checkout counter. I saw a large box of lighters on the cash register at a glance, but I didn't have time to count the number of lighters. Suchen simply picked up the whole box of lighters and ran out. Outside the door, the giant corpse was already approaching the supermarket entrance. Suchen ran past it quickly and attracted it to a more open place. He grabbed a lighter and put it in his pocket, threw the rest of the lighters at the giant corpse, then turned and ran. When the giant corpse saw something flying towards him, he slapped it. The lighters in the box were hit, and the thin plastic shells were squeezed and deformed. After the internal air pressure dropped, the liquefied gas quickly expanded and turned into gas, and the plastic shells of more than 40 lighters exploded completely. Suchen heard a huge explosion behind him and quickly turned his head to look at the giant corpse behind him. A large amount of plastic fragments were sent into the sky by the shock wave of the explosion, and plastic rain fell around the giant corpse. The box containing the lighter was also smashed to pieces by the shock wave of the explosion. Dozens of plastic fragments were embedded in the fat of the giant corpse, but an explosion of this magnitude seemed to be unable to do anything to it. Its belly swayed like water waves under the shock wave of the explosion, and there was not even a big wound. Suchen sniffed and could smell the stench of lighter liquefied gas next to the giant corpse from 5 meters away. Suchen gritted his teeth, took the remaining lighter, slid in front of the giant corpse, and lit the lighter. Click! The flame of the lighter shot up and instantly ignited the remaining butane gas in the air. A fireball with a diameter of 30 centimeters appeared instantly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It evaporates too quickly, doesn't it? There's still the stench of butane in the air. Suchen complained in his heart. The temperature and size of this fireball were not enough to ignite the fat on the giant corpse. Do I have to hold a lighter and light it for a while? Just like lighting a cigarette, it takes a while to ignite? No, you can't stay around it for too long. Before you ignite it, it will slap you with a palm as big as a tire. Seeing that the butane had evaporated, Suchen turned around and ran, thinking of a solution as he ran. The giant corpse behind him took big strides and chased after Suchen, its fat body making the ground thump. We need to find something to act as an initiator to ignite the grease on its body. The temperature must be high enough. Suchen glanced around the square, and his target was the grass on the lawn. Suchen quickly ran to a lawn, squatted down, and was about to take out his lighter to try to light it, when he saw some dewdrops on the grass. Suchen exclaimed, "What the hell? It's so sunny. Why hasn't the dew on the lawn evaporated yet?" Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps of the giant corpse behind him were getting closer and closer. Suchen quickly stood up, walked away from the giant corpse, and continued to look for new ignition materials in the community square. Suddenly, Suchen saw the car that knocked down the electric pole that day. At this time, most of the driver's head had been bitten off, and he didn't even qualify to become a zombie. Suchen quickened his pace, keeping his eyes on the fuel tank. I wonder what would happen if the oil in here was ignited? Forget it. Forget it. I won't do that anymore. If the car exploded, I would not be able to escape. Suchen quickly ran to the car and pried open the fuel tank cap with a crowbar. Just when Suchen was racking his brains over how to get the gasoline, the giant corpse behind him rushed up and slapped Suchen on the back of his head. Suchen felt a strong wind coming from behind him and quickly dodged the attack of the giant corpse. The car in front of Suchen was not so lucky and was flattened by a palm. The trunk lid was lifted up, and the rear roof was completely sunken, almost flush with the trunk. The most important thing is that gasoline was still dripping from under the car. Was the fuel tank cracked by the heavy impact just now? The gasoline on the ground leaked more and more and soon spread all over the place, flowing all over the ground. At his side, the giant corpse was chasing closely and slapped Suchen again. Suchen took several steps back, and the giant corpse slapped the roof of the car, causing the entire roof to cave in and the sunroof glass to be shattered by the blow. The gasoline in the tank leaked more and more, slowly flowing to the feet of the giant corpse. Suchen had already retreated to the front of the car and saw that the giant corpse had already touched the gasoline on the ground. Suchen no longer hesitated, took out the last lighter in his pocket, and ran towards the gasoline on the ground. Click! The flame of the lighter rose. The gasoline on the ground was instantly ignited, and a raging fire suddenly rose up. Suchen, who was standing by, was also burned by the rising heat wave and retreated several meters. The giant corpse, whose feet came into contact with gasoline, was engulfed in flames. The fat all over the body made crackling sounds under the high temperature burning. The giant corpse felt no pain, its body burning with flames, and it still pounced towards Suchen. Before it got close to Suchen, the rolling heat wave was already approaching. Suchen felt the rolling heat wave coming, and his face changed. How could he play like this when zombies have no sense of pain? Is this killing it, or making it more difficult for yourself? Suchen secretly groaned, but he did not stop and ran wildly in the community square. The giant corpse behind him was chasing him with its whole body covered in flames, dispelling the winter chill for Suchen. Suchen turned his head from time to time to check on the burning of the giant corpse. A few minutes later, the giant corpse suddenly stopped. The fat on its body was still squeaking and oozing with oil, but the little head on its neck could no longer hold on. The skin on his face had been burned to charcoal, and the brain tissue in his head had probably been roasted. Seeing this, Suchen stopped, panting, and half knelt to rest. This giant corpse was too exaggerated. After the fire burned a layer of fat, its speed actually increased slowly. Fortunately, the fire finally took effect. The giant corpse not far away stood there for a while, then fell to the ground. The flames in front of him were also extinguished by his huge body, and only the flames on other parts of his body were still burning. Suchen's rapid breathing slowed down a little. He glanced at the giant corpse lying on the ground that was more than 1 meter tall and felt a little relieved. If you fight a head-on, you may not win. Even though his body had been strengthened, Suchen did not think that his flesh and blood was as hard as steel. Just looking at the car just now, you can tell how powerful the giant zombie is. Suchen held a crowbar and slowly approached the giant corpse lying on the ground. The flames on the giant corpse were more than 2 meters high, and Suchen's face was also reflected in the flames with a hint of red. Chapter 16 time, stand still. Suchen looked at the giant corpse that was making crackling sounds as the flames burned. I was thinking about how to get the crystal out of its head, but the fire was so big now that Suchen couldn't get close to the giant corpse. Just standing 2 meters away, I could feel my body being engulfed by the rolling heat wave. Let's collect the useful supplies in the supermarket first. Suchen turned and walked towards the supermarket. The survivors in other buildings in the community were all silent at this time. Most of the survivors stared blankly at the giant corpse. Some of them could not believe what they saw. Only a few survivors began to take action. Suchen was not far away from the giant corpse and could still feel the rolling heat waves brought by the flames behind him. Call out! Suddenly, an arrow shot at Suchen's back. Suchen's heart tightened, and he subconsciously turned his body to the side, and suddenly a sharp pain came from his shoulder blade. The scene in Suchen's eyes had just disappeared, and when he turned his head, he saw an arrow piercing the muscle of his left shoulder blade. I feel pain in my left arm when I exert the slightest force. A warm feeling quickly permeated the entire back and dripped onto the ground along the corners of the clothes. It's blood. A cold light flashed across Suchen's eyes. If he hadn't been warned in time, the arrow would not have pierced his shoulder. There was a sound of footsteps behind me. Suchen suddenly turned his head and looked behind him, only to see 3 people running out of the apartment building. One of them was holding a compound bow with an arrow on the string, ready to be shot at any time. Hey, you're pretty lucky. You managed to dodge this. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this arrow was just pulled out of the zombie. The young man holding the compound bow walked over with a sneer, and the other 2 followed behind him with wooden sticks in their hands. The 3 men looked at Suchen with ill intentions, as if they were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. They had seen the blood flowing from Suchen's back and subjectively believed that Suchen no longer had any fighting ability. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't I just ask you to give me some supplies? Is it necessary to be so arrogant? A young man holding a wooden stick walked up and hit Suchen on the head with the stick. Seeing this, another young man came forward and hit Suchen's head with 2 wooden sticks. Suchen stood there motionless, his eyes coldly scanning the 3 people in front of him, without saying anything more to them. The 2 young men holding wooden sticks thought that Suchen was frightened by the compound bow and dared not resist, and their laughter became louder and louder. Just as the 2 wooden sticks were about to hit Suchen on the forehead with a whistling sound, Suchen suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed the 2 slender wooden sticks with one hand. The 2 young men were horrified to find that no matter how hard they tried, they could neither smash down nor pull back the sticks in their hands. Suchen bent the stick suddenly with force, and wood chips flew all over the stick, and the 2 pieces of the stick fell to the ground. Only half of the stick remained in the hands of the 2 young men. This. The 2 men stared blankly at the broken end of the stick, too shocked to speak. They had never seen anyone break a stick as thick as 2 fingers with bare hands. What's more, he broke 2 wooden sticks at the same time with one hand. The young man holding the compound bow reacted quickly, immediately pulled the bowstring, and shot the arrow in his hand towards Suchen's face. The distance between the 2 was only about 3 meters, and the initial velocity of the arrow was very fast. Suchen didn't even think of using a crowbar to block the arrow. He only relied on his ability to predict the direction of the arrow and reacted quickly to barely dodge it. The tail feathers of the arrow whistled past my ears. Suchen's pupils dilated slightly. If it had been 0.1 second later, his head would have been pierced by the arrow. At this time, the three of them had retreated 5 meters away. The young man holding the compound bow said in a trembling voice, "You can dodge 1 and 2. How about 3? Obviously, he was also frightened by Suchen's incredible move just now. How could an ordinary person possibly dodge an arrow with an initial velocity of over 100 meters per second and shot at a super close distance, leaving little time to react? As soon as the young man finished speaking, he took out an arrow from his back, put it on the string, and shot it at Suchen. One arrow after another was shot at Suchen. The young man holding the compound bow didn't care whether he would strain his shoulder muscles. He pulled the bowstring frantically and shot the arrow at Suchen. Suchen frowned slightly, dodged the continuous arrows, and slowly approached the location of the three people. The three of them clearly noticed that the distance between the two sides was getting closer. The young man holding the compound bow shot arrows quickly and retreated quickly, keeping a distance from Suchen. They had seen Suchen's abnormal close combat ability. Who would have thought that a man with one hand disabled could be so powerful? Suchen dodged left and right, avoiding the arrows shot by the young man. In his eyes, the direction of the arrows was clearly visible. These fixed-direction arrows are the easiest to predict because they have no self-awareness and will not temporarily change their path. After shooting more than 10 arrows in a row, the young man holding the compound bow finally ran out of arrows. Without the attack of arrows, Suchen rushed directly to the three people, grabbed the compound bow in the young man's hand, and threw it away. Seeing this, the other two people quickly threw away the half-broken sticks in their hands. The three men saw Suchen's expressionless face. Their faces turned pale, and they forced a smile on their lips. "Boss, just now we were blind. Please forgive us and let us go." The young man who attacked Suchen with a compound bow slapped himself hard several times. The other two hurriedly followed suit, begging for mercy. But in my heart, I was wondering when the zombie virus in this era would break out. "I heard. I'm crazy." Suchen finally spoke, and the moment he spoke, the three of them felt as if they were falling into an icy cave. No. Boss, we were just joking with you," a young man said with a smile. Suchen said, "Oh," and used his right hand to pull out the arrow on his left shoulder. "Is this also a joke?" Yeah, haha. A few people managed to laugh, and some legs kept shaking. What kind of person is this? He dared to pull out the arrow that had been shot into his body. Isn't he afraid of heavy bleeding? Suchen nodded seriously. Then you don't mind me playing a joke on you, right? As soon as Suchen finished speaking, before the three men could respond, the arrows in his hand pierced the left shoulders of the three men one by one. The arrows went straight through their shoulder blades and exited from their backs. Then it was pulled out by Suchen again. The arrow was stained with a layer of blood, covering the originally black zombie blood. Each of the three of them had 2 oozing bloody holes on their bodies, with blood constantly flowing out. As the blood flowed out, the faces of the three people immediately turned extremely pale. The severe pain in their shoulders made them cry out in pain. Suchen's devilish voice sounded in their ears again. "What? Isn't this joke funny?" The three of them were so sad that they could not even cry, and they managed to smile. When they thought of the zombies' blood on the arrows, they could no longer laugh, and a hint of hatred flashed in their eyes. After Suchen pulled out the arrow, he silently crushed a piece of crystal in his pocket and used the energy in the crystal to stop the bleeding from the wound. After Suchen's body was strengthened, his muscle density was already different from that of ordinary people. The arrow just now was just stuck in the muscle and didn't hurt the bone. A warm current flowed through the wound, and the pain in the wound was relieved a lot. Suchen raised his left hand slightly and moved it. The muscles in his left shoulder were still a little painful. However, I could basically function normally. Suchen glanced at the three of them, observing their body reactions. He wanted to know how the human body would react after being infected by the zombie virus. Seeing that nothing could be seen in a short period of time, Suchen said to the three people, "Let's go." The three of them looked delighted upon hearing this, and were about to turn around and leave. Suchen suddenly put the crowbar in his hand on their shoulders. Hey, didn't I ask you to leave? Come with me to the supermarket to empty the supplies inside." The three men had crowbars stained with black blood on their shoulders, and their hearts trembled slightly. They hurried back to Suchen and dared not say anything more. Suchen brought the three of them to the supermarket and looked at the messy supermarket shelves and the little food left. Suchen seemed to understand why the giant corpse was so fat. I'm afraid part of the reason is because of the food I ate in this supermarket. Go ahead, push the shopping cart and find some edible food on the ground, and go find the warehouse in this supermarket by yourself. Suchen pointed to the rows of shopping carts in the supermarket and said. The three of them didn't dare to say anything more and pushed the cart into the dim supermarket with one hand. Suchen glanced at the giant corpse whose fire was dwindling, then looked at the dim supermarket. He casually took out a 2-liter bottle of mineral water from the freezer at the door and turned to walk towards the giant corpse. I don't know what the difference is between the giant zombie's crystal and that of an ordinary zombie. The three people in the supermarket saw Suchen leaving the door and started whispering. That person has left. Let's run. The zombie blood on the arrow may remain in that person's body. We shouldn't be infected with the zombie virus. As long as that person is still out there, how can we possibly escape? No, I want to run, but I don't have the strength in my body and my head is dizzy. Who isn't? The wound on my shoulder is bleeding all the time, and I'm getting weaker and weaker. I feel like I'm dying. The three of them couldn't come up with anything, so they could only push the shopping cart around the supermarket to collect food. Suchen unscrewed the mineral water bottle, took a sip of water, and slowly approached the direction of the giant corpse. The survivors in the community saw the mineral water in Suchen's hand and couldn't help licking their cracked lips. However, no one dared to ask for it, as the fate of the three people was still vivid in their minds. From what the three people said just now, there is zombie blood on the arrow, and now the 4 people in the community square should have been infected with the zombie virus. The survivors in the building didn't dare to ask for their food, as they would be doomed if they were poisoned. Suchen walked towards the giant corpse, and the flames on the giant corpse were less than 1 meter high. Suchen poured all the remaining water on himself and quickly approached the still burning corpse. He bent the crowbar in his hand and stuck it into the giant corpse's neck, then pulled its head out with force. Looking at the head that had turned into charcoal at his feet, Suchen was not sure whether the crystal inside was still there. Suchen carefully used a crowbar to break the coke on the ground, fearing that he would break the crystal inside. Soon, a thumb-sized blue crystal appeared in the black coke. Suchen picked it up and saw that the color was darker than any he had seen before. After Suchen used his predictive ability to determine that no other living creatures would appear around in the near future, he squeezed open the giant corpse's crystal with force. At the same time, he squeezed open more than 30 crystals in his pocket. The effect of using them one by one was not very good anyway. However, Suchen underestimated the power of the giant corpse crystal, and a familiar feeling of heat swept through his body again. Suchen's skin instantly turned red, and at the same time emitted high temperature to the surroundings. The muscles and bones in the body are broken down and reorganized again in the high temperature. With the experience from last time, Suchen did not faint from the pain, but endured the severe pain, with veins on his forehead throbbing. After the reorganization, his muscles and bones reached a new level, and Suchen's physical strength, which had been consumed by most of the energy, was fully recovered. However, there was still a large amount of energy left in his body that had not been consumed, and Suchen was wondering what the use of this energy was. These energies poured directly into his brain. Suchen only felt a swelling pain in his brain, as if it could explode at any time. As more and more energy poured in, the fleeting images from before emerged in Suchen's mind. No, haven't you finished reading these things before? Suchen thought to himself that something was wrong. My mind is once again filled with a flood of images, and before they completely disappear, new images appear. As Suchen received more and more information, his consciousness became increasingly blurred. If I continue like this, I might faint here. Suchen was very clear about his current situation. In a hurry, he couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Stop!" The images that emerged in my mind paused for a moment, and then all the images disappeared. Suchen finally felt better. The energy that surged into his brain instantly turned into a gentle, warm current that soothed the discomfort in his mind. The discomfort in his head disappeared, and Suchen slowly opened his eyes. For a moment, Suchen was stunned by the scene before him. Chapter 17 Helicopter again. As soon as Suchen opened his eyes, he saw himself surrounded by a bubble with a radius of 5 meters. Suchen looked at everything around him in surprise. All objects in the bubble seemed to be still. Even the blazing flames not far in front of him were frozen at this moment. Suchen turned his head and looked outside the bubble. Everything outside the bubble was normal, and the branches were swaying slowly in the breeze. "What is this?" Thomas stopped. Suchen was a little surprised. His ability could be used in this way. Before Suchen had time to study the situation inside the bubble, he found that the bubble suddenly burst. The frozen flames rose upwards. "What a pity! I don't know if the frozen flame can burn me." Suchen's spirit suddenly became a little sluggish. This was a sign of overuse of his abilities. He felt that this was much more tiring than killing zombies. The survivors in the community who witnessed this scene had their eyes wide open. They couldn't see the bubbles in Suchen's eyes, but they could see the frozen flames, like a lifelike flame statue. "Oh my God! Am I dazzled? Did the flame just now stop? Is it a magic trick or a special effect? What the hell? Where do these special effects come from in real life? Are you watching a video?" Suchen heard the voice coming to his ear, but ignored it. I turned around and walked towards the supermarket, wanting to see how the three people were doing now. Have any adverse reactions occurred? Or did he lose too much blood and die in the supermarket? Suchen walked into the supermarket. In the dim supermarket, two figures staggered back and forth between the shelves. But almost everything on the supermarket shelves had been eaten up by the giant zombies. The shopping carts they were pushing were not yet full of supplies. Suchen walked closer and found that the two men were not stupid and knew how to bandage their own wounds to stop the bleeding. But now there is no blood on their faces, and their bodies look extremely weak and they may collapse at any time. Suchen approached the two men, but neither of them noticed Suchen approaching. Their consciousness seemed to have become a little blurred, and their perception of the outside world had weakened. The body instinctively picks up food and water that has fallen to the ground. Suchen walked forward and touched their foreheads. Not hot, but rather a little bit cold. Their body temperature is already far lower than that of a normal person. After seeing Suchen, the two men quickly sped up their search. Suchen looked at the two men shivering and knew that their bodies might not be able to hold on for much longer. "What about the other person?" Suchen asked. One of them heard this and pointed in the direction of the supermarket. "Behind the innermost door is the warehouse." Suchen nodded and walked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, I found a fire door at the innermost part with an employee passage sign on it. Suchen walked into the staff passage and found a long corridor inside. At the end of the corridor, the word warehouse was written on the door plate. There was a clanging sound in the warehouse. Suchen frowned slightly. "What is this guy doing? Don't you know that products like canned food cannot be subjected to external impact? If the can is damaged, bloating may occur, causing the food inside to spoil, or liquid may seep out of the can and corrode other cans." Suchen walked quickly into the warehouse. The warehouse was not as dark as the supermarket. There are several windows on the walls on both sides for lighting. Rows of storage shelves are neatly arranged and filled with merchandise. Suchen walked through several rows of shelves and saw a young man lying on the ground twitching. He was lying on his side on the ground. His limbs were stiff and twitching involuntarily, and his pupils were covered with a gray layer. A stream of black blood oozes out from the corner of his mouth from time to time, and black blood vessels appear on his face. Is this the process of corpse transformation? Why is it different from what is written in the article? Suchen stood beside the shelf, silently observing the young man twitching on the ground. Maybe there are some differences in the symptoms of infection from being caught in black rain and being bitten. After a few minutes, the young man's face turned pale, his limbs gradually stopped twitching, his body became motionless, and his vital signs completely disappeared. After more than 10 seconds, the corpse lying on the ground suddenly opened its gray eyes and staggered to its feet. Its hands and head hung limply. After it stood firmly, it suddenly raised its head and pounced on Suchen with its fangs and claws bared. Suchen swung the crowbar in his hand and pierced its head. The corpse suddenly fell to the ground, and white brain matter and dark red blood flowed out of the head. Suchen kicked the body to the side of the aisle and walked out of the warehouse, pushing a full shopping cart. The two people in the supermarket felt a little uneasy when they saw Suchen walking out alone. Then, where are the others? "Oh, he's still in there, but he's turned into a zombie. I helped him free himself," Suchen said calmly, and glanced at the two of them again. "You should be almost done, right? How do you feel?" The two of them stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a word, and finally they were so scared that they became incontinent. When Suchen saw the two of them like this, he looked disgusted. Where did his arrogant attitude just now go? Ignoring the two men, Suchen pushed the shopping cart out of the supermarket. placed the shopping cart filled with supplies at the entrance to the supermarket. Then he went back to the supermarket, pulled a new shopping cart, and put all the drinks in the freezer at the door into the cart. These drinks filled 3 shopping carts. The survivors in the community watched as shopping carts filled with supplies were pushed out the door, and their hearts grew more and more anxious. In the supermarket, their shopping carts were not even full. Their physical condition seemed to have reached its limit, and the 2 men collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. After a few minutes, their limbs began to twitch, and the symptoms were exactly the same as those of the young man before. Suchen watched them turn into zombies one after another. Then he casually swung a crowbar to smash their heads and threw the bodies aside. Then, Suchen continued his mission of emptying the supermarket. By the way, I took over the 2 shopping carts that the 2 people had not yet filled. After picking and choosing on the shelves and on the ground for a long time, I finally made sure that there was no extra food and water. Only then did Suchen push the shopping cart into the warehouse. Even after filling all the shopping carts in the supermarket, there was still 1/5 of food and water left in the warehouse. 10 shopping carts filled with supplies blocked the entrance to the supermarket. Suchen found skipping ropes from the supermarket, took down the ropes, and tied them together to extend them. Then he used the extended rope to pass through the gaps in the shopping carts, connected the 10 shopping carts together, and dragged them back to his own apartment building. Next, Suchen could only move the supplies in the shopping cart up little by little. Suchen spent nearly an hour piling them all up in a clean room on the 2nd floor. Finally, closed the door and returned to the entrance of the apartment building. Fold 10 shopping carts together and push them back to the supermarket, ready to continue emptying out the remaining supplies. The survivors in the community were all a little anxious. According to the supplies he had just moved, there shouldn't be much left in the supermarket now. Those intact color box packages looked like they were dragged out from the warehouse. There are also bottles of mineral water sealed with heat shrink film, which are their most scarce supplies at this stage. A person can survive about 7 days without food, but cannot survive even 3 days without water. As for drinks like beer, Suchen didn't take any. Firstly, glass bottles are too heavy and difficult to carry. Secondly, Suchen himself couldn't get used to the smell of alcohol, so he just stopped drinking it. Suchen returned to the supermarket, emptied the supermarket's food and water, and then turned his attention to daily necessities. Soap, towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and facial tissues were all swept into the shopping cart by Suchen. After doing all this, Suchen walked around again, and after making sure that there were no useful supplies, he pushed the remaining supplies out of the supermarket. All the supplies were moved to the 2nd floor of the apartment building and hidden away. Then the shopping cart was pushed back into the supermarket. The survivors in the community saw Suchen walking towards the apartment building empty-handed and finally couldn't help but speak. "Brother, big brother, can you give me some food? You've taken all the food. What are we going to do?" Hearing this, Suchen turned his head and said to the upstairs, "There is still some food left in the supermarket. Come down and get it yourself." Suchen did not lie. There was indeed some food in the supermarket, but it was all bread that would easily go bad. There is absolutely no need to stockpile these things. The people in other buildings fell silent. Going out? It was difficult for them. After all, not everyone has the courage to face zombies. Of course, there are also survivors who are lucky enough that there are no zombies at the door, in the corridors, or even in the stairwells. It's just that they don't know it. They are afraid of encountering zombies when they go out, so they are reluctant to take the first step. After Suchen finished speaking, he went back to the apartment building and slowly moved the supplies on the 2nd floor back to his home on the 4th floor. After working for a long time, Suchen finally moved all the things into his home. The living room was filled with boxes of food, and half of the bedroom was filled with supplies. Before we knew it, it was noon. Suchen has been busy for more than 5 hours since the sun rose in the early morning. "Oh, I'm so hungry." Suchen changed his bloodstained clothes, sat on the sofa, and looked at the living room full of food. His appetite suddenly increased. He quickly got up and found an outdoor mobile power bank from the supplies he had collected from cleaning the apartment building. The nameplate above indicates that this mobile power bank can store 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity and also comes with 3 solar panels. Suchen tried it and found that the solar panel was able to charge the machine normally. Now this outdoor mobile power bank still has 47% of power. The power of the kettle in the bedroom is only 1000 W, and it can boil at least 5 pots of water. Suchen quickly took out the base and body of the kettle from the bedroom and placed them on the table. Plug in the mobile power supply, fill the kettle with water, place it on the base and turn on the switch, and the kettle will start to boil water successfully. Suchen grinned. "This thing is really useful. I originally thought that electrical appliances with too high a power might not be usable. Suchen took out 2 bags of instant noodles, opened them, and threw them into a large ceramic bowl. After waiting for 5 minutes, the kettle boiled. Why not cook when you have electricity? Why spend an hour cooking when you can fill your stomach with instant noodles in 5 minutes? And this is less than half a kilowatt hour of electricity and won't take too long. After eating instant noodles, Suchen sat on the sofa and looked at his mobile phone. The signal on the mobile phone has become X, and all software shows no network connection after entering it. Fortunately, I had already downloaded offline maps and navigation maps, which made it much more convenient when I was running away. It's just that my location doesn't appear on the map software. A prompt pops up at the bottom of the software saying mobile data network not connected. Suchen studied the map software for a while. After setting prioritize offline maps in the settings, a cursor representing his location immediately appeared on the map. Done! Suchen looked at the map on the phone screen and grinned. Suchen put down his phone, went to the window, and looked at the community square. In the community square, several figures were cautiously coming out of the supermarket. Each of them took a shopping cart and took some supplies from the supermarket. Suchen ignored them and turned his gaze to the still burning giant corpse. This thing is really burn resistant. Even after several hours, the fat on it is still oozing out of oil. Ho 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 ho! In the distance, the sound of the tractor was heard again. Was it yesterday's helicopter? They are here again today. Suchen reacted quickly, picked up the crowbar and ran to the door, locked the door, and quickly ran to the rooftop. When Suchen quickly ran to the rooftop, he saw 7 helicopters hovering in the sky in the distance. That direction is the edge of the city. What are you doing? If you want to save people, shouldn't you go to the densely populated city center? Suddenly, a rope was lowered from the helicopter, and soldiers with guns quickly descended from the rope to the roof of a residential building. Suchen roughly estimated the distance between himself and the helicopter, and the straight-line distance was at least 3 kilometers. After 7 helicopters successively rappelled 50 soldiers, they dropped a rope ladder, as if they wanted the people below to climb up. It looked like there were survivors on the roof of that residential building asking for help. Suchen watched the sesame-sized figures slowly climb onto the helicopter. There were a total of 23 survivors. After the survivors boarded the helicopter, the rope ladder was retracted. 7 helicopters flew off into the distance to an unknown destination, leaving 50 armed soldiers on top of the residential building. The military has set up a shelter now? Suchen looked at the helicopter flying away, thinking secretly in his heart. But where is the shelter for the survivors? Suchen wondered, but I didn't take it too seriously. The military shelter was just another option for me, a backup plan. If nothing unexpected happens, I can live in this community for more than a year. There's already so much food at home anyway. As long as he has enough food and warm clothes, nothing else matters. Suchen doesn't want to communicate with other people in the community. Suchen looked at the helicopter and it disappeared, then turned around and went back home. Now that all the zombies in the community square have been cleared out, many people's voices have become much louder. Occasionally, you can hear the sound of zombies banging on doors frantically. But the homeowner obviously didn't care about this and was still begging for food from other people in the community. Chapter 18. Gunshots in the Suburbs. Suchen pulled over a chair, sat by the window, and looked at the square downstairs. From time to time, survivors from other buildings ran out and headed straight for the supermarket. Some survivors were followed by several zombies and ran to the community square together. There were also survivors discussing the helicopter, and the distress curtains hanging on their windows were particularly conspicuous. It's only the 3rd day. Is the military moving so quickly? Suchen was still thinking about the survivors who were picked up by the helicopter. Under the current circumstances, logistical supplies should be difficult to obtain, right? Soldiers and survivors need enough food and water for 3 meals a day. Building a shelter also requires sufficient materials and defensive measures. Vehicles such as helicopters require sufficient fuel. The shelter is not in the urban area, so where can we get supplies? Jiangcheng is just a small 6-tier county town, and I have never heard of any military regions or military bases nearby. Logically speaking, the military should give priority to rescuing the nearest provincial capital or prefecture-level city. After all, the population of provincial capitals is close to 10 million, compared with the population of small county towns with less than a few 100,000. The rescue value is greater. There are also more resources. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Suchen yawned and looked out the window. Why bother about so many things? As long as the army is still there, the zombies will be killed sooner or later. All you need to do is stay at home and survive on these supplies. In the supermarket, the little remaining food and water were quickly taken away by the survivors. Suchen also saw someone running out of the supermarket with 2 cases of beer. Is that stuff really that good? The survivors who came out later found no food and were followed by several zombies. 5 survivors gritted their teeth and ran towards the apartment building where Suchen was. A few zombies also followed them. Judging from the situation, these people might bring the zombies into the apartment building. Suchen frowned slightly and said, I just spent a day killing all the zombies yesterday. You guys are so good that you have brought the zombies here? Suchen looked downstairs and saw that the 5 survivors had already run into the building. Those zombies were about to enter the building. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from downstairs, as if someone had closed the door of the apartment building. Humph! These guys are smart enough not to let the zombies in. Suchen sat back in his chair and listened to the sound of zombies banging on the door downstairs. There was a sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor. There was a knock on the door downstairs, and the voice of a survivor. Boss, are you there? The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the 5 survivors had already walked into the 4th floor. The 5 people knocked on 4 doors separately. Suchen heard the knocks at the door, but ignored them. They quickly left the 4th floor corridor and headed upstairs. The 5 people ran all the way to the top floor but couldn't find Suchen, and they became anxious. Could it be a mistake? That person doesn't live here? Impossible. The sign for Building 7 doesn't lie. I clearly saw him carrying things in. And the zombies in this building have been cleared out. It must have been done by the boss. How about we look for it again? Quick look again. We must have missed something just now. The 5 of them searched all the way down from the top floor. This time they found some clues. Some doors were obviously pried open, some doors had locks intact, and some doors were tightly closed. He should be in these closed houses, right? The 5 people knocked on the empty door for a long time, but no one responded. Golyalu. The stomachs of several people growled a few times, and they looked at each other, feeling helpless. Maybe he's not here. Suddenly, someone spoke. Several people looked at each other. They had been knocking for several minutes, and now they heard that there was no one inside. Let's go to other floors and see if there are any houses with closed doors. The 5 people went downstairs in a hurry and returned to the 4th floor. They peeked into the corridor and saw Suchen's closed door. Boom, boom, boom. Boss, are you in there? Someone reached out and knocked on the door. His fingers were already red and swollen. After all, it had been knocking for several minutes. No, you guys smell it. The person knocking on the door suddenly said, sniffing the smell of instant noodles in the air. The others followed suit, and indeed, they smelled the aroma of instant noodles. It's this room, someone said confidently. The fragrance is coming from this house. Boss, are you in there? Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the shouting and knocking at the door outside, Suchen felt a toothache. Are these people born in the year of the dog? It's been a while since I finished eating, and the smell has almost dissipated. How come I could still smell it? The knocking on the door continued, and they were sure that Suchen was in this house. Suchen was a little impatient with the noise made by several people and walked straight to the door. The people outside were still knocking on the door when it suddenly opened. Suchen stood by the door and tilted his head to look at the 5 people at the door and said lightly, "You are disturbing me." Golyalu. Suchen's response was a sound of stomach rumbling. The 5 survivors at the door smiled awkwardly, their dry lips cracked. The 2 sides looked at each other awkwardly. Suchen rarely communicated with others, and for a moment he didn't know how to get them to leave. Suchen thought, why not just take action? Suchen was just about to reach out and grab one man by the collar, lift him up, and scare them. When the 5 people in front saw that Suchen didn't say anything, they just knelt down with a plop. Boss, please give us some food. I kneel down to you. We haven't eaten for almost a day. Even just a bottle of water will do. Suchen looked at the 5 people kneeling in front of him and slammed the door. Damn it, are you sick? I didn't even say anything, and you just knelt down? Suchen didn't know what was going on in these people's minds. Maybe everyone's brain circuits were different. It is true that asking for help in this way is more sincere, but kneeling down like this throws away all your dignity. Oh, it's difficult. Suchen thought about it, found a box of bread and 5 bottles of water, went to the door, and tried to use his abilities. Suchen's mind moved, and a translucent bubble came out of his body, passing through the door in front of him and covering an area within a radius of 5 meters. The noise outside suddenly disappeared. Suchen opened the door and saw 5 people kneeling motionless at the door, as if they were under a spell. Suchen threw the things in front of them, then closed the door and withdrew his ability. The 5 people's thoughts were still stuck on the moment before Suchen opened the door. They were about to beg Suchen for help when they suddenly saw the box of bread and 5 bottles of water on the ground. In their eyes, these 5 bottles of water and this box of bread appeared out of thin air. They thought of the strange scene they saw in the morning and knew that the food was given to them by Suchen. Thanks. The 5 people picked up the food on the ground and thanked him repeatedly. Go away, don't bother me. Suchen's voice came from the room, and the 5 people hurriedly got up and found a house to live in. What should I do next? You can't always ask the boss for it, right? The 5 of them were silent. They didn't even want to eat the only box of bread. They just unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip of water. Suchen had nothing to do, so he left the room with a crowbar. Prepare to deal with the zombie at the door downstairs. If you keep knocking like that, it will attract more zombies. Suchen has seen an increasing number of zombies roaming around the entrance of the community. Suchen walked all the way to the first floor, passed through the dim lobby to the door, and opened the door of the apartment building with a click. 7 zombies outside rushed in instantly. Suchen's mind moved, and the 7 zombies' forward movement stopped instantly. The crowbar quickly pierced the zombies' heads, and the bubbles only lasted for 10 seconds before disappearing. All the zombies in front of him fell to the ground, leaving a pool of black blood. Suchen was even more exhausted. He yawned, squatted down, smashed their heads with a crowbar, and took out a few crystals. Afterwards, several zombie corpses were thrown out the door. Suchen returned to his home on the 4th floor with a crowbar. After locking the door, he sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. The ability to stop time is really a bit troublesome. Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire in the distance, accompanied by violent explosions. Suchen suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the sound came from. That seems to be where the helicopter dropped the soldiers. Is the army coming to help? Suchen was a little unsure, so he walked out of the room again and prepared to go to the rooftop to see what was going on. As soon as I walked out the door, I ran into the 5 people from before. You haven't left yet? The 5 of them shook their heads honestly. Suchen was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and quickly ran up to the rooftop. The 5 people also followed Suchen up to the rooftop. Suchen immediately saw the residential area where the helicopter had hovered before, and there were soldiers shooting on the rooftop of a residential building. Suchen could only see the fire coming from the muzzle of the gun, but could not tell whether the local soldiers' target was the rooftop or the building downstairs. There was a faint smell of smoke over there, and white smoke from the grenade explosion was rising up. The 5 survivors on the side were very excited and said to Suchen, "The army is coming, sir. We are saved." Suchen, yes. I remember that we don't have a military subdistrict or a garrison area here, right? Where does the army come from? At most, it's the militia of the armed forces, right? It seems to be called the reserve force. Someone said weakly. Oh yes, there is also the county armed police brigade. Maybe the combined number of the armed forces and the armed police brigade is less than 1,000? And this county has a population of 400,000. Chapter 19. Do you accept younger brothers? Maybe there are less than 1,000 people? You know, it was raining black rain all over the world before. If you get wet, you will turn into a zombie. That's right. Soldiers are also human beings. How can they not get wet in the rain? Another person continued. Speaking of black rain, I remember that the news said that the zombies the day before yesterday were just the first batch. I've been on edge these past 2 days, fearing that I'd suddenly develop a fever and become the 2nd or 3rd batch of zombies. Fortunately, I haven't had a fever until now, so it looks like I'm fine now. The 5 people became more and more depressed as they talked. They started to worry about whether they could defeat the zombies before they even saw the shadow of the army. Suchen ignored the 5 survivors who were worrying about the future. Look towards the south of the city, which is the direction where the gunshots came from. Looking at this situation, are 50 people ready to attack the city? Or are some soldiers attacking from the ground? Suchen could also hear occasional explosions 5 kilometers away. Thick black smoke rose from the ground. This kind of black smoke was definitely not caused by a simple grenade explosion. Instead, it was as if something was on fire. The primary suspect is the vehicle blocking traffic. The shock wave generated by the grenade explosion could very well detonate the gasoline in the tank. Suchen watched from the rooftop for about 10 minutes. The gunfire from the south of the city continued, almost without a break. Suchen sighed a little. It seemed that the military's ammunition supply was quite sufficient. It looks like the gunfire won't stop anytime soon. Suchen also noticed that the zombies on the nearby streets seemed to be affected by the gunshots and explosions, and most of them began to become agitated. The zombies that were originally wandering slowly on the roadside now gathered together and moved towards the direction where the gunshots were heard in the south of the city. The roars of the zombies echoed in the empty streets. More and more zombies joined the zombie horde, and some zombies in the building broke the windows and fell downstairs to join the zombie horde. The number of zombies is increasing. Even the abandoned cars that blocked the streets were forced to make way for them. Suchen saw with his own eyes a dense crowd of zombies walking out of the street next door. At a glance, there was almost no end in sight. There were hundreds of zombies just in Suchen's sight. Behind them, hordes of zombies continued to walk out of Suchen's blind spot. They also exuded a strong corpse stench, which even Suchen, who was more than 200 meters away, could smell. Suchen was shocked when he saw this. Isn't this number too much? You have to know that these are just zombies on one street. The zombies in other places should have also heard the gunshots from the south of the city. Maybe a large number of zombies have already gathered there. The 5 people on the rooftop also discovered the strangeness of the zombies downstairs and were shocked by the number of zombies. Are they heading towards the army? I don't know if we can kill all these zombies. Suddenly, several zombie roars were heard in the community square, as if responding to the sounds from the street outside. Suchen looked down and saw several zombies running out from other buildings in the community. They ran straight towards the gate of the community, wanting to join the group of zombies outside. Suchen observed the changes after the zombies gathered outside the community. Seeing that it had little impact on the community, he turned around and prepared to go downstairs to rest. When the 5 survivors saw Suchen going downstairs, they whispered a few words behind him and quickly followed Suchen downstairs. One of them said cautiously, "Boss, do you accept me as your younger brother?" Suchen, who was walking in front, paused, turned his head to look at the 5 people behind him, and said lightly, "No." The 5 people looked disappointed when they heard this. Suchen suddenly thought of something and said, "Go and kill the zombies at the gate of the community and bring back their heads. I will give you some food." After thinking for a moment, he added, "The zombies in the community will do. Remember not to attract the zombies outside." After saying this, Suchen's figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor. The 5 people stood in the corridor looking at each other. What should we do? Should we go kill the zombies? There is no free lunch in the world. We can only go kill zombies. Okay, then let's find something that can be used as a weapon. I don't want to give it away for free. Let's split up and find out what we can use as weapons in this building. After discussing it, they separated and started searching on each floor. Suchen had returned to the room at this time and continued to sit on the sofa with his eyes closed to rest. As for the 5 people, Suchen was just talking casually. It didn't matter whether they win or not. Suchen just wanted to know whether crystal had any effect on ordinary people. As long as they bring back the heads of the zombies at the gate of the community, we can let them try. The 5 people searched all the open houses in the apartment building. They brought everything they thought was useful to the rooftop. Brooms, mops, and stainless steel wash basins were all taken out. Of course, there are also kitchen knives, such as kitchen knives and bone-chopping knives. Several people looked at the pile of things on the ground and felt a little nervous. Can these things really kill zombies? By the way, who took the stainless steel basin? A tall uncle among the 5 people patted his basin and asked, "What's wrong? This basin looks pretty sturdy. It should be no problem to use it to block the zombies that come rushing over." A young man who looked like a student said. The 4 people immediately looked at him and were speechless for a moment. "Try tapping it gently. Is the sound too loud? Let's not talk about whether it can be stopped or not. If the zombies are really blocked by this basin, the sound it makes will probably attract more zombies, right?" The uncle picked up the basin, and while explaining, he patted it with his hands, and the basin suddenly made a crisp sound. The student-like young man blushed slightly. "Then let's not use this one. Let's look at something else." Someone found a fire axe from the pile of debris, which was about the same length as a kitchen knife. Another person found a claw hammer and an extra-long flat-blade screwdriver. The rest are some common items, and it seems that they have limited damage to zombies. However, it's impossible for 5 people to rush up with kitchen knives and start chopping. The tall uncle squatted down and disassembled the 7 wooden broom and mop handles. He turned to look at the young man holding the claw hammer. "Where did you find this hammer? Does he have nails at home?" The young man nodded. "There are nails and a lot of hardware in there. The owner should be a repairman." "Then go get some nails. We need to fix these things." The young man responded and ran downstairs quickly. Soon the young man ran upstairs with a few finger-long iron nails. The uncle took the nails and the claw hammer and placed the two wooden poles side by side amid everyone's puzzled gazes. Drive a nail into the wood about a quarter of the way through the wood. Why does it look a bit like a cone to me? The young man who looked like a student whispered. Not really. Wouldn't it be better if the cone was nailed directly on the top? The nail quickly passed through the two wooden poles and emerged on the other side. The uncle hammered the exposed nail and bent it onto the wooden pole. He took out another nail and hammered it into the two wooden poles from the other side. Then he picked up a wooden pole in one hand and shook it left to right to see if it was sturdy. The other four people finally understood what this thing was. It feels like an enlarged version of pliers. The uncle said, "Come here, two people, each holding a wooden pole, holding the longer side." The two men took the wooden pole from the uncle and were still a little confused. What could this thing be used for? At this time, the uncle explained, "Do you see the angle in front? When a zombie approaches you, use this angle to hold it in place and push the wooden pole forward." The uncle said this, standing in front of the homemade wooden fork and waving at the two of them. "Come on, push the wooden poles in your hands forward at the same time." The two men nodded when they heard this and raised the wooden poles to push towards the uncle's body. The angle at the front end of the wooden pole just caught the uncle's body. The uncle tried waving his arms, but he couldn't touch the two people holding the wooden forks. "Why don't you try to use more force?" the uncle said. The two young men pushed forward at the same time, and the uncle couldn't move forward at all despite his best efforts. "This thing is good and quite reliable." The two young men watching were a little surprised. One of them was holding a fire axe, ran between the two men holding wooden forks, and pretended to chop the uncle's head. The uncle waved his hand, touched the man's body at once, and shook his head slightly. "No, it's too dangerous to attack from the middle. We'll easily be caught by zombies. We should take advantage of the situation when the zombie is attracted by the two of you and chop its head off from the side." The other four nodded, indicating that they understood. The uncle waved his hand to let the two men let go, took the wooden fork, and hammered two nails into the intersection of the two wooden poles to reinforce it. This method can only deal with one zombie at a time. "Let's divide the work. Two of us will hold back, one will attack, one will finish off the zombies, and one will attract the other zombies." The uncle glanced at the four of them and said, "You two should hold the wooden fork. You didn't find any decent weapons anyway." The two took the wooden forks and nodded. "The fire axe is good for attacking, but be careful not to get it stuck in the zombie's head. Use the claw hammer to finish off the zombies. If the hatchet fails to kill the zombies on the first strike, don't stop and retreat immediately. The person responsible for finishing off the zombie should approach the zombie from the other side and smash its head. I'll go and attract the zombies over here." The uncle finished speaking in one breath, looked up at the four people, and said, "Let's go. There are only 6 zombies at the door below." After saying that, the uncle picked up a bone-chopping knife and a wooden pole from the ground and went downstairs. The other 4 followed him downstairs, holding their own weapons in their hands. The 5 people quickly walked to the lobby on the first floor and saw the bodies lying in all directions outside the door. They were not surprised. They all knew that Suchen had just opened the door and killed these zombies. The uncle turned to the 4 people and said, "You just wait here, I will lead them over." The 4 of them nodded and began to get ready in the empty lobby. After the uncle walked out of the door, he carefully leaned against the community wall and moved towards the door. When he was still 10 meters away from the door, the uncle pierced the skin on his fingertip with the tip of the knife and squeezed out a drop of blood. Then he turned around and ran back to the apartment building. The uncle hadn't walked far when 2 zombies were attracted by the smell of blood. The 2 zombies opened their mouths wide and ran towards the uncle. The uncle quickly ran back to the apartment building, hid beside the gate, and signaled everyone to get ready. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps outside the apartment building were getting closer and closer, and a figure ran into the lobby on the first floor first. Seeing this, the uncle immediately closed the door of the apartment building. The light in the lobby dimmed instantly. Immediately afterwards, the zombie outside the door slammed into the door with a loud bang. The uncle quickly turned his head to look at the situation in the lobby. The 2 men holding wooden forks successfully stopped the running zombies. The huge impact force forced them to take several steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. The zombie waved its arms wildly, trying to grab the 2 people in front of it, and let out a deafening roar. The other 2 rushed out from the side of the zombie, raised their weapons, and hit the zombie's head one after another. Puff! In an instant, the zombie's skull shattered, and its brain burst out. As expected, the hand axe and the claw hammer smashed into the zombies' heads. Finally, The young man who was using the claw hammer to finish off the zombie was still not satisfied. So he took out the extra-long screwdriver and stabbed it into the zombie's temple. The zombie suddenly collapsed to the ground. The whole process took less than a minute. The uncle then breathed a sigh of relief and watched the men drag the body aside. "Do you need to take a break?" the uncle asked. The four of them looked at the zombie corpses on the ground with some excitement and shook their heads repeatedly. There was a zombie at the door, banging on it frantically. Seeing that the four people were ready, the uncle opened the door directly. "Call!" A fishy wind blew in, and the zombies outside the door suddenly fell to the ground. The gray eyes stared at the uncle at the door. Seeing that the zombie was about to get up and pounce on him, the uncle picked up a wooden pole and hit the zombie on the back, knocking it to the ground. The two young men in charge of the attack also reacted, ran quickly to the zombie, and cracked its head. For a moment, the zombie's skull caved in, revealing the brain tissue inside. Brain matter splattered, and black blood flowed. Both ends. Several people became more confident and dragged the zombie corpse to the side. The uncle ran out again to attract the zombies. Before he reached the gate of the community, he saw 4 zombies wandering near the wall. "Why did you get to this side of the wall?" The uncle thought something was wrong and turned around and ran towards the apartment building. The 4 zombies immediately saw the uncle standing by the wall and chased after him. "Quick, get ready. There are 4 of them this time." As soon as the uncle entered the door, he loudly reminded several people. Then he hid behind the door and closed the door after the first zombie came in. Soon, the first zombie ran into the apartment building and rushed towards the 2 young men holding wooden pitchforks. Seeing this, the uncle was about to close the door. Suddenly, a huge force came from the door, and the zombies behind were already catching up. At this point, the door was only a dozen centimeters away from being closed, but the zombie outside the door stretched his arm in. Still pushing at the door, the arms that had come in were waving, trying to grab the person behind it. 3 arms were waving right in front of him, and the others also had their own tasks. The uncle could only grit his teeth and hold off the 3 zombies at the door. His body straightened up, his center of gravity pressed down, his hands and shoulders used all their strength to hold up the door, and his legs pushed hard on the protruding, load-bearing columns on the wall to prevent his feet from slipping. The whole person was almost suspended in midair. No matter how hard the zombies outside the door pushed, they couldn't squeeze in even a single step. Chapter 20, Flyers from the Sky. The 4 people in the lobby quickly dealt with the zombie and ran to the door to hold it together. An extra-long screwdriver took the opportunity to pierce the head of the zombie at the door. An arm that squeezed through the door hung down limply. With 1 zombie gone, the pushing force outside the door suddenly decreased a little. The uncle quickly said, "You guys step back, I'll let them in." The 4 young men nodded and took a few steps back to prepare to face the only 2 remaining zombies outside. The uncle retreated violently, allowing the zombie at the door to open. Due to inertia, the zombie outside the door fell flat on his face like the previous zombie. 4 people rushed forward, and the 2 young men holding wooden pitchforks worked together to pin a zombie to the ground. The other 2 used hatchets and claw hammers to smash the skull of another zombie, destroying its brain. The uncle took a bone-chopping knife and chopped on the head of the zombie that was pressed to the ground. The boning knife cut through the muscles and cervical vertebrae on the zombie's neck, separating its head. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Have all 6 zombies been dealt with? A few people were still a little bit unbelieving, and the uncle's hands were shaking unconsciously because he had used too much force. Quick, cut off the head and show it to the boss." Several people acted quickly and soon chopped off several heads. He went up to the 4th floor with 6 heads and knocked on Suchen's door. Boom, boom, boom. Suchen was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed. When he heard a knock on the door, he opened his eyes and looked towards the door. Those people are back. Suchen also heard the noise downstairs just now, but he didn't expect that they had really killed all the zombies. You know, they're all hungry. How can they have the energy to kill zombies? Suchen stood up, opened the door, and stood at the door looking at the 5 people in the corridor. The first thing I saw was the zombie heads they were holding and the weapons in their hands that I didn't know where they came from. "Boss, we have killed all the zombies downstairs. Their heads are here." Suchen nodded, took out an empty cardboard box and said, "Put your head in." Then he turned around and went into the house to get a box of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. Several people put the head into a cardboard box and handed it to Suchen. Suchen handed the food to them and said, "This Crab King noodle tastes good when eaten dry. Just make sure you drink enough water. You guys eat first. I'll find you guys after you finish eating." After Suchen finished speaking, He took the cardboard box and went back into the house without waiting for their response. In the bathroom, Suchen used a crowbar to crack open the zombies' heads and took out the crystals inside. He threw the 6 heads out of the window and washed his hands briefly. Suchen looked at the 6 crystal-clear crystals in his palms and waited for them to experiment with them later. Suchen casually crushed a piece of crystal and found that the crystal on the body of an ordinary zombie had little effect on his own improvement. Do we need to find some special kind of zombie? Suchen shook his head, stopped thinking about it, turned around, and walked out of the bathroom, ready to test the waters with them. Suchen opened the door and found 5 people sitting in the corner of the corridor, munching on crab noodles. From time to time, he would pick up the mineral water beside him and drink it down in one gulp. The air in the corridor was still filled with the smell of instant noodles. When the few people saw Suchen, they quickly stood up and swallowed the instant noodles in their mouths. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Suchen felt a little uncomfortable with this title, but he was too lazy to correct their title. "Come here, one for each of you, and just use your hands to create a crack." Suchen spread out his palms to reveal 5 crystals the size of his little finger. The 5 people gathered around curiously, each picking up a crystal, not understanding what Suchen meant. They tried to squeeze the crystal open with their hands, but no matter how hard they squeezed, the crystal didn't respond. Suchen saw that their faces were red from holding their breath, and he couldn't bear it any longer. "Can you try to break them?" Several people tried to knock on the wall hard, and a layer of white plaster on the wall fell off, but they didn't break it. "What's going on? Is this crystal that hard?" Suchen was still a little confused when suddenly someone exclaimed, "Ah, it's cracked." I saw a crack appear in the crystal in his hand, and the liquid inside slowly flowed out. The originally hard shell was also assimilated into a sticky liquid, which penetrated into his skin without leaving any trace. Suchen instantly became interested. "How do you feel? Is there anything strange? For example, has your physical strength increased?" When the man heard Suchen's question, he thought about it carefully and said, "No, I don't feel anything." As he spoke, he clenched his fists and felt the strength in his body. Suddenly, a tiny flame appeared from his fingertips, about the same size as a lighter. Suchen looked at the flame on his hand, and his eyes widened. Is this his ability? Why does it feel worse than a lighter? The person involved was already jumping up and down. It's hot, it's so hot. My fingers are on fire. Big man, help me." The other 4 looked at the flames coming out of his fingertips in surprise. Is this the effect of that crystal? But why is ours so hard? The 4 began to doubt their lives. Suchen stretched out his hand and grasped the flaming fingers, and the flames on his fingertips immediately disappeared. "Look for yourself. Where is it burned? Not even a hair is burned." The young man looked at his fingertips in surprise. Recalling the feeling just now, he created another small flame. "Fuck, it would be cool to light a cigarette with this." Suchen. It has been confirmed that these crystals can give ordinary people abilities, but they don't seem to improve their physical health. They're still just noobs and will most likely be killed when facing zombies. I guess so. Suchen looked at the small flame and shook his head. This thing was fine for burning some paper money for himself. Suchen turned his gaze to the other 4 people. The crystals in their hands could not be cracked no matter how hard they tried. They looked at Suchen for help. Suchen frowned slightly, not knowing what was going on. He simply shrugged and said, "I don't know either. You have to figure it out yourself. If it doesn't work, just carry it with you. It might break apart on its own." Upon hearing this, the other 4 could only stop in disappointment and look at the young man who was playing with fire with envy. "Okay, go away and don't bother me anymore. You can go to the top floor and prepare something that will easily attract attention, perhaps to attract a military helicopter to rescue you." I saw in the afternoon that there were survivors being picked up by helicopters in the area where the gunfire was heard. They should be evacuating the survivors now, right? I guess the military has already set up a shelter. After Suchen finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the house to rest. This time the result was somewhat unexpected. These crystals don't seem that hard. How come only one person can open them? The 5 people at the door looked at each other in confusion. Shelter. They did hear the sound of helicopters in the past 2 days, but they never had the chance to run to the rooftop to check. Now that I heard there was a military shelter, I couldn't help but feel excited. Hurry, eat, then find something flammable and get to the rooftop. After the uncle finished speaking to the 4 people, he poured all the instant noodles into his mouth and walked upstairs. 4 young men followed him and went upstairs. They gathered curtains, sheets, towels, and other fabrics from all the rooms at the corner of the stairs on the rooftop. "Uncle, "What should we do?" asked a young man who looked like a student. "Let's set up the venue first and use these fabrics to form the letter SOS on the rooftop. If a helicopter appears, light the fabric on fire to attract the helicopter's attention." The four young men nodded, and each of them took a part of the fabric and walked onto the rooftop. I started to spell out a big SOS on the ground, but the wind was a bit strong on the rooftop, and these light fabrics were easily blown away. A few people then piled the sundries they had found earlier on top of it, and the job was done. Then we just have to wait for the helicopter to arrive. The five people sat on the rooftop enjoying the cool breeze, with the food and water that Suchen gave them next to them. From time to time, I scanned the sky to see if there was any helicopter. "Look, there's a dark shadow in the sky." Someone suddenly pointed to the sky in the south direction of the city and said. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a black shadow slowly getting bigger. The noise from the helicopter rotors became more and more obvious. Even Suchen, who was sitting on the fourth floor, was a little surprised. "Are there any helicopters coming out for search and rescue today?" Suchen quickly ran up to the rooftop, wanting to see the helicopter in the sky. But I saw 5 people gathered around a pile of curtains and bed sheets, looking very anxious. "Hurry up! How come this fire can't even light a curtain? Any slower, it will fly away." "Oh, stop rushing me, it's too windy here." The young man took a towel and ran back to the corridor, just in time to see Suchen. "Boss, look, the helicopter is coming again." Suchen nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. The young man hid in the corridor and lit the towel. He protected the flame with his hands, ran quickly to several letters, and lit the fabrics one by one. The fire grew bigger and bigger, and black smoke rose up. "This should attract the attention of the helicopter, right?" the young man asked nervously. No one spoke, just stared at the helicopter in the sky. Look, he's turned." The helicopter seemed to have seen the fire here, turned around and flew towards this side, and the 5 people suddenly became excited. The noise of the helicopter was getting louder and louder, and it was quickly approaching the sky above the community. Just when Suchen thought it would hover in the air, the helicopter flew away without even looking back. The 5 people's excited expressions froze in an instant, and they watched the helicopter fly away in a daze. Why did it go away? Something seems to have fallen from the sky. Suchen also looked up at the sky and saw pieces of paper falling from the sky like snowflakes. Suchen waited until he picked up the paper on the ground and started reading it. Leaflets. I found out that this was a common promotional flyer before the end of the world. It didn't look special, and the content on it was about a special offer for the opening of a certain milk tea shop, and so on and so forth. Could it be a mistake? Why send this? Suchen was about to throw it away when he suddenly saw a blank page on the back of the flyer with a lot of handwriting. Chapter 21, Crashed Helicopter. Suchen took a closer look at the handwriting on the back of the flyer in his hand. A letter to all surviving compatriots. The Jiangxing Temporary Shelter was established at the abandoned Nanli School in the southern suburbs of the city. The shelter is now under the jurisdiction of the military. It has safe accommodation, adequate food supply, and 24-hour armed protection by armed police soldiers. The shelter accepts all survivors in the city. On the way to the shelter, please pay attention to your personal safety and be careful of the infected on the street. If you really can't leave your current address, you can try to call for help from a helicopter on the rooftop. Every afternoon, there are helicopters coming into the city to rescue people. There are still soldiers in the south of the city evacuating survivors from residential areas and fighting the infected. Since the virus can be transmitted through blood, in order to protect the personal safety of all survivors with wounds on their bodies, please do not board the plane. The shelter refuses to accept patients infected with the zombie virus. Suchen quickly finished reading the contents of the leaflet, and the 5 people on the rooftop watching the helicopter fly away also got a leaflet. At this time, the helicopter was still hovering over the city. The helicopter kept dropping leaflets like snowflakes. Suchen looked at the leaflets flying in the sky and thought, abandoned school? No wonder they used handwritten methods. It probably took 3 days to reorganize the army, and today the shelter construction was completed. It is normal that there is no infrastructure. After all, there were 3 groups of infected people in the 3 days of black rain, and if one was not careful, the infected people would sneak into the shelter. Seeing that the helicopter had no intention of stopping, Suchen turned around and went back to the 4th floor. The 5 people on the rooftop became excited again when they saw the content of the flyer and quickly stepped out the sparks on the ground. They planned to set fire to the fabrics tomorrow to attract the attention of the search and rescue helicopter. It's getting dark. The 5 people came down from the rooftop and moved into a house on the 7th floor. When it was time for dinner, they each opened a packet of instant noodles and started eating them. In the distance, gunfire continued to be heard from the residential area in the south of the city. As it got dark, searchlights were even set up there to facilitate night combat for the soldiers. Suchen sat by the window, eating dinner, and felt that the city, which had finally calmed down, was becoming restless again. "I can't sleep again tonight," Suchen muttered as he ate noodles. After dinner, Suchen opened the map software and searched for the location of the abandoned school. Fortunately, the flyer had the name of the school on it. "I hope this offline map has included the location of this school." Suchen tried to search and actually found the location of the abandoned school. Looking at the map, there is a large blank area near the abandoned school, which means that not many people live in that area. It is also possible that the area is too backward and is not included in the map software. Suchen looked at the distance between the two sides and found that the straight line distance was 8 kilometers, so the actual route should be more than 10 kilometers. Suchen turned off the screen of his mobile phone and went back to his bedroom to sleep. After all, the mental damage caused by overusing one's abilities is not so easy to heal. This is even more uncomfortable than staying up all night. If Suchen had not strengthened his body and had a good foundation, he would have collapsed long ago. Suchen also determined that the time he stopped time was only about 10 seconds. And it is only effective within a 5-meter radius centered on the body, which is roughly a sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. It will also consume your mental energy and make you feel tired, just like you didn't get a good night's sleep. I accidentally used 30 seconds in the morning and had already drained most of my mental energy. If it weren't for the huge amount of energy in the giant corpse's crystal that replaced the mental power, I would probably still be in the square now. Unfortunately, this energy cannot replenish the mental strength that has been consumed. Suchen felt very tired and lay down on the bed. He fell asleep soon. The next day was just dawn. The 5 people upstairs hardly slept all night, sleeping and waking from time to time. In addition to the gunshots and roars outside, there are also internal reasons. They were so excited that they couldn't sleep at the thought that a helicopter might come to rescue them today. Look, they started setting up the venue as soon as it got light. This time, they not only reformed the word SOS with the fabric, but also piled all the remaining fabrics together. As soon as the helicopter appears, the curtains and other things will be set on fire immediately. The burning fabrics would then produce billowing black smoke, making it more likely to attract the attention of helicopters. They just had to wait until the afternoon for the helicopter to show up. Success or failure depends on this one move. Just as the 5 people upstairs were busy preparing for various tasks, Suchen was still lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Suchen slept until the sun was high in the sky and then woke up naturally. "The energy I lost yesterday has been largely recovered." Aha! Suchen yawned and sat up from the bed. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and took off the noise-canceling headphones in a daze. Voices from the outside world suddenly flooded into Suchen's mind. Did the fighting last all night in the south of the city? Suchen was a little surprised when he heard the gunshots outside, which had not stopped. Suchen got out of bed and walked to the window to take a look at the community square. After making sure there was nothing unusual, he went into the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Suchen looked at the outdoor mobile power bank charging by the window. After charging yesterday afternoon and this morning, the battery power is now at 87%. It should be fully charged in about an hour. With this thing, using some electrical appliances will be much more convenient. Suchen found a few packets of duck feet from the supplies he brought out from the supermarket and started eating them while standing by the window. His eyes scanned the movements in other buildings in the community. Overnight, it seemed like several more bedspreads with rescue messages were hung and curtains were drawn. It seems that many people got the flyer and saw its contents. However, the zombies had already gathered on the street outside the community, and they were not sure they could leave. There are still zombies wandering in the corridors of some buildings, and they can't go up to the rooftop. I had no choice but to hang these things on the windows. As to whether it is useless, no one can tell. Suchen walked out the door holding a duck paw in one hand and a Coke in the other. I was about to go downstairs to pick up the boning knife I had pulled down yesterday. By the way, let's see if the compound bow I used yesterday can still be used. I remember that I dropped the bow quite hard yesterday. I hope it doesn't break. What a pity. Although I don't know how to shoot arrows, let alone maintain a bow, an arrow. A moment later, Suchen appeared leisurely on the first floor. Many survivors noticed Suchen's appearance. No way. Because they were worried that the dense swarm of zombies outside the community would suddenly break into the community, The survivors mostly paid attention to the community square. Now, if there is any disturbance in the community square, everyone will find out at the first time. When they saw Suchen's leisurely look, their eyes were suddenly filled with complex emotions such as envy, jealousy, and resentment. Many people's eyes were focused on the duck feet and cola in Suchen's hands. Most of them hated Suchen in their hearts because he took away most of the food in the supermarket. However, no one dared to say anything because they all saw how strong Suchen was yesterday. He was a fierce man who killed more than 30 zombies alone and was able to dodge arrows at close range. They originally thought that Suchen would be infected and turn into a zombie because of the arrows stained with zombie blood. Facts slapped him in the face again, and the 3 people who attacked him all fell in the supermarket. And he was still alive and kicking and running to the square to show off. Yes, in the eyes of the survivors in the community, Suchen's behavior at this moment was just showing off to them. Suchen didn't think too much about it. While gnawing on the duck's paw, he was looking for the sharp knife on the lawn near the supermarket entrance. The boning knife was soon found stuck in the soil on the lawn. Suchen took out the sharp knife and hung it around his waist. The compound bow was found again near the giant corpse, but unfortunately the bow was a little deformed and the upper and lower pulleys were also damaged. The bowstring also fell off, and Suchen didn't know how to put it back, so he just picked it up and took it back. Just collect the arrows that got shot everywhere. Some of the arrows were broken. Suchen accepted everyone who came and finally checked the square to make sure there was nothing left before returning to the apartment building. The zombies outside were just like yesterday, walking towards the south in an endless stream. Suchen estimated that if there weren't these cars blocking the road, the zombies would move faster. The pressure from the military will probably increase the difficulty to hell. However, for the survivors, the cars parked randomly on the road are not a good thing either. If you want to escape by car, you may be blocked by these vehicles on the road. Time quickly passed noon, and the sun was high in the sky. After 3 consecutive days of black rain, the weather has been relatively good in the past few days. The 5 people on the rooftop were sitting on the parapet of the rooftop, basking in the sun and warming themselves. It should be afternoon now. The search and rescue helicopter will probably be here soon. Everyone, please keep an eye on the sky. The uncle looked at the sun above his head and said to the 4 young men. Several people nodded, looking up into the air from time to time. They were looking forward to the arrival of the helicopter, as the food they had exchanged from Suchen was running low. There are only 4 bags left in a box of 24 instant noodles. There was a lot of mineral water left if the helicopter hadn't picked them up today. They will drink water until they are full. I wonder what the boss is doing now. The young man who played with fire looked up and said, I really want to know how to become as powerful as the boss. The other 4 rolled their eyes when they heard this. They each held a piece of crystal in their hands and knocked it against the wall with all their might. No matter how hard I try, I can't even get a crack. The young man holding the fire axe even chopped it with the axe, but there were no cracks. How come you were so lucky? He couldn't help but complain. The young man who played with fire grinned. I can't get there. The others were about to say something when a few sesame-sized black shadows appeared on the horizon in the distance. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Here it comes. The helicopter is coming. The young man playing with fire accidentally saw the dark shadows and spoke out to warn everyone. Several people immediately put away the crystals in their hands and looked in the direction of the young man's finger. Sure enough, I saw several black spots getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, the noise of the helicopter rotors finally reached my ears. It's coming! It's coming! It's finally here! The 5 men were trembling with excitement and began to prepare themselves, ready to ignite all the fabrics once the helicopter approached the city. As long as the black smoke rises, they don't believe that the helicopter can't see it. Suchen, who was downstairs, came running over with a pot of hot and sour noodles in his hand. However, he did not go to the rooftop. Instead, he stuck his head out of the corridor and looked up at the sky. If these helicopters have KPL indicators, I will be doomed if I am pulled away by the local soldiers to make up the numbers. In the sky, 7 helicopters were approaching the city. The 5 men quickly started lighting fires and waving their arms in an attempt to attract the helicopter's attention. Flames instantly shot up into the sky from the fabric, distorting the air around it. Billowing black smoke rose into the air. The 7 helicopters separated as soon as they arrived in the city, and some of them flew towards the center of the city. The 5 people on the rooftop looked at the nearest helicopter, which flew directly towards the city center. My heart sank. They won't go to rescue the people living in the city center and high-end communities first, right? A young man asked worriedly. Several people's faces were a little stiff. Maybe he will be back soon. Let's wait a little longer, the uncle said in a deep voice. 7 helicopters circled in the city for a while before one of them stopped and successfully picked up the survivors. Just when a few people were feeling disappointed, a helicopter flew towards them. This time it hovered directly above the 5 people. The unburned flames of the 3 letters on the ground were blown out in an instant. Only the flames on the pile of fabric burned brighter and brighter under the strong wind. It seemed that the arrival of the helicopter brought more oxygen to the area for it to burn. A miniature fire tornado rose on the rooftop to a height of more than 1 person. Several people were startled and took a few steps back, away from the fire. A rope ladder was slowly lowered down, and a fully armed soldier with a gun stuck his head out and waved to the few people. When the 5 saw the rope ladder in front of them, they were stunned for a moment and then immediately climbed up. Suddenly, the young man playing with fire saw Suchen sitting in the corridor eating noodles and turned and ran towards him. Suchen was stunned. What was this guy going to do? Didn't you have lunch? Do you want to eat something before leaving? Boss, what's your name? Can you tell me how to be as powerful as you? Suchen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, as long as they didn't have to steal food. Suchen, you can't replicate my strength. Go ahead. You are the only one missing. Suchen spoke briefly and to the point, then waved his hand to send the man away. Oh, okay, Suchen, remember my name. My name is Guaziming. Guaziming was a little disappointed because he didn't get the answer he wanted. He thought Suchen would at least fool him a little, but he didn't expect him to directly say that he couldn't do it like him. Guaziming looked at his fingertips, and it seemed to be true. Hey, we should go. A shout came from overhead. Guaziming turned around and found that the other 4 people had already climbed up the rope ladder. He quickly turned around and ran towards the rope ladder, then turned to Suchen and shouted, "Goodbye, boss." Suchen did not respond. After the helicopter picked up the 5 people, it was not known whether he discovered the curtains downstairs or something. He actually put rope ladders in the windows of those houses that had hung curtains asking for help, but he only picked up 2 more people, then retracted the rope ladder and flew away. Suchen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally left. If the helicopter stays here any longer, Suchen estimates that this place will be overrun by zombies. He could already imagine the reaction of the zombies below. Sure enough, after the helicopter left, without the cover of the helicopter noise, the roars of the zombies spread throughout the entire community. Suchen walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. He could not help but hold his forehead and sigh. During the short few minutes that the helicopter was hovering, it actually attracted zombies from the surrounding streets. Fortunately, the gate of the community was still resilient for the time being, and as the helicopter flew away, most of the zombies followed the sound and ran away. A cold wind blew. Suchen shivered while holding the pot. It's too cold. Let's go down. If you wait any longer, the hot and sour noodles in the pot will get cold. Suchen returned to his home on the 4th floor, and there were still several helicopters hovering in the city sky. It seems that no survivors were found. After an unknown amount of time, the helicopters left the city one after another. There was only one helicopter still hovering in the city. The survivors in the community desperately waved the curtains at the windows, letting them fly freely in the cold wind, trying to attract the attention of the remaining helicopter. At first, Suchen thought that these actions were just a waste of energy, but unexpectedly, the sound of the helicopter was getting closer and closer. Wang Defa, what the hell is going on? Suchen immediately turned his head and looked towards the entrance of the community, fearing that the zombies would rush in the next moment. There was nothing happening at the door for the time being. Suchen looked up at the sky and saw a helicopter slowly flying towards him. The flying altitude seemed to be much lower than that of the other helicopters just now, almost level with the roof of the opposite building. The fuselage was still shaking from side to side and looked unstable. It was about to fall onto the roof of the opposite building, but it failed to land. What kind of plane is this? Is it going to make an emergency landing in the square? That's impossible. There are so many trees here. As Suchen was thinking, a black shadow suddenly fell from the plane. The black shadow fell directly on the square. Suchen looked carefully and found that there was still a survivor. However, her neck was covered in blood at this time, obviously bitten by a zombie. Someone infected with a zombie virus got in? As the helicopter was about to fly to the roof of his building, an idea came to Suchen's mind. Before he could confirm, there was a violent vibration above his head. Then, a harsh friction sound came from upstairs. For some unknown reason, a helicopter rotor fell on the community square. Several images flashed across Suchen's eyes quickly, and he predicted that the helicopter would hit the building where his apartment was. Without giving it any time to think, he immediately used his ability to cover the entire room and stay at this point in time. On the rooftop, the helicopter failed to make an emergency landing. The fuselage tilted forward and the rotor hit the parapet of the roof, making a harsh friction sound. Before the plane crashed, a dark figure with a gun jumped out of the plane. In the cabin, several survivors were held tightly by a zombie, and a large piece of flesh had fallen off one of them's neck. The helicopter lost its pilot and completely lost control. The entire helicopter was still covered by the remaining flames from the rooftop, and the zombies in the cabin and the bitten survivors all turned into firemen. The next moment, the helicopter suddenly exploded and flames spread all around. The shock wave of the explosion sent the figure that jumped out of the helicopter flying away and hitting the wall. The huge shock wave also shattered all the glass in the apartment building where Suchen lived. Crash! Glass fragments from the entire apartment building fell to the ground like rain. A big hole was blown in the ceiling of the 7th floor. In the entire building, only Suchen's house was intact. Chapter 22, Surrounded by Zombies. A look of relief flashed in Suchen's eyes. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, my house might be leaking. Suchen could also hear the roar of flames coming from the top floor. Suchen took the crowbar and walked out the door, not knowing whether all the zombies on the helicopter were dead or not. It would be best if the fire did not spread to the interior of the building. Suchen thought to himself, and when he walked to the corridor, he found that the window glass on the corner platform of the stairs was also shattered all over the floor. The higher you go, the clearer the sound of the burning flames becomes. Suchen suddenly thought of a very serious problem. If the military discovered that a helicopter crashed here, would they send someone to investigate? Not to mention that if a helicopter hovers over the community for a long time, the sound it makes will attract a large number of zombies to attack the community. If I am found by them again, will they take me back? And there are a lot of supplies at home. They should also be forcibly confiscated, right? If the military forcibly confiscates the survivors' supplies, there is nothing we can do. Although it was unclear what policies the shelter implemented, Suchen didn't dare to gamble. Suchen's thoughts raced. He had to find a way to get the helicopter down. At least the crash site cannot be on the roof of this building. This is so eye-catching. However, we still have to see the situation of the helicopter first. Suchen immediately quickened his pace, leaving a row of footprints on the thick white lime of the stairs. When he arrived at the rooftop, Suchen immediately saw the burning helicopter near the edge of the rooftop. At this time, it was burned black by the fire, and its original appearance could no longer be recognized. There were several completely charred bodies in the cabin. They must be the survivors rescued in this search and rescue mission. They were really unlucky. After finally getting rescued, a zombie virus carrier sneaked into the helicopter. After Suchen took a look near the helicopter and confirmed that there were no zombies, he quickly walked towards the helicopter that was almost burned to ruins. Looking at the big iron lump in front of him, Suchen looked downstairs again, and his scalp tingled. The explosion just now attracted the zombies that were originally dispersing. The sliding door at the gate of the community no longer looks very sturdy. How about using it to block the door? As soon as Suchen's thought flashed through his mind, he quickly denied it. We have to find a way to get the plane to the street, disguise it as a helicopter crashing on the upper floor, and then slide it to the street. Only the building where he lived was affected. Let them go out and search the streets for clues. However, he most likely won't go down to check. After all, there are hundreds of zombies on the streets waiting eagerly for him. It would be better if you go and check it out, and you can also help clear the zombies on the streets. When Suchen thought of this, he immediately started to check which side was closer to the street next to the community. When the flames on the helicopter wreckage get smaller, push it down the stairs. It would be best if we could push it onto the street in one go. Fortunately, the building where I live is close to the community wall, and there is a main road outside the community wall. Suchen estimated the distance to be about 5 to 10 meters. Although only the iron shell of the helicopter remains, many parts have disappeared. But it was a helicopter after all. Suchen tried its weight and found that it weighed at least more than 1 ton. Time passed slowly, and all the combustible materials in the helicopter had been burned out. Only a charred iron shell remained. There were also several charred bodies sitting inside. Suchen saw that the time was right, and the parapet in front of the fuselage was destroyed by the rotor. All Suchen had to do was push the iron shell down the stairs. Squeak! Suchen stood at the tail of the wing and pushed the iron shell in front of him with all his strength. The helicopter moved forward little by little, making a harsh metal friction sound. After pushing the helicopter away, Suchen found that a big hole was smashed on the ground under the helicopter. You can even see what's happening on the 7th floor through the big hole. If the helicopter had not landed smoothly like this, but had crashed directly into the building, I'm afraid my cabin would have been lost. Suchen, who was pushing the helicopter, did not notice the unconscious person in the corner of the rooftop. As soon as he arrived at the rooftop, he was attracted by the wreckage of the helicopter on the rooftop and did not look anywhere else. Furthermore, the man was located at the angle between the wall and the parapet between the buildings, which happened to be Suchen's blind spot. If you don't look back deliberately, you won't be able to see that there is a person lying in the corner. At this moment, the man was awakened by the sound of Suchen pushing the wreckage of the helicopter. A pair of dark pupils slowly opened, with a look of pain, and it was obvious that he was still injured. The man raised his head slightly and looked at Suchen, who was pushing the wreckage of a helicopter on the other side of the rooftop. His pupil shrank slightly. What is he doing? I saw the wreckage of the helicopter being slowly pushed out of the rooftop, with half of the fuselage suspended in the air, looking shaky. Suchen felt that the fuselage had almost come out, and suddenly took a few steps back. Then, he took a sudden run and mobilized all his strength to push the crumbling wreckage down the stairs. Suchen ran to the edge of the rooftop and looked at the wreckage of the fallen helicopter nervously. Bang! The fuselage of the helicopter wreckage did kill many zombies on the street, but the tail wing unfortunately crashed into the wall of the community. Fortunately, the wall was not damaged, otherwise it would be a real trouble. Suchen cursed inwardly. The 2.4-meter high community wall might be a natural barrier for the zombies. But with the addition of the helicopter tail, there will always be 1 or 2 zombies that will climb up the wall along the helicopter tail and climb into the community. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing else we can do. At worst, I can just clean out the zombies that sneak in every day and then find a way to remove the tail wing. If it weren't for the noise made by the 2 helicopters, the zombies wouldn't have focused their attention on this neighborhood. Now they're not heading towards the south of the city, thinking that there might be a helicopter coming to check the situation later. Suchen's face darkened even more. I'm afraid that a large number of zombies will be attracted here again. Alas, we can only wait for a period of calm, and the zombies will leave on their own. Suchen turned and walked towards the stairwell to go downstairs. Suddenly, Suchen frowned. Where did this person in the corner come from? Suchen had just walked to the stairwell and was about to enter the corridor when he discovered that there was a person lying at the corner between the stairwell wall and the roof parapet. Judging from his clothes and equipment, as well as the camouflage on his face, he should be a soldier on the helicopter. Suchen took a glance and turned to go downstairs. Then he changed his mind and realized that he had already pushed the helicopter down. The purpose is to prevent the military from paying attention to this building. This is good. A light bulb lying there will attract the attention of military helicopters. If the helicopter stays a little longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to stay in this community anymore. The violent horde of zombies outside will definitely rush into the community. In desperation, Suchen walked up to the man and pushed him with his toes, but there was no response. He won't die, will he? The shockwave just now was so strong that a big hole was left in the floor. The human body shouldn't be able to bear it, right? Or just throw him down. After looking at his military uniform, Suchen reached out and sniffed his breath and found that he was still alive, but his breath was very weak. Oh, you're lucky. Suchen shook his head and put away his rifle and pistol to prevent him from waking up and attacking him. Then he squatted down and carried the man up. Suchen carried a Type 95 rifle on his back, a pistol in his pocket, and a soldier on his shoulder like a sack, and walked down the stairs carefully. Wait until the military helicopter comes to check the situation before letting him go. He is still in a coma anyway. Suchen placed him next door to his own house, so that each of them had a room and a bed, and he laid down neatly. Suchen himself returned home and smashed several pieces of glass in the living room to make it look more realistic. After doing all this, Suchen hid at home and waited for the military helicopter to come and check the situation. Chapter 23: Military Strength. Did the military abandon this helicopter? Suchen sat in the drafty living room and waited until the sun was about to set, but no helicopter came back to check. Suchen couldn't help but feel relieved. The gunfire from the south of the city gradually subsided. I don't know if it was because of the heavy losses or the lack of ammunition. The remaining survivors in the community felt relieved when they saw that the apartment building where Suchen lived was in disaster. The wicked will be punished by God. Let him monopolize all the food in the supermarket. Even God can't stand it. Look at the window glass. There's wind leaking in from all sides. He'll freeze to death when he sleeps at night. The survivors discussed the matter excitedly from a distance. Suchen had no time to pay attention to them. People are like this. They can't stand others doing well. When they see others suffering, they feel happier than if they had won a multi-million lottery. They didn't even think about the fact that with more than 30 zombies in the community square, they didn't even have the chance to enter the supermarket. After the sun went down, the temperature outside dropped sharply. After dinner, Suchen sat in the drafty living room. Feeling a little chilly, I simply got up and went back to the bedroom. Suchen did not break the window of his bedroom because he did not want to be woken by the cold wind in the middle of the night. Outside the window, darkness once again enveloped the entire city. Suchen lay on his side on the bed, half squinting at the sky outside the window, his eyelids drooping and his eyes dim with sleepiness. In the distance, 6 dazzling rays of light suddenly burst out in the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The sound of helicopter rotors beating the air resounded through the sky. Suchen suddenly opened his eyes. Is the helicopter coming? He walked quickly to the window and saw 6 helicopters whizzing past in the sky, flying towards the city. As they approached the city, the 6 helicopters dispersed. It seems that they're here to search for the helicopter. The searchlight from the helicopter shone on the ground, illuminating the entire street. The noise from the 6 helicopters circling in the air also made the zombies in the city extremely restless. Helicopters flew rapidly over the streets. From time to time, survivors waved at them, but they did not stay for long. It won't be long before those helicopters find their way here. Suchen thought to himself that his original sleepiness had disappeared. 10 minutes later, the whirring sound of 5 helicopter rotors hitting the air faded away. Judging from the sound, we should disperse to search in other directions of the city. There was only a helicopter hovering in the sky over the area where Suchen was. The view from the 4th floor does not show the distribution of helicopters in the sky. Suchen didn't want to take the risk of going to the rooftop to check, for fear of being discovered by them. The helicopter was getting closer and closer, and its searchlight swept across the street, illuminating the nearby residential buildings. Soon, the helicopter flew to the street where the helicopter wreckage was located. The searchlight shone on the street, and the observer on the helicopter saw the wreckage of the helicopter surrounded by corpses on the street at a glance. Found it? Contact others quickly. The helicopter pilot also saw the wreckage on the street and slowly slowed down the helicopter and hovered in the air. The beam of light from the searchlight just covered the wreckage of the helicopter. The pilot hovered the helicopter in the air and picked up the radio to contact several other helicopters. This is 7201. The wreckage of the target helicopter is in my 10 o'clock position. It has been confirmed to have crashed. Please reply if you receive it. The voices of several other drivers soon came from the intercom. Got it. The zombies under the helicopter raised their heads and roared at the helicopter. Suchen's attention was on the gate of the community. If the zombies there went crazy and rushed into the community, things would be bad. After observing for a while, the zombies still didn't break through the door. Suchen heard the sounds of several helicopters approaching overhead. A searchlight covered Building 7 where Suchen was, and it was obvious that they had seen traces on the roof. A driver recognized the building and contacted others by radio, saying that the survivors of the building had been picked up. At that time, Suchen did not walk out of the stairwell, so the helicopter pilot did not see Suchen. The searchlights of several helicopters illuminated Building Number 7. After a careful search, they found no bodies on the rooftop, so they shone the searchlight on the helicopter wreckage on the street. Suchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the searchlight of the helicopter above his head move away. It's just that the noise from 6 helicopters is too loud. Why don't you leave? Suchen gently stretched his head and looked up at the sky. Only 2 helicopters were seen directly above the community, and the other helicopters had no view. In the sky, 6 helicopters were hovering in the air more than 10 meters apart. The helicopter door opened, and the soldiers inside set up machine guns. 3, 2, 1, fire. The black muzzle of the gun was aimed at the zombies around the wreckage of the helicopter, spewing flames. The moment the machine gun sounded, Suchen was confused. This was the first time he heard a gunshot at close range. He felt his eardrums vibrating violently and his head buzzing. The machine gun stopped firing after only a dozen seconds. Suchen couldn't help his curiosity and ran to the bathroom window to look at the street. On the devastated streets, 6 searchlights shone on the wreckage of the helicopter like dawn, lighting up the streets in the dark like daylight. There were many bullet holes on the street surface and on the vehicles. Dozens of zombies near the wreckage of the helicopter were shot to death by the machine guns on the helicopter and fell in a mess on the road. However, the number of zombies on the streets was unusual. The machine gun on the helicopter had just finished firing when another zombie walked into the range of the searchlight from behind. In the sky, 6 helicopters slowly moved their positions. The muzzle of the machine gun covered almost the entire street as far as the eye could see. Then, the machine guns on the 6 helicopters opened fire in unison. Suchen saw with his own eyes the zombies on the entire street being shot through the bodies by machine gun bullets. After each zombie was pierced by large-caliber bullets, a big hole was blown out on its body. Some unlucky zombies were even broken in half. For a moment, the entire street was littered with broken limbs, broken flesh and bones, and black blood almost covered the entire street. Suchen couldn't help but gasp. It took less than 5 minutes to shoot and kill hundreds of zombies. When the gunfire stopped, bullet casings fell from the sky to the ground, making a crisp metallic sound. 4 helicopters flew to the intersections on both sides of the street to intercept the zombies walking towards the street. The other 2 helicopters were still hovering in the air. A helicopter slowly descended. A rappelling rope was hung from the cabin, and 3 soldiers rappelled from the helicopter to the side of the wreckage. They went forward to carefully check the situation on the helicopter, and several people were talking in low voices, seemingly trying to find out the cause of the helicopter crash. Suchen saw them taking something out of the plane, which should be the black box of the helicopter. They also turned over several charred bodies and took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the bodies. They must have discovered the zombies entangled with those survivors. Before we could finish observing the wreckage of the helicopter, the gunfire at the intersection on the left suddenly stopped. Suchen tilted his head and could barely see the situation at the intersection. The zombies there were much denser than expected, and the black mass of zombies showed little change under the machine gun fire. In the darkness where the searchlight could not reach, zombies continued to pour out and reoccupy the intersection. Suchen was suddenly attracted by a tail flame shooting out from the helicopter cabin. I saw a soldier carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder and firing a rocket at the intersection. The rocket's tail flame landed squarely among the zombies at the intersection. Then, there was a loud boom, and a dazzling firework exploded on the ground. The flames from the explosion almost covered the width of 4 lanes. Suchen estimated the width of the road in his mind and was surprised to find that the killing range of this rocket covered about 25 meters. The shockwave it caused even knocked the zombies on the humanoid road into the wall on the side of the street. When the fire and smoke cleared, Suchen saw the road that had been blown black. There was also a pile of broken limbs on the ground. An almost complete body was seen at the center of the explosion. The zombies on the edge of the explosion also had their heads pierced by fragments from the rocket. In the entire explosion range, only a few zombie heads on the periphery were not destroyed, and they still stood up staggeringly. The remaining clothes on his body were also ignited by the flames, and his entire body was engulfed in flames. This rocket killed nearly 100 zombies in one go. People living in a peaceful era had never seen such a scene. Suchen stared blankly in the direction of the intersection, feeling inexplicably shocked. However, the zombies from the other 3 streets quickly ran out. The soldiers on the helicopter loaded the shells and fired again at the group of zombies below. A spark exploded at the intersection again. At this time, the 3 soldiers had completed the inspection of the helicopter wreckage. Because the distance was too far, they spoke in low voices and Suchen didn't know what they were saying. I only vaguely heard them say words like driver, sacrificed, accompanying person, missing, etc. The 3 soldiers looked through some zombie corpses around them, but found nothing. The 3 of them shook their heads at each other, took out the black box removed from the helicopter, and said something on the walkie-talkie. The helicopter overhead quickly dropped 2 ropes. The 3 men grabbed the rope and tied up the helicopter wreckage tightly. It seems that they're going to take the wreckage back. After the 3 men tied the rope, a rope ladder was lowered from the helicopter. The 3 men quickly climbed up the rope ladder, and the helicopter slowly climbed upwards, lifting up the helicopter wreckage on the ground. 3 soldiers quickly entered the cabin. The wreckage under the helicopter has risen to a height of more than 10 meters. The four helicopters at the intersections on both sides seemed to have received the message and stopped firing and flew towards this side. Without fire suppression, the zombies at the intersection ran madly into the street. In just over 30 seconds, the street was covered by zombies on both sides. Suchen felt a little depressed when he saw this. He originally thought that after they took action to deal with the zombies, the pressure on the community would be much less. Unexpectedly, the situation here is still similar to before. The 6 helicopters climbed to the altitude from which they first came, and Suchen originally thought they were about to leave. Unexpectedly, the soldiers dropped something like a grenade from the helicopter. What is that? Suchen looked at the little thing tumbling under the searchlight with some surprise. The grenade-like object exploded in midair before it hit the ground. A red flame suddenly lit up in the sky, replacing the helicopter's searchlight and illuminating almost the entire road. 12 white phosphorus incendiary bombs. 12 flames exploded in the air. Those were 12 white phosphorus incendiary bombs exploding in the air. Suddenly, a huge rain of fire began to fall from the sky. The entire street was instantly covered in flames, and the zombies below were all burning with flames. A wave of heat rushed straight into Suchen's face from the window, dispelling the cold of the winter night. The entire street of zombies was in a sea of fire. The airflow created by the helicopter's rotors contributed to the fire on the street to a certain extent. 6 helicopters flew away quickly. By the way, tomorrow is January 1st, 1939, New Year's Day. The fireworks before departure look really grand. Suchen's face was also reflected red by the firelight outside the window. These helicopters are pretty good. They clean up the mess here before leaving. After they leave, without the attraction of the helicopter noise, other zombies probably won't come over. And the zombies on this street will also be burned by the flames of the incendiary bombs. I believe that when we wake up tomorrow, the number of zombies around the community will drop significantly. Suchen was still standing at the bathroom window, looking out. The killing range of the white phosphorus bomb is several points larger than that of the previous rocket. Even the sidewalks were covered and trees along the road were ablaze. The zombies on other streets were attracted by the flames and were engulfed by flames as soon as they approached. There was also white smoke rising from the streets, and there was a strange smell similar to that of garlic. Suchen felt a little uncomfortable after inhaling a little, and immediately realized that the smoke from this thing was poisonous. Fuck, they really aren't that kind. Suchen quickly covered his mouth and nose with a wet towel, left the bathroom, and closed the door. At this moment, a wisp of white mist had already poured into the room from the living room window. Suchen quickly closed the bedroom window, prepared to close the bedroom door, and blocked the gap in the door with a wet towel. Suchen thought about it and ran to the next room to carry the person out of the bedroom. The smoke hasn't completely dissipated yet. Suchen hurried back home, threw the man on the bedroom floor, quickly closed the door, and blocked the gap with a wet towel. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Why is this man still in a coma? Suchen looked at the helmet on his head and didn't feel like he had hit his head. I checked his breath and found he was still breathing. Suchen shook his head and found a dozen skipping ropes he had used yesterday to tie him up. If he died in the middle of the night, he wouldn't have to worry about his corpse rising up and biting him. Suchen didn't know how to tie knots, so he simply and roughly wrapped the man up like a dumpling and then surrounded him with the goods. After finishing all this, Suchen lay back on the bed and yawned. Not long after, he slowly fell asleep. Chapter 24. The Fantastic Survivor. The next day, as soon as it was light, Suchen got up from bed. He was a little uncomfortable with having another person in the bedroom. I was a little worried that this person would die in the middle of the night and turn into a zombie, so I didn't dare sleep too deeply. The bedroom is not big to begin with, and there are a lot of food placed against the wall, taking up a lot of space. The man was lying on the ground next to the window, still not waking up. You've been unconscious for so long. Why haven't you woken up yet? Suchen muttered to himself. He is not a doctor. How can he check someone's injuries? There was no blood oozing out of his body, and he was still unconscious, so we could only let him lie there. Looking out the window, the white fog that filled the air last night had completely disappeared. The sky directly above the community was covered with thick black smoke. Suchen listened carefully to the noise outside, and the crackling sound of the flames burning on the street had disappeared. It looks like the fire on the street has been extinguished. Suchen took away the wet towel under the door and opened it. The white smoke with the garlic smell in the living room has disappeared. Instead, there was a burnt smell similar to that of burning hair. After being exposed to the smell of blood and corpses over the past few days, Suchen's nose had long become immune to these smells. Suchen opened the bathroom door, opened the small window on the bathroom, and looked outside. Perhaps because there was no longer any gunfire from the south of the city, there were more than half as many zombies on the streets as yesterday. Many zombies wandered silently on the streets, like a group of salted fish that had lost their target. The zombies no longer gathered and were almost back to the state they were in on the first day of the zombie outbreak. The asphalt on the streets has been burned and even cracked. All the cars blocking the road turned into a pile of charred scrap metal. In some of the charred iron shells, there was still a trace of residual flame burning. The corpses of zombies that had been burned to charcoal were lying all over the ground, most of them still able to lift their legs and walk. The bodies had been completely carbonized, and some of the zombies' bodies had even been crushed. Suchen could clearly see the charred muscles and bones at the fracture. The clothes and skin of the zombies wandering on the streets were more or less burned by the flames. These zombies had many large blisters burned on their bodies and faces. Disgusting yellow pus also oozes out of the blisters. Several two-story small shops facing the street were also affected by last night's flames and burned to ruins. The thick smoke was coming from these shops that were on fire. Suchen observed for a moment, stopped watching, and turned around to brush his teeth and wash up. He was worried that if he continued to look at the zombies with yellow pus dripping from their bodies and faces, he would not be able to eat. After washing up, Suchen prepared breakfast in the kitchen. With an outdoor mobile power supply, Suchen started to cook using the original electrical appliances at home. I have to save those fast foods and eat instant noodles after I finish the rice. Make some white porridge with pickled mustard tuber. Suchen has been eating instant noodles these days, and now he has no appetite when he smells the noodles. If other survivors in the community knew this idea, they would be furious. The faint aroma of rice soon spread throughout the room. Suchen took out a bag of pickled mustard tuber and poured it into a small dish, then sat at the table and drank his porridge slowly. In the bedroom, the soldier lying on the ground twitched his nose slightly and frowned slightly, as if he wanted to open his eyes. My stomach makes a rumbling sound. Suchen was halfway through his meal when he suddenly heard a noise downstairs. I walked to the window with the bowl in my hand and found that survivors from other apartment buildings in the community had gathered in the square. There were 23 people in total, and I don't know if all the survivors were there. They came out of the apartment building and walked into the community supermarket together, and no one knew what they were going to do. While eating, Suchen looked at the survivors downstairs. Not long after they entered the supermarket, they walked out aggressively. A group of people gathered together, and no one knew what they were talking about. From time to time, they looked towards Building 7, where Suchen was. Suchen saw that they had bad intentions and had some guesses in his mind. You want to steal something, right? Suchen leisurely finished the porridge in his bowl and prepared to take the soldier's gun to scare them. Although Suchen did not know how to shoot, he knew nothing about the structure of a gun and did not even know where the safety was. But this does not detract from the fact that guns can scare people. Suchen looked at the 23 men with a wicked smile, put down the bowl in his hand, grabbed 2 guns, and prepared to go out. At this time, a group of people were discussing something enthusiastically in the community square. Is it really okay for us to go look for him like this? Have you forgotten that there were more than 30 zombies in the community square 2 days ago? Now, those zombies are still lying at the door. Can the 20 of us with thin arms and legs defeat them? A young man wearing glasses asked his questions to everyone. Otherwise, what else can we do? Does anyone have any food left at home? They are all gone, right? If we don't find some food, we'll all starve to death. He's just one person. Why does he occupy the supplies of the entire supermarket? A middle-aged man spoke passionately to the crowd. Everyone nodded angrily when they heard this. That's right. Why does he occupy the supermarket supplies? Let's go find him. I don't believe that with so many of us, we are still afraid of him. Some people here felt that Suchen should not be provoked, but seeing so many people getting emotional, they didn't know what to say. When the middle-aged man heard that so many people supported him, a glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes. If he was alone, he would not dare to cause trouble for Suchen. Everyone present can still remember the scene of that day vividly. Especially the scene where he dodged multiple arrows at close range was even more surprising. They were watching from upstairs and couldn't even see the trajectory of the arrow. They could only see where the arrow landed. But Suchen was able to accurately dodge all the arrows, which is truly shocking. A group of people were comforting themselves in their hearts. Don't worry, it's okay. He can't kill all of us. A group of people walked towards Building 7 where Suchen was. As the group walked into the lobby of Building 7, they were startled by several headless corpses lying on the ground. Is this the zombie that those 5 people attracted the day before yesterday? Someone thought of the 5 people who entered the supermarket the latest the day before and came out empty-handed. They all saw 5 people being chased into the building by a group of zombies the day before yesterday, and then Suchen came out to clear the zombies at the door. I don't know what went wrong with those 5 people. They attracted the zombies at the gate of the community. Until yesterday, thick black smoke came out from the rooftop of building number 7, and a helicopter was hovering above. Everyone was excited for a while, thinking that Suchen had abandoned the supplies and left. After the helicopter leaves, they can go to Suchen's house to divide the supplies. To everyone's disappointment, only those 5 people left, because they all saw Suchen smashing his own glass with a crowbar. The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something and added to the crowd, "Let's ask him for half of the supplies first. If he doesn't agree to share the supplies with us, then we will." "Just what?" a voice asked curiously. As the middle-aged man was speaking, he subconsciously looked in the direction where the voice came from. His eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something terrifying. At some point, a handsome young man stood at the stairs. He held a pistol in his hand, with the black muzzle pointed at the crowd, and he also had an automatic rifle on his back. If nothing else, these 2 guns alone are enough to prevent anyone from acting rashly. Suchen sneered in his heart. "What a big appetite." He asked for half of my supplies. "It seems like all my efforts to kill so many zombies were in vain." The middle-aged man was pointed at gunpoint and was stammering and unable to speak. The others also noticed Suchen at the stairs and stood there in a daze. "Why does he have a gun?" someone whispered, his teeth chattering. "I don't know. Could it be fake? Why don't you give it a try? Get lost." Suchen heard their voices and knocked on the stainless steel escalator beside him with the tip of his gun. Clunk, clunk. There was a crisp metallic collision sound between the gun tip and the stainless steel escalator. Everyone felt their scalps tingling and cold sweats broke out on their backs involuntarily. The crowd, who originally had some hope in their hearts, immediately quieted down, and no one dared to be the first to speak out. The middle-aged man who had just spoken retreated back into the crowd without a trace. Seeing that they had all become as timid as quails, Suchen couldn't help but feel happy and found it a little funny. His expression remained unchanged, and he asked everyone again, "If I don't give it to you, what will you do?" Upon hearing this, everyone focused their attention on the middle-aged man. The people in front of the middle-aged man silently made way for him to face Suchen. Suchen walked slowly out of the stairs, walked up to the middle-aged man, and asked him again in his ear, "If I don't give you the supplies, what do you want?" The middle-aged man saw the metallic luster on the pistol at close range and knew that it was most likely a real gun. The sweat on his forehead fell involuntarily. Her legs swayed in the wide trouser legs. Suchen's question sounded like a devil's whisper in his ears. "No, nothing. I was just joking." The middle-aged man said these words tremblingly. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have collapsed and was unsteady on his feet. Fortunately, the person next to him supported him. Suchen put the cold gun body against the middle-aged man's face and whispered, "Do you think I will believe it?" The middle-aged man felt the cold gun body on his face, and he couldn't hold it anymore, and his body fell backwards to the ground. He moved back several meters on his hands and knees. Seeing that Suchen had no intention of shooting, the middle-aged man rolled and crawled towards the door. "You little bastard, having a gun is great, right? If you have the ability, just shoot. You probably got this gun from the helicopter that crashed yesterday, right? I don't believe you will shoot. Let's wait and see." The middle-aged man stood at the door and shouted loudly at Suchen in the middle of the lobby. Everyone stared blankly at the middle-aged man at the door. Seeing everyone's surprised looks, the middle-aged man stood up straight, straightened his wrinkled clothes, and felt very satisfied with his performance just now. He admitted that he was a little frightened at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he could figure out the origin of the gun. That's why he dared to yell at Suchen like that. As for why he ran so far, of course he was afraid that Suchen would beat him. Seeing the surprised looks of everyone in the lobby, the middle-aged man waved his hand and said firmly, "Don't be fooled by him. He won't shoot at all. Let's go together, so we don't have to go hungry today." The 22 people in the lobby continued to stare at him without blinking. The middle-aged man was a little puzzled, wondering what was wrong with him. Why did they just keep looking at themselves and not try to snatch Suchen's gun? Finally, someone in the crowd pointed at the middle-aged man. To be more precise, he pointed behind him and reminded him, Look behind you. Behind? Is there something behind? Before the middle-aged man could react, he heard footsteps approaching quickly from behind. Is there anyone else coming to grab supplies together? The middle-aged man was thinking, and just as he was about to turn around to look, he heard footsteps behind him. A strong stench of corpse came from behind. Before the middle-aged man could react, someone grabbed his shoulder. A head with a stench of corpse reached out to his shoulder and bit his neck. A large amount of blood spurted out from the neck, and the door of the apartment building and the zombie's head were stained with large bloodstains. The middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his neck, staggered, and was pinned to the ground by the zombies behind him. The zombie bit the flesh on his neck and tore off a large piece of flesh. As blood continued to flow out, the middle-aged man became more and more dazed, and the severe pain made his expression distorted to the extreme. He stretched out his hand and tried to crawl towards the center of the lobby, but unfortunately, he was pinned down by the zombies on top of him and could not move at all. He looked at everyone with confusion, anger, unwillingness, resentment, and other emotions in his eyes, as if asking why no one saved me. The 22 survivors stood there in a daze, as if frightened by the bloody scene before them. Suchen was wondering where the zombie came from. The middle-aged man seemed to be abandoned by everyone. Tears welled up in his eyes, and it was unclear whether it was out of pain or anger. The strong smell of blood soon enveloped the entire lobby. A few more zombies came running to the door. Suchen was a little surprised. Where did these zombies hide so that they were not seen by these 23 pairs of eyes? At this time, the survivors in the lobby also reacted and ran away screaming. Suchen grabbed the nearest young man by the shoulder and asked, "Didn't you see any zombies when you came in just now?" The young man was frightened by Suchen's action and shook his hands repeatedly, trying to shake off Suchen's hand. However, Suchen's palm was tightly attached to his arm like an iron hoop, and he couldn't get rid of it. "Brother, please let go. We really didn't see any zombies when we came in." Suchen nodded and released his wrist. The young man quickly fled the lobby. For a moment, Suchen and the middle-aged man were the only ones left in the lobby on the first floor. There were also 7 zombies kneeling on the ground gnawing at the middle-aged man's body. Suchen stood still. The 7 zombies were currently attracted by the food in front of them and had no intention of attacking Suchen. If these zombies didn't come out from other apartment buildings, then one of them must have fallen from the helicopter yesterday. There are some more that should have crawled into the community along the tail of the helicopter yesterday. Suchen muttered and put away his pistol. At this time, the middle-aged man on the ground was no longer moving. His eyes were dazed, and a big hole had been dug out by the zombies on his back. The fist-sized heart was grabbed out by the zombies, and the blood vessels connecting to the heart were forcibly severed. The zombie bit down, and a lot of blood spurted out. Seeing this, Suchen picked up his rifle and approached the zombies that were eating. The butt of the gun hit a zombie's temple. The zombie's head was hit hard, his body shook a few times, and he fell on the corpse. The other zombies also noticed Suchen approaching and stood up and pounced on him. Suchen held the rifle with both hands and smashed the zombie's head with the butt of the rifle. Before the zombies could stand up from the ground, they were knocked to the ground by Suchen, leaving a dent of medium size on their heads. However, such injuries are not enough to destroy the zombie's brain. Suchen swung the butt of the gun in his hand down again, hitting the dents on the zombies' heads. The hard skull shattered instantly, and white brain matter flowed out of the wound. The zombies fell to the ground helplessly, with fist-sized dents on their heads. Chapter 25 Soldiers Awaken. After seeing the zombies fall, the survivors hiding in various places in the lobby slowly walked out from their hiding places. His face still showed a bit of panic as he peered outside the apartment building. When Suchen saw the reactions of this group of people, he was too lazy to say anything more. Some people even ran upstairs, and we had to find them. "Come here and find all the people hiding upstairs, and then we can continue talking about your business," Suchen said to the survivors in the lobby. Upon hearing this, the 15 survivors turned around and walked upstairs, calling out to others. "Come down quickly, the zombies have been killed." Soon people came down from upstairs one after another, and within a few minutes, all 22 people stood obediently in front of Suchen. "Tell me, what will you do if I don't give it to you?" Suchen was playing with a pistol in his hand and spoke to everyone. Everyone looked at each other, and no one stood up to speak. Suchen was not in a hurry and looked at the weapons in these people's hands. Most of them are common tools in the home. Kitchen knives accounted for a large proportion of them, but their weapons were not stained with blood, and it was obvious that they were only used to give courage. Judging from their reaction to the zombies just now, They have never even killed a real zombie. A group of people hesitated for a long time and couldn't utter a word. Suchen didn't want them to die here, as their blood would attract zombies from other buildings. His eyes flashed, his hand clenched into a fist with the knuckles of his middle finger slightly raised, and his figure passed in front of the group of people. Bang, bang, bang. Snap, snap. There were several sounds of bones breaking, and a group of people flew backwards, holding their chests. He fell from the lobby to the entrance of the apartment building, rolled twice on the ground, and screamed in agony. Go away. Suchen lowered his eyes and said lightly. They didn't dare to stay any longer, so they struggled to get up, turned around, and ran out the door. When passing by the gate, he deliberately avoided the zombies at the door. Suchen looked at their cautious appearance, and if one didn't know, one would think that the zombies on the ground were still alive. With such little courage, how dare you come here and ask for half of the supplies? Do you really think you're a pushover? Do you think I will be scared when there are many people around? Suchen listened to the groaning sounds outside getting farther and farther away, mixed with a few screams. He shook his head slightly, turned around, and walked upstairs. As soon as I opened the door and walked into the house, I heard a clanging sound coming from the kitchen. Suchen frowned, and several scenes flashed through his eyes. He woke up. He was still holding his gun, and it would be bad if he was mistaken for a terrorist. Suchen thought about it, turned around, and walked next door, hiding the rifle and pistol in the next house. I had originally planned to keep him in the house next door, but today I was careless and failed to move him out in time. The supplies at home have been seen. Suchen was thinking quickly in his mind. Since he was awake, he should first get information from them, such as whether they would forcibly collect food from the survivors. Suchen made up his mind, turned around, and went back to his home and went straight to the kitchen. Sure enough, I saw a soldier in camouflage training uniform standing next to the dining table, his eyes fixed on the food on the table. But I didn't touch anything else randomly. When he heard footsteps, he turned around suddenly and saw Suchen standing behind him. The two looked at each other, and the soldier immediately stood up straight, turned around, and saluted Suchen. Hello, comrade. May I ask where this is? His voice sounded a little hoarse, probably because he hadn't replenished water for a long time, and his stomach was also making a gurgling sound at this time. Suchen saw this and said, This is my home. I found you on the rooftop yesterday. The helicopter you were in crashed on the rooftop of this apartment building and almost destroyed it. Look, the glass in my house is broken, and now there's air leaking everywhere. The soldier looked in the direction Suchen pointed and saw several broken windows. I'm sorry to trouble you. Suchen planned to package himself as a member of a vulnerable group first, and then continue to ask questions. But before we do that, give him something to eat first. There's still food in the pot. Eat something first to replenish your energy. Suchen looked into the pot. There was still half a pot of porridge in it, but there were no other side dishes on the table. Suchen found a bag of pickled mustard tuber, opened it, and poured it into the plate, trying to create a light and economical dish. The soldier looked at the food in front of him and said to Suchen solemnly, Thank you. Seeing his expression, Suchen sighed inwardly, wondering if he was being too petty. It's not that he doesn't trust the military, but that he doesn't trust people's hearts. There is so much chaos outside right now that the military doesn't know what policy to implement. The supplies in a medium-sized supermarket may not seem like much to the military. But no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat, especially in this situation where there are more people than porridge. What if the military forcibly requisitions food from survivors and says that the food will be distributed uniformly? Then Suchen couldn't resist. It's as disgusting as playing Monopoly and your opponent uses the equal wealth card to divide everyone's wealth equally. This was the best result Suchen could think of. At least he could get some of it. It would be amazing if the military took away all the supplies from the supermarket and confiscated them. I worked hard for a long time, but didn't even get a sip of soup. While Suchen was still thinking about some messy things, the sound of washing dishes was heard from the kitchen. Wait, don't use the water, Suchen said hurriedly, walked quickly into the kitchen, and snatched the ladle from his hand. Fortunately, not too much water was wasted. When the two stood together, Suchen realized that he was actually a head shorter than himself. Nowadays, can you join the army if you are around 170 centimeters tall? Suchen did not think much about it and explained, The circuit in this area is damaged and short-circuited. The water supply has also been cut off. Now we should use less water. The soldier suddenly realized, Oh, I see. Sorry, I don't know the situation here. It's okay. By the way, my name is Suchen. What's your name, brother? Suchen waved his hand and was about to start asking questions. Comrade, wait a minute, what was my name? The soldier frowned and raised his hand to rub his temple. What's wrong with you? Suchen reached out and held his arm. The name? I can't remember it, but I'm a woman, not a brother. The soldier frowned. Female? Suchen. Suchen was stunned. He let go of her arm, took a half step back, and looked at the soldier carefully again. Her face was covered with a layer of dirty paint, which made it so messy that her original appearance could not be seen. With the helmet on his head, you can't tell whether his hair is long or short. There is almost no difference between the front and back of a body wearing a bulletproof vest. She spoke with a very nasal voice. The neck was blackened by smoke, and it seemed that there was really no Adam's apple visible. Suchen, to be honest, I'm a little embarrassed. I haven't noticed whether he has an Adam's apple before. The soldier frowned and thought, still thinking about his own name. Could this be amnesia? Suchen couldn't help but think that such a strong shock wave could easily injure the brain and cause temporary amnesia. However, my words will be in vain. Okay, don't think about it. When the helicopter comes this afternoon, you and your colleagues can go. They should know your name. Seeing that she had not come to her senses yet, Suchen saw no need to ask her any more questions. He had no idea how much she remembered from the look on her face. Unexpectedly, this person reacted strangely when he heard the word helicopter. You can't take the helicopter, it will explode, said the soldier, covering his head. Suchen was speechless. She seemed to have a mental problem. Is this what it means to be afraid of ropes for 10 years after being bitten by a snake? Suchen took out a disposable cup, poured a cup of warm water, and placed it on the dining table next to him. Please sit down and have a glass of water to calm down. You don't need to think about some things deliberately. You will remember them slowly. Hearing this, she nodded, sat back in her chair, and said thank you. When Suchen heard her nasal voice, he remembered that he had slept on the floor all night in the middle of winter without any bedding, and anyone would catch a cold. Forget it, let's make some ginger water. It's quite cold today, so let's get rid of the cold in our body. Suchen found a piece of ginger in the condiment cupboard, cut it into small slices, put it into the pot, added water, and boiled it. As time passed, the ginger water in the pot gave off a spicy smell, filling the whole house with the smell of ginger water. What are you cooking? It smells like ginger. Oh, nothing. I just boiled some ginger water to drive away the cold. The weather is very cold, and there are no windows to block the wind. It will be troublesome if I catch a cold. Suchen responded casually. However, he didn't know that the soldier behind him seemed to be in a trance, repeating something over and over again. After a while, Suchen found 2 bowls, poured the ginger water from the pot into the bowls, and brought them to the dining table. The soldier sitting at the dining table was muttering something in a low voice, but Suchen couldn't hear what she was saying. Come and drink some ginger water to drive away the cold. Suchen moved the bowl in front of her. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Suchen seriously. The two looked at each other. Suchen tapped the table with his fingers and said, "Don't be startled. Drink some ginger water. I remember now, my name is Jiang Quan." The soldier looked at Suchen seriously. Suchen was stunned, then nodded at her serious look. Okay, comrade Jiang Quan, drink some ginger water, and then think about other things slowly. Chapter 26, Where is the helicopter? People with amnesia may remember something when they see something familiar. Suchen guessed that she must have hit her head when she fell to the rooftop. Moreover, the impact force of the helicopter explosion shattered all the glass in the building. She was the person closest to the helicopter, so it was inevitable that she would suffer a brain injury. It was considered a good thing that she only suffered temporary amnesia. The first priority now is to find out the shelter's attitude towards the survivors. As Suchen thought about it, he drank the ginger water in the bowl. Suddenly, he felt a spicy sensation in his throat, and his stomach felt warm. Jiang Quan also picked up the bowl and started drinking in small sips. After drinking a bowl of ginger water, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The messy oil paint on his face was wet with sweat. When Suchen saw her finish drinking the ginger water, he pulled over a chair and sat on the other side of the dining table, ready to chat with her and get some information. Are you carrying out a rescue mission? Why did the plane suddenly crash from the sky? Suchen asked with pretended curiosity. When Jiang Quan heard Suchen's words, he frowned slightly and held his head with one hand as if he was recalling something. It seems that her memory loss is quite serious. She even needs to think about what happened recently. Suchen thought to himself as he watched her reaction. I felt it would be difficult to learn about the situation in the shelter from her. Military secrets, no comment. After a while, Jiang Quan uttered these 8 words. Suchen was speechless. Comrade, you guys have been distributing leaflets in a big way. If you don't remember, just say you don't remember. Suchen stood up and found the crumpled flyer in the trash can at the door. He spread it out in front of Jiang Quan and said, "Take a look at this and see if you can remember anything." Jiang Quan looked at Suchen in confusion, then picked up the flyer on the table and started reading it. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and she held her forehead with one hand, as if she was recalling something. Suchen was not in a hurry and just sat opposite her and waited slowly. Since I don't know what memories are missing in her brain, I can only slowly guide her to tell me the information I want. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Quan slapped the dining table with one hand, and the flyers on the table were blown to the ground by the wind from his palm. "I remember now," Jiang Quan suddenly said to Suchen. "The rescue plan at 1 p.m. on the 31st. Before Suchen could ask her what she remembered, she just blurted it out. "At 1300 hours p.m. on the 31st, we set out from the shelter as planned. Take a helicopter to Jiangxing City to search and rescue the survivors trapped in the city." Having said this, she paused again with a hint of anger in her eyes, as if she was thinking of some bad memories. "We found a group of 6 survivors on the rooftop of a residential building in the center of the city. We immediately lowered a rope ladder to allow the 6 survivors to board the helicopter. After they boarded the helicopter, the pilot and I clearly felt that 2 of the people in the group were not in a good condition. So, they were reminded that people bitten by zombies cannot get on the helicopter. They made excuses saying that the 2 men were hungry because they hadn't eaten in the past 2 days. Since we were the last helicopter to find survivors that day, the pilot didn't say much when he heard them say that. We just thought that it would be good for them to bring in survivors carrying the zombie virus so they wouldn't cheat us. But we were all wrong. Before the helicopter left the city, the survivors in the cabin behind him began to show strange behavior. A middle-aged woman held a young man with twitching limbs tightly in her arms and kept whispering something in his ear. From the looks of it, that young man should be her son. I learned a little lip reading. She was trying to comfort her son, telling him to hold on. He would be saved if he got to the shelter. At that time, I'd already realized that there might be zombie virus-infected people mixed in with the helicopter. But before we could take any action, the young man bit the middle-aged woman on the neck. Blood was splattered everywhere. Inside the cabin, the glass was covered with bright red blood. The survivors in the cabin left their seats one after another and rushed towards the driver's seat, apparently wanting us to protect them. Speaking of this, a smile appeared on Jiang Quan's lips. But this smile made Suchen feel a little creepy no matter how he looked at it. These survivors are really reckless, daring to keep people bitten by zombies with them. I was planning to shoot and kill the zombies in the cabin at that time. But the 3 survivors stood in front of me, delaying my chance to shoot. The 2 survivors at the back completely transformed and rushed to the driver's seat. The pilot was also scratched on the arm and bitten on the shoulder by the zombies. The 3 survivors didn't escape either. They were bitten by another zombie. And I took the opportunity to open the hatch and push one of the zombies out of the helicopter. At that time, the helicopter was out of control and the pilot's shoulder was stained with blood. The helicopter started to descend before it could slow down, and it was trying to land on the rooftop of a residential building. I jumped out of the helicopter and landed on the rooftop, and I have no idea what happened after that. I woke up here, and you tied me up and threw me on the ground. Jiang Quan narrated the whole story in one breath. After she finished speaking, her expression was much more relaxed than before. When he said the last sentence, he looked directly at Suchen with serious and sharp eyes. Suchen coughed twice. "Ahem, I was just afraid that you would turn into a corpse." "Excuse me, the knot you tied can be easily broken free by zombies. According to research data, the strength of ordinary zombies is about 1 to 3 times that of ordinary people, and their speed is comparable to that of ordinary people. The knot you tied can be broken free by ordinary people with brute force, let alone zombies." Jiang Quan said seriously. Suchen coughed and changed the subject. "How many people are there in the shelter now?" When Jiang Quan heard Suchen's question, he fell silent again. "Well, I thought her memory had recovered, but it turned out to be only a partial one." Suchen thought to himself. Suchen could only calm down and wait for her to remember again. I remember the number of people in the shelter was around 2,000. The militia, armed police, army, and other armed forces together number more than 1,000 people. Jiang Quan's tone was somewhat uncertain. "Army? Isn't there a military district near our Jiangxing?" Suchen asked. They were dispatched from the nearest military subdistrict to take over the rescue work in Jiangxing. By the way, those 7 helicopters came together from the military subdistrict. Jiang Quan and Suchen explained. Suchen's eyes lit up. He finally heard some useful information. Among them, there are more militiamen and armed police in Jiangxing, and only more than 100 people from the army came. There are only more than 100 people in the army, and they are unfamiliar with the area. Can they get others to follow their orders? Suchen couldn't help asking. I instinctively felt that the shelter was somewhat unreliable. Although these 3 teams are all considered military personnel, 2 are active-duty military personnel, and 1 is a reserve force, they belong to completely different systems. This may lead to the emergence of different factions. After all, everyone has their own ideas. This is an internal matter of the shelter. Why are you asking this? Jiang Quan turned his head and looked at Suchen. Nothing, just curious about the situation at the shelter. Suchen did not ask any more questions. After all, this was just a small guess of his own. I have never been there, so I have no right to say anything. Just think about it in your mind. What arrangements does the shelter have for the survivors? Suchen continued to ask. He tried to guess the attitude of the shelter indirectly. However, there should be very few people who have collected as many supplies as I have, right? The shelter will conduct a full-body check on every survivor, and only those without any injuries can enter the shelter. If anyone is found to have wounds on their bodies, they will be isolated in a tin house outside the shelter. After entering the shelter, everyone's identity information will be registered, and a number and iron plate will be distributed, as well as the corresponding address. All survivors are put under closed management, and each has to collect food and water according to their own numbers every day. Every day we distribute a certain amount of food and water to the survivors according to their needs. At the same time, we will organize the survivors in the shelter to spontaneously form a search team to collect supplies in the surrounding towns and villages. All the collected materials shall be handed over to the logistics department, which will distribute them equally to everyone according to the materials collected every day. Excess supplies will be put into warehouses and stored. When Suchen heard this, his face darkened. This is really dark. The survivors go out to collect supplies, and when they come back, they have to share these supplies equally with the survivors who didn't go out. No. If you do this, will there be any survivors willing to go out to collect supplies? Suchen couldn't help but ask. Yes. Jiang Quan thought about it and nodded. Suchen had to say, awesome. Of course, there are benefits to going out to collect supplies. The military promises that once the immune drugs related to the zombie virus are successfully developed, they will be distributed free of charge to the survivors who go out to search for supplies. Suchen glanced at Jiang Quan and asked tentatively, have you recovered your memory? Jiang Quan shook his head and said, I don't know what I forgot, but it also seems like I didn't forget anything. Suchen was a little confused. What did this mean? By the way, where's my gun? I remember when I jumped out of the helicopter, I still had a gun on me. Jiang Quan suddenly said, looking at Suchen with some suspicion. Suchen remained calm and said, do you have a gun? Why don't I see one? When the helicopter fell on the rooftop that day, it exploded again and then fell onto the street. Maybe that was when the gun was thrown out by the shock wave of the explosion? Suchen lied with his eyes open. She couldn't get the gun. At least not now. I'll return it to her when she leaves. Jiang Quan on the opposite side frowned, her subconscious telling her that Suchen was lying. Before she fell into a coma, she seemed to have seen something, but now she can't remember it. Suchen saw that Jiang Quan didn't say anything and was still thinking about something. He quickly diverted her thoughts and said, let's go check out the scene. Last night, your helicopter found the wreckage of the helicopter and set the entire street on fire. Jiang Quan nodded, stood up, and followed Suchen towards the door. The two walked out of the door one after the other and headed towards the rooftop. The traces of the explosion on the rooftop were still vivid, and the big hole on the ground was blowing cold air into the building. Suchen walked to the edge of the rooftop and pointed to the entire charred street below. Look, the helicopter is down there. Jiang Quan stuck his head out from the broken parapet and saw that the entire street below was charred black. Where is the wreckage of the helicopter? Jiang Quan turned around and asked. They found it and took it away. Suchen explained. It was lifted away by another helicopter. Does your helicopter usually depart at 1 p.m.? Suchen asked. Yes, what's wrong? Jiang Quan looked at Suchen in confusion. Nothing. Just get ready and go back this afternoon. Suchen pointed to the curtains and other fabrics left on the ground. Lighting these will attract the attention of the helicopter. What about you? Jiang Quan turned his head in confusion. I want to stay here. Suchen shrugged and said nothing more. Jiang Quan frowned and looked at Suchen, somewhat confused about what this man was thinking. However, no more was said. By the way, is the punishment for losing a gun very severe? Suchen suddenly asked. Jiang Quan nodded, with some worry in his eyes. I'll help you find the guns. I'll give them to you when the helicopter arrives. Jiang Quan tilted his head to look at Suchen and asked, what are the conditions? She was now basically certain that her gun had been taken away by Suchen. Didn't you just say you didn't see your gun? She clenched her fists slightly. But my subconscious mind told me that I was no match for him. No conditions. It was enough for Suchen to get so much information, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. Jiang Quan was puzzled. Without conditions? Then what was the point of him doing this? I'll give it to you when the helicopter arrives. Suchen ignored the soldiers beside him and looked at the zombies downstairs. Jiang Quan, who was standing by, felt more and more that Suchen's thinking process was different from that of normal people. She suddenly exclaimed, you don't want to be a local tyrant in this neighborhood, do you? Suchen was also annoyed by her words. He laughed and said, if I were to be a local emperor, how could I let you go? I could keep you here without anyone knowing. No one would know what's going on here. Your comrades probably listed you as a missing person. Jiang Quan nodded seriously and said, that's right. Wait here. I'll find something to eat this afternoon. Suchen said and turned to go downstairs. Jiang Quan was left alone on the rooftop, starving to death. Why do I feel weird seeing him? There seems to be something in my mind that I can't remember. What is it? Jiang Quan walked around the rooftop for a few laps, and the loss of memory in his mind became more and more obvious. What on earth have I forgotten? After a while, Suchen went upstairs with a gas stove and a frying pan and a bag of food in his hand. Jiang Quan laughed and said, why don't you eat white porridge with pickled mustard tuber? Suchen ignored her and sat in the corner of the stairwell and started cooking. After lunch, the two waited for the helicopter on the rooftop. Suchen was still hiding in the stairwell and did not show up on the rooftop. I waited for a long time but didn't see any sign of the helicopter. Jiang Quan knew that Suchen had a cell phone to check the time, and he was too lazy to look up at the sun to calculate the time, so he turned around and asked, what time is it now? Suchen heard this and took out his phone to check it out. 1:35 p.m. It's been 5 minutes. Why hasn't he come yet? Jiang Quan murmured in a low voice. Suchen was also a little surprised, but unfortunately his predictive ability was too short to be completely sure that the helicopter did not come. At least in the predicted memory, the helicopter did not appear, and Suchen was already ready to get off. Chapter 27, Crazy Survivor. Jiang Quan stood on the edge of the rooftop and looked at the sky in the distance. The biting cold wind made the corners of his clothes rustle. Suchen leaned against the door of the stairwell and expressed his thoughts. Could it be that they just finished their work last night and are not coming today? Jiang Quan shook his head in confusion. Not likely. However, she could not explain why the helicopter did not appear. Time passed little by little, and Jiang Quan felt a little disappointed. Jiang Quan didn't come down from the rooftop until the sun went down. Suchen returned home early and lay by the window listening to the conversations among other survivors in the community. Hearing the sound of a door opening behind him, Suchen turned his head and looked over. Jiang Quan walked into the room dejectedly, holding a helmet in his hand. The helicopter hasn't arrived yet? Suchen asked. No. What are you looking at? Jiang Quan felt a little disappointed. Seeing Suchen looking out the window, he asked curiously. Nothing, just observing whether there are any zombies coming in from the community gate. Suchen said casually. Why do you think the helicopter didn't come today? Suchen asked again. Maybe it's related to the plane crash? Jiang Quan was also a little uncertain. After all, helicopters and helicopter pilots are rare. Losing a helicopter and an experienced pilot to save some unruly survivors was not worth it. Suchen retracted his gaze from the window and said, why don't you find a car and drive over there? I've studied the map, and it's only about 10 kilometers from here to the shelter. It only takes about 10 or 20 minutes to drive there. Suchen opened the map software and showed the mileage displayed on it to Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan actually looked at the map carefully and shook his head slowly. You didn't see it from the sky. The streets outside are blocked by zombies and vehicles. Right now, the thing that's most abundant on every street in the city is not zombies, but cars. Cars take up a lot more space than zombies on the street. There have been rear-end collisions on many sections of the road, making it difficult to travel on the road. Okay, There was still some regret in Suchen's tone. Did you buy all these? Jiang Quan asked puzzledly, pointing at the supplies. Suchen shook his head and said, I got it from the supermarket. By the way, dinner isn't cooked yet. I don't keep idle people here. Go and cook, so we can have something to eat tonight. Jiang Quan looked at Suchen seriously and said, Aren't you worried that what I make is inedible? Suchen glanced at her and said, If you spoil such precious food, both of your guns will be gone. Jiang Quan gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked towards the kitchen. In the community, many survivors were complaining about why no helicopter came today. Many of them had already prepared things to attract the attention of the helicopter. What should I do? I have no food at home. Why hasn't the helicopter come? I really want to go to the shelter. If anyone still has food, can you give me some, even just a bottle of water? No. Nowadays, even those who have a little food at home dare not say it out. You know, people who are starving to death can do anything. Many people want to go to the shelter because they have heard that there is plenty of food there. However, how to get there is another big problem. The best way is to take a military helicopter. However, this afternoon, the survivors in the community waited for the military helicopter for the entire afternoon, but it did not arrive. They hadn't had a single drop of water to eat or drink today, and now that their hopes were dashed, they felt that life had suddenly lost hope. At this time, the fragrance wafting from Suchen's room stimulated their sensitive nerves even more. It's time to eat. Jiang Quan came out of the kitchen and called out to Suchen, who was sitting on the sofa. Suchen stood up and walked into the kitchen, glancing at the paint on Jiang Quan's face. Aren't you afraid of eating the camouflage paint on your face? Jiang Quan touched his face and shook his head. These are not poisonous. Suchen didn't say anything. He just buried his head in his food and cooked it properly. For him, as long as it was edible, it was fine. After finishing his meal, Suchen put the bowl and chopsticks on the table and said, Wash the bowl and chopsticks after you finish eating. Remember not to use too much water. When Jiang Quan heard this, his face instantly turned grim, and the food in front of him no longer tasted delicious. However, she still washed the dishes diligently after eating. After washing the dishes, she walked out of the kitchen and saw Suchen still looking out the window. What on earth are you looking at? You've been looking out the window from now on. Jiang Quan walked behind Suchen curiously and looked outside in the direction he was looking. Keep your voice down. Suchen made a gesture to keep quiet, his eyes wandering to other buildings. At this time, it was dark outside the window and only the rough outlines of other buildings in the community could be seen. Sometimes, when people are pushed into a corner, they can go crazy, Suchen said in a low voice while lying by the window. Jiang Quan, who was standing by, got goosebumps when he heard his voice. Can you speak in a more normal tone and not be so scary? Also, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? With Jiang Quan's eyesight, he could only see dark buildings. Naturally, he didn't know that Suchen was talking about the survivors in other apartment buildings. Don't talk and listen carefully, Suchen said in a low voice. In the afternoon, he seemed to hear that the neighbors in the next building had some big plans. This also successfully aroused his interest. Do these people who don't even dare to kill zombies really dare to do it? Building number 6. Who has food? I am dying of hunger. A young man was lying in the room, muttering these words over and over again. At this time, he was so hungry that he was a little delirious. He kept repeating what he had said by the window during the day. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door in the quiet corridor. At first, the young man did not react. His mind was wandering, imagining that he had endless food to eat. As the knocks on the door became more frequent, the young man woke up from his fantasy. Who is it? The young man weakly got up from the sofa and walked to the door. Looking outside through the peephole at the door, I saw a blurry black shadow standing outside. The young man listened to the rhythmic knocks on the door and asked in a low voice, Who is it? There was a response at the door soon, and a deep voice sounded in the corridor. I'm your neighbor downstairs. Didn't you say you had nothing to eat during the day? I found some food in the homes of some zombies and brought some over for you. I don't want my neighbors to die in front of me. When the young man in the room heard this, he was almost moved to death. Okay, thank you. Wait a minute, I'll open the door for you. The young man was so hungry that he saw stars. He had no way of hearing the strange tone of the man outside the door. When he heard that there was food, he dragged his weak body and opened the door tremblingly under the instinct of survival. The figure at the door suddenly rushed into the room, holding a bag in his hand. The bag was bulging and seemed to be filled with a lot of food. The young man rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on the bag in the man's hand. A strange smile suddenly appeared on the man's face, but the young man did not notice it in the dark. "Brother, can you give me the food first? I'm starving." The young man spoke with a weak voice, his body swaying on the spot, and it was obvious that he was very weak. "Don't worry, food will be available soon." The deep voice sounded again. He reached into the bag, suddenly pulled out a piece of cloth, and covered the young man's mouth and nose. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The young man collapsed weakly before he could even struggle twice. The man chuckled and dragged the young man out of the room. They dragged him all the way to their home, laid him flat on a bed, and tied his limbs to the bed with ropes. "Let me see. Which part should I eat first?" The moonlight shone through the window onto the man's excited face, with a strange blush on it. He placed his bag on the bedside table next to him, which was filled with various knives, bandages, and ropes. After thinking for a moment, the man took out a small hand saw and rolled up the young man's trouser legs. Sizzle, sizzle. The teeth of the saw were deeply embedded in the young man's flesh, and blood spurted out from the bloody wound. The hand saw was instantly dyed red. The unconscious young man felt pain and suddenly woke up. When I looked up, I saw a figure standing by the window, sawing his own calf with a hand saw. Seeing that the hand saw had already penetrated most of his flesh, the young man howled in pain. The scream was so terrifying that it echoed throughout the community, and everyone heard it. "What are you doing? Let me go. Someone help me." The young man's body twisted desperately, and blood spurted out of the wound as if it was free. The person beside the bed obviously didn't expect the young man to be able to shout so loudly, and quickly took out a rope and tied it around his mouth to prevent him from speaking. At this time, the community was silent, and most people heard the shout. Wasn't that scream just now caused by zombies? Someone's heart was beating wildly. It seemed as if the door to a new world had opened in my heart. Chapter 28. Eating human flesh and feeding zombies. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The young man's mouth was tied with a hemp rope as thick as a thumb, and he could only make a humming sound. He twisted his body vigorously, as if he had a last burst of energy. The bed beneath him also made a creaking sound, and the white sheets were now stained with blood. A strong smell of blood filled the house. The survivors in the community couldn't help but hold their breath and listen carefully to the voice made by the young man. This faint sound of struggle was still so harsh, even under the cover of the zombies' roars. Everyone was silent and dared not communicate with others. The man who claimed to be a neighbor couldn't help but speed up his movements. The handsaw made a clicking sound as it sawed on the young man's leg bones. At this time, the young man on the bed was no longer able to struggle, and the severe pain caused the veins on his forehead to bulge. Big drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks. The young man's pupils widened, and his eyes were filled with fear. He watched helplessly as his calf was sawed off by a handsaw. He wanted to faint, but the pain stimulated his brain with every stroke of the handsaw. The waves of pain prevented him from fainting. The loss of blood made his face paler. The man standing beside the bed noticed the young man's abnormality and stopped what he was doing. He took out a belt from the bag, tied it around the young man's calf, and tightened the belt tightly. The broken end of the calf was squeezed by the belt, and a small stream of blood spurted out from the wound. Blood is no longer shed freely as before. The man patted the young man's face with his bloody palm, then leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, you won't die for the time being. After all, meat tastes best when it's fresh. It just needs to be bled, so the meat will taste better." The young man's eyes widened upon hearing this. Crack, crack. The handsaw continued to saw the young man's leg bones, and the sound echoing in the dark community was extremely creepy. The young man's face was distorted in pain, his eyes were dead, and he could no longer feel his calves. The pain tortured his nerves again and again. After a moment, the man standing beside the bed untied the rope and removed the severed limb. When the young man saw that his calf had been completely sawed off, he immediately fainted. Fainted? What a pity. I was thinking of giving you a taste of it later. The man held up the bloody calf and spoke nonchalantly. Then, he simply bandaged the young man's broken wound with a bandage to prevent the wound from becoming inflamed and festering. In his words, "This will affect the taste." Then, he lifted his calf, left the room, and locked the door. A fire was lit in the living room, and the wooden furniture in the house was burning in the fire. "Do you want to peel it?" The man muttered to himself, and his stomach made growling sounds. He didn't think too much about it. He just held the severed limb in his hand and put it directly on the fire to roast. There was also cooking oil and a bunch of condiments next to it. The blood from the calf dripped into the fire, making a sizzling sound. The leg hair was burned by the flames, giving off a pungent burnt smell. The man didn't care too much. Apply a layer of cooking oil evenly on the surface of the calf, and then roast it on the fire. As time passed, the meat on the calf gradually cooked. A scent of meat wafted out. The man took out a knife and cut a few cuts on the calf, then sprinkled seasoning on it to enhance the flavor. The aroma of meat wafted out of the window and spread throughout the neighborhood. Some people couldn't help swallowing, while others couldn't help retching. He cut a piece of meat with a knife and put it in his mouth to chew. He couldn't help but retching a few times, but still swallowed it. After putting out the fire in the living room, he took a knife and cut off the cooked meat from the calf piece by piece. They were put into a bowl piece by piece, until only the area below the ankle was left. Seeing the stinky soles of the feet, the man had no interest in eating them. He casually threw the foot with the shin bone onto a pile of black ashes. Then, he took the bowl and walked back to the room where the young man was imprisoned. "Hey, wake up and eat something. Don't be hungry." He reached out and patted the young man's pale face and placed the bowl in front of the young man's nose with one hand. The young man slowly woke up, and the aroma of meat filled his nose. As soon as the young man opened his eyes, he saw the meat in the bowl, and his stomach couldn't help but growl a few times. "Come, eat something," the man standing beside the bed whispered, and helped him untie the rope in his mouth. The rope in the young man's mouth was untied, and his cheeks were already red from being tied. "Come and have some meat." The man picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and forced it into the young man's mouth. The young man shook his head anxiously. He had already guessed what kind of meat it was and refused to open his mouth no matter what. Seeing this, the man standing by the bed put down the bowl in his hand and pinched the young man's soft flesh hard. The young man cried out in pain. The man took the opportunity to stuff the meat into his mouth and covered the young man's mouth with a piece of cloth to prevent him from spitting it out. Tears welled up in the young man's eyes, and he kept making whimpering sounds from his mouth. The man let go of his hand when he saw the young man's Adam's apple rolling. The young man couldn't help crying. The man was a little impatient and slapped him twice. "Stop making a sound." They used chopsticks to stuff a few pieces of meat into his mouth. After seeing that he had eaten them all, they tied the rope around his mouth again to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide. Then, he sat on the blood-stained sheets and began to eat with relish. Building number 7. Jiang Quan was vomiting violently in the bathroom. Suchen sat on the sofa in a daze. There was only a small wall lamp in the room, emitting faint light. It took Jiang Quan a long time to come out of the bathroom. Her eyes were red, and she smelled of stomach acid. There were 2 lines of clear mucus flowing from his nose, and it was obvious that he was feeling very sick. "Give me back my gun, and I'll kill that bastard." Jiang Quan stood in front of Suchen and said seriously. There seemed to be extreme anger hidden beneath the calm voice. Suchen finally came back to his senses, looked up at Jiang Quan's sharp eyes, and subconsciously asked, What? God?" Jiang Quan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. "You want to kill someone?" Suchen sat on the sofa motionless. "That's not a human being, just scum." Jiang Quan's face turned cold, and he spoke seriously. Suchen nodded, agreeing with her point of view. "I won't stop you, but you can't use guns. Gunshots are too loud and will easily attract too many zombies. It's finally quiet around here. I don't want to be surrounded by zombies again. I have a lot of sharp weapons here: fire axes, kitchen knives, boning knives, and chopping knives." Before Suchen finished his introduction, Jiang Quan interrupted and said, "Don't waste time, just pick one." Upon hearing this, Suchen stood up and started searching in the corner. "I found the things that Guiziming and the others had given me that day." He took out a fire axe from inside. Here you go." Suchen held the axe body and handed the fire axe handle to Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan took the fire axe and walked quickly towards the door. Suchen said from behind her, "Do you know where he is?" Jiang Quan stopped instantly. She only heard the sound and had no idea which building the sound came from. "Do you know where?" Suchen nodded. "I guess so. I'll take you there." Suchen said this and walked past Jiang Quan towards the door. "Don't you need to carry a weapon?" Jiang Quan asked, and Suchen said without turning his head, "Aren't you still here?" Jiang Quan shook his head seriously. "My individual combat skills are relatively poor." Suchen stopped and said, "Forget it, I'm not going. I'm afraid." Jiang Quan continued, "It's no problem to knock down 3 or 4 people." Suchen was just joking. At this moment, images kept flashing in his eyes, and his brain kept calculating the room where the man was. In the predicted scene, the two people kept going to the wrong room, and finally found the man's exact location after a carpet search. "Let's go!" Just when Jiang Quan behind him couldn't hold back any longer, Suchen spoke, opened the door, and walked out. Jiang Quan followed closely behind, catching up quickly. After locking the door, the two went downstairs in the dark. "Did you kill all these zombies?" Jiang Quan had never been to the lobby on the first floor and didn't expect there would be so many zombie corpses here. "Not entirely." Suchen shook his head and led the way. The two men walked in the community square in the dark. Led by Suchen, the two entered building number 6. "Hey, are you sure of your location? Don't make a mistake, it might alert the enemy." Jiang Quan whispered behind him. Suchen replied, "Don't worry," and took Jiang Quan straight to the 5th floor. He walked to a door with ease and gestured that someone was inside. Jiang Quan looked at Suchen with some suspicion. Why did he seem so familiar with this place, and walked without any hesitation? Could it be that these two are in the same group? If Suchen knew what she was thinking, he would be so angry that he would fall ill. "How do we get in?" Jiang Quan put away his thoughts and asked in a low voice. Suchen glanced at her and whispered, "Don't you think about it yourself? How did you deal with the thugs who took hostages?" Jiang Quan said seriously, "Then let's just break in. How strong are you?" "I'm afraid I can't break open this door by myself." Suchen made an okay gesture to indicate that everything was fine. "Well, look at my gestures." Before Jiang Quan could finish his words, there was a bang. Suchen pushed the door open and walked in. Jiang Quan, who was standing next to him, was shocked by Suchen. You. When she saw Suchen walk in, she quickly ran up to him and looked around vigilantly. The room was pitch black, without a single source of light. The thick curtains on the windows blocked the moonlight and also blocked the prying eyes of many people. As soon as the two entered the room, a strong smell of blood filled their noses. Suchen turned on the flashlight he carried with him and illuminated the entire room. A man hurried out of the innermost house, holding a goblet filled with thick red liquid. "Who are you? Why did you come into my house?" The man said this, but his body kept backing away until he returned to the room and slammed the door shut. Jiang Quan glanced at Suchen, who shrugged his shoulders, stepped forward, and kicked open the fragile paint-free wooden door. Only the lock remained on the door frame. As soon as Jiang Quan saw the door open, he rushed in. The flashlight in Suchen's hand illuminated the room. The pungent smell of blood made both of them feel a little uncomfortable. "What on earth are you going to do?" The man stood beside the bed, holding a bloody handsaw in his hand, glaring at the two men. When he saw the two men's eyes hit the young man on the bed, he rolled his eyes and put the handsaw against the young man's neck. Several streaks of blood flowed down the young man's neck. "I don't know if it cut the skin. I'm telling you, don't come over here, or none of us will have anything to eat." Jiang Quan's body stiffened. Suchen leaned against the door frame indifferently. The man looked at the two people's reactions and grinned. "I warn you not to come over here. You little girl, drop the weapon in your hand." The man suddenly paused because he saw the training uniform on Jiang Quan. The corners of his mouth trembled unconsciously, and his tone became less tough. "I understand. You went there to save people? I'm telling you, don't come over here. Drop your weapons." The man yelled at the top of his lungs. Jiang Quan glanced at Suchen and dropped the fire axe in his hand. "And you, put the flashlight on the ground. Don't dart into my eyes. I'm afraid my hand will shake and cut his neck." The man pointed at Suchen and shouted loudly. Suchen smiled slightly, bent down, and put the flashlight on the ground. When Suchen raised his head again, everything around him had stopped. Suchen walked up to the man and slapped him twice to help him gain weight. "You roar so loudly. You are so awesome." After slapping him twice, Suchen snatched the saw from his hand. He returned to his original position, stood still, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers. The bubbles burst and the gears of time continued to turn. "Well, put it away and exit." Before the man could finish his words, he suddenly covered his cheeks with his hands, and his hands seemed empty. He looked around in fear. "Looking for this?" When Suchen's voice came, the man looked up at Suchen, his pupils suddenly dilated. You? His breathing quickened. "How did you do that?" "Just like that, quietly, I walked over and took it and slapped you twice." Suchen threw away the handsaw and pushed Jiang Quan, who was standing beside him in a daze. "Why don't you start?" Oh, okay." Jiang Quan reacted and dropped the weapon on the ground. He stepped closer to the man and hit him in the vitals with his knee. Suchen couldn't help but turn his head away. It was so painful. Ah! A scream was heard, and Suchen looked again, only to see the man bent over like a cooked shrimp. Jiang Quan reached out and poked his throat. The man immediately fell to the ground, having difficulty breathing. I didn't expect that he would be so ruthless. Suchen felt a chill in his lower body as he watched. Jiang Quan turned his head to look at Suchen and pointed at the man on the ground. What should we do? Don't you want to kill someone? Suchen asked. Jiang Quan hesitated. I was a little drunk just now. Suchen understood what he meant. You wanted me to take action. Then I will do it. Jiang Quan shook his head. Forget it, let me do it. I'm afraid you'll vomit later. Suchen rolled his eyes. I don't know who vomited just now. You make your own decision and make it yourself. Hurry up. I don't have time to waste here with you. Here's a suggestion for you. Doesn't he like to eat other people's flesh? You could throw him off the building and let the zombies eat his flesh and blood. Jiang Quan thought this was a good idea and dragged the man out. Chapter 29 Radio. Ahem. Ahem, no, please spare me. The man on the ground was beaten so hard that his trachea was coughing, and he kept begging for mercy from the two men. Jiang Quan grabbed the man by the back of his collar and dragged him out of the room, ignoring his howling. Suchen picked up the flashlight and followed Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan walked around the house and found a window facing the street. The zombies were staggering on the streets and seemed to be quite close. Jiang Quan opened the window, pulled the man up, and placed him on the windowsill. The man pressed his legs against the wall with all his might. Come and help! Jiang Quan turned and shouted to Suchen. Suchen lifted the man's legs and let him hang in the air. The man kept kicking, and Suchen punched him. The man screamed, and his legs stopped moving. He must have gone numb. The commotion here also attracted many zombies. Suchen shone the flashlight down, and the zombies became more excited when they saw the light and gathered outside the wall. The man's face turned pale, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, no, please don't do that. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. Jiang Quan stood on the windowsill, grabbed the man's clothes with both hands, lifted him up, and threw him out. The man waved his arms in the air, trying to keep his balance. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the man fell outside the community wall. The bloody smell of the clothes attracted the attention of many zombies. A large group of zombies swarmed over him in an instant, pinned him to the ground, and tore pieces of flesh from his body with their foul-smelling mouths. A shrill scream was heard, and then it was instantly drowned in the crowd of zombies. Jiang Quan stood by the window and looked for a while, then jumped off the windowsill and turned back to the room. Suchen saw that the zombies had their intestines pulled out and was sure that he was deader than dead. Suddenly, he saw something flash past the group of corpses in the scattered light of the flashlight. Is it an illusion? Suchen shone the flashlight on other parts of the street, but found nothing, so he had to give up. He turned around and went back to the room with Jiang Quan. The young man on the bed had no trace of blood on his face. Although there was a belt around his calf, blood was still seeping out from the bandage. Drops of blood dripped from the bandage onto the bed. Most of the bed was soaked in blood. There was a highball glass and a small bowl of meat on the bedside table next to it. When Jiang Quan saw the bloody meat in the bowl, he retched a few more times. Suchen looked at the young man on the bed and shook his head. There was no hope. If you lose too much blood, you will die sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. At this moment, the young man on the bed seemed to be stimulated by the flashlight, and his eyes slowly opened. Seeing two strangers in front of me, I was a little overwhelmed for a moment. However, he soon saw Jiang Quan in training uniform, and the panic in his eyes mostly disappeared. He smiled bitterly and asked weakly, "Did you kill him?" Suchen shook his head. No. The young man was a little disappointed, but he felt more at ease when he didn't see the man. Let me guess. He was taken away by the army? The young man asked again, this time in a quieter voice. Suchen still shook his head. There was a hint of doubt in the young man's weak eyes. To be honest, he just accidentally fell into the group of zombies. Suchen said directly. Really? The young man's eyes suddenly widened with excitement in his eyes. Really? Suchen nodded. What a pity. I'm almost dying. I felt so cold, my hands and feet were numb, and I almost lost all feeling. That person said that the meat would only taste good if the blood was drained out. It's just like killing a pig. I could clearly feel my blood draining away every second, and my life was slowly slipping away. Do you understand this feeling? Alas, you have never felt it, so you probably don't know what it feels like. The young man lay helplessly on the bed, looking at the ceiling. The calm voice made Suchen and the other man feel a little creepy. No wonder his calf was dripping with blood. It turned out that the man was deliberately bleeding him. Can you promise me one thing? The young man breathed heavily, and it seemed that speaking so many words was a burden to him. You say, kill me. The young man looked at Suchen calmly. The room fell into silence. After a moment, Suchen nodded and agreed. Okay. The young man on the bed smiled. Thank you for your help. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain. I promise. Suchen picked up the fire axe from the ground and walked up to the young man, speaking softly. The young man's eyes were lifeless, and his pupils were somewhat dilated. At this time, he was already somewhat delirious. Hearing Suchen's words, he couldn't help but look at Suchen with some anticipation. Suchen nodded slightly at him. Come on. The young man closed his eyes and faced Suchen calmly. An invisible bubble enveloped the entire room, and the fire axe blade entered the young man's head. His thoughts stopped at this moment forever. Suchen pulled out the fire axe and released the power. A stream of blood gushed out from the wound on the young man's forehead, but his expression remained unchanged as before. Jiang Quan had been watching the conversation between the two silently. Suddenly, she clearly saw a wound appear out of nowhere on the young man's forehead. Moreover, the young man, lying on the bed, showed no reaction and fell asleep peacefully. The fire axe in Suchen's hand was also stained with blood. Jiang Quan fell into self-doubt for a moment. Have my amnesia symptoms worsened again? I thought I didn't blink either. Let's go. Why are you still standing there? Suchen pushed Jiang Quan, who was still standing there in a daze, and walked out of the room. The flashlight left the room. Jiang Quan looked at the dark room and couldn't help shivering. He quickly turned around and followed Suchen. How did you do that? On the way, Jiang Quan couldn't help but ask. What and how? That's it. How should I put it? Jiang Quan also had trouble describing the scene he had just seen. I remember you didn't even swing the hatchet. So how come there was a wound on his forehead? And he doesn't look like he's in any pain. Jiang Quan organized his words and expressed the doubts in his mind. Also, how did the hand saw on the man's hand end up in your hands? Suchen had expected her to have doubts, so he blurted out the excuse he had prepared long ago. It's just a little magic trick. Magic? Are you kidding me? Jiang Quan still didn't believe it. Aren't magic tricks just tricks? That's because you haven't seen real magic. Suchen said indifferently. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Jiang Quan was a little unsure for a moment. Magic, Jiang Quan murmured in a low voice. It feels quite powerful. The two returned to the 4th floor of Building 7. Jiang Quan had just vomited out everything he had eaten last night, and now his stomach was growling with hunger. However, she had no appetite. Suchen ignored Jiang Quan and went straight back to his bedroom, lying on the bed in a daze. To be honest, it's not a good feeling the first time you're in someone's life, even though it was requested by the man who was killed. This feels completely different from killing those zombies. Suchen couldn't describe what kind of feeling it was. Guilt? No. Maybe I am afraid of the disappearance of life. Suchen raised his hand and looked at the outline of his palm in the darkness, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. At this time, Jiang Quan walked in and interrupted Suchen's thoughts. What are you doing? Suchen said unhappily. Go to bed. Jiang Quan walked into the room and closed the door. She held a quilt that she had found from somewhere in her hands, spread it on the ground, and lay down on it. Won't you sleep outside? Suchen asked. It's so cold outside, and there's drafts everywhere. Jiang Quan was curled up in the quilt, with only a camouflage-painted head popping out. Okay, as long as you don't worry about me, Suchen said indifferently. You try it. Did you see what happened to that man? Jiang Quan said seriously while lying on the ground. Do you know what that move is called? What's it called? A crotch-kicking kick. That's bullshit. That's a throat-piercing kick from military boxing. Oh, Suchen replied indifferently. Good night then. After saying that, Suchen fell asleep. Good night. There was a rustling sound on the ground. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Suchen woke up slowly and looked at Jiang Quan lying on the ground. Her face was still covered with messy camouflage. Good morning. Jiang Quan got up from the ground, walked out of the bedroom, washed up quickly, and went to make breakfast first. After Suchen finished washing up, he sat on the sofa in the living room, wondering what to do if the helicopter didn't come today. Coincidentally, Jiang Quan came out of the kitchen. Suchen asked directly, Hey, is there any contact information for the shelter? Jiang Quan heard this, shook his head and nodded. The satellite phone seems to be still usable, but I don't know the number. Suchen felt a little discouraged when he heard this. He had never even looked at the satellite phone, let alone found it. However, there is an emergency broadcast station in the shelter. You can try to use the radio to see if you can receive any information. Upon hearing this, Suchen prepared to go shopping at the supermarket downstairs. Although few people use radios nowadays, they may still be sold in supermarkets. After all, there are many elderly people in such old communities, so there should be a certain market. Suchen was not in a hurry to eat breakfast and went downstairs directly. Walking in the community square, Suchen felt that the atmosphere in the community today was not right. In the past, there would be survivors talking to each other every morning, but today, all the voices were silent. The whole neighborhood was dead silent. Overnight, a barrier was created in everyone's heart. The previous mentality of banding together for warmth has also changed. Suchen walked into the supermarket and walked around the home appliance area in a corner of the supermarket. There was no radio, but there were only some household appliances like electric kettles and electric stew pots. Isn't there any radio for sale in this supermarket? Suchen walked around the shelves for a few times, but found nothing. Just as he was feeling a little disappointed and was about to leave, he saw a lot of things on the storage shelf behind the cash register. With the mentality of giving it a try, Suchen stood at the cashier counter and started looking for it. Most of them are empty boxes, probably for decoration. It was covered with dust, and it was obvious that it had not been cleaned for a long time. However, Suchen actually found a radio box on the storage shelf. Hey, there's a play. Suchen opened the box and found only a charger. Suchen threw away the box and continued to search. Dust was scattered all over the storage shelf. Suchen worked for a long time, but found nothing. After coming down from the cashier counter, Suchen continued to look for it under the cashier counter. What's more, Suchen really found a small radio. But this radio has no power. I don't know if it can still be used. After taking out the charger from the radio box, Suchen hurried back home. Prepare to charge the radio with a power bank. Chapter 30 Liquor. Hurried back home with the radio. Jiang Quan looked at him puzzledly, not knowing what he was doing. Suchen plugged the charging head into the mobile power bank placed by the window to charge the radio. Jiang Kuhan, do you know what frequency the shelter radio station is on? Suchen fiddled with the radio in his hand and asked. Jiang Quan walked out of the kitchen and said, it should be FM 92.7. By the way, if you have a radio, you can also contact the shelter directly, but I don't think you can find that kind of equipment. Suchen didn't know anything about radio, so he felt it would be more practical to tinker with the radio first. When the radio was connected to the charger, the small display screen lit up. Suchen felt a headache looking at the buttons on it, and was a little confused about what it was. After all, I have never used it, and there was no instruction manual in the box. Jiang Quan had returned to the kitchen at this time, and a faint fragrance was coming from the kitchen. It's time to eat. Jiang Quan stuck his head out of the kitchen and shouted. Suchen put down the radio, let it charge for a while, and then tried again after dinner to see if he could receive any sound. The two sat at the dining table and ate. Jiang Quan thought of the huge charred skeleton he had just seen in the square, and turned to look at Suchen beside him. Why is there a skeleton-sized thing in the square? What on earth is it? Her attention was almost entirely on the sky yesterday, and she didn't pay attention to the situation in the community square. In addition, because it was dark last night, the community square was pitch black, and I couldn't see what was going on in the square at all. Just today, when Suchen went downstairs, she looked down. Only then did they discover the huge skeleton in the square that looked completely unlike a human. But it looks like a human skeleton. You mean the one next to the abandoned car? It can be considered a zombie, but it's quite special. To be honest, I don't know why it turned out like that. Don't you have experience fighting zombies? Haven't you encountered any special zombies? Suchen spoke casually and described the appearance of the giant corpse in detail. I might as well ask the military if they have any information about this type of zombie. Special zombies? Jiang Quan pondered for a moment and shook his head. When the apocalypse broke out, we were urgently mobilized and assigned to Jiangsheng. In the next 2 days, we were busy screening the second and third batches of infected people, including opening up the Jiangsheng shelter, transporting and storing a large amount of logistical materials, and ensuring the normal operation of the shelter. Basically, we didn't encounter too many zombies. So I don't know if there are any special zombies among the corpse group. Suchen was a little disappointed when he heard this. He had thought that the military people would know more. The two stopped talking and ate breakfast quietly. In the community, the survivors also began to become active. If they don't find food to save themselves, they will really starve to death at home. Some people imitated the man last night and pretended to go to the door to offer warmth. The remaining survivors are all smart people. How could they fall for such a trick? Most of them did not respond and let the people outside leave on their own. However, some people do the opposite. Instead of directly rejecting the person outside the door, they think about how to trick him in. It would be best if he didn't make any sound. The fate of the man in building number 6 last night is still fresh in our memory. They also couldn't figure out Suchen's attitude. All this can only be done quietly. The two wolves in sheep's clothing began to use their language skills to the best of their ability through the security door, trying to lure the other party into your own trap. Some survivors were unable to find food and cautiously entered building number 6 to see if there was anything to eat there. At this time, the smell of blood had already spread in building number 6. The zombies on the section of the wall closest to building number 6 were all crowded together next to the wall. He greedily breathed in the smell of blood in the air, with his hands raised high, as if he wanted to climb over the wall and enter the community. Fortunately, they don't know how to climb over walls, as their muscle memory as humans does not allow them to form similar memories. But there are other creatures that are not like these zombies. From the alley at the corner of the street, a dark shadow quickly rushed out and approached the wall quickly. With one leap, he stepped on the zombies' heads, jumped over the 2-meter-high wall, and headed straight for building number 6. Obviously, she was attracted by the smell of the young man's blood. Crash! The windows on the first floor of building number 6 were shattered in an instant. The black shadow rushed directly into building number 6 and disappeared. The survivors in the building were also startled by the noise. "Brother, what's that noise downstairs?" A young man looked towards the door with a nervous expression. "It seems that the window glass is broken." "Never mind, let's take the body with us." The young man called Big Brother quickly untied the ropes tied to the body on the bed and stuffed the body with a broken leg into a sack. "Oh, what are you afraid of? Come over and help carry the body back." The younger brother at the side was still a little nervous. Okay, Big Brother." The two men carried the blood-stained sack out of the room, one in front and one behind. Before they reached the living room, they heard the sound of someone gnawing on bones. Big Brother, what's that noise in the living room?" The younger brother had a sad face and even stuttered when speaking. The big brother next to him was also shaking slightly at this time. He pretended to be calm and signaled his younger brother to put down the sack. Taking out the kitchen knife from his waist, the two walked towards the living room together. The two of them poked their heads out from the corner of the corridor and looked towards the living room. I saw a dog covered in black blood, gnawing on a leg bone stained with wood ash. The sharp teeth in his mouth bit into the leg bones, making a crunching sound. When the two saw this, their hearts couldn't help but pound, because they all saw that the dog's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of white film. This dog has clearly turned into a zombie. Seeing this, the two men trembled and retracted their heads. Unexpectedly, one of them was so frightened that he stepped on the sack and lost his balance. With a bang, he sat down on the ground. The two were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats. They stayed where they were and didn't dare to move, praying in their hearts that the zombie dogs wouldn't find them. But the opposite happened. The crunching sounds in the living room stopped abruptly, and the zombie dog put down its leg bone and walked towards the corridor. Seeing this, the two men screamed, turned around, and ran back to the innermost room, hoping to use the door to hold out for a while. They didn't realize that the door had already been damaged. By the time they realized it, they were already trapped in the room and couldn't get out. Foul-smelling yellow-brown pus flowed out of the zombie dog's mouth, and its white eyes looked at the two people in the room. My nose kept smelling their scent. The two of them quickly closed the door and used their bodies to hold the unlocked door shut. Roar! The zombie dog was immediately enraged, and its sharp claws scratched the wooden door, leaving several scratches. The filling inside the paint-free wooden door was also exposed. "Hurry up! That wardrobe blocks this door." The eldest brother held the door with some difficulty. He could clearly feel the distance coming from outside the door. Okay. Upon hearing this, the younger brother next to him immediately ran to move the wardrobe. With a bang, a sharp claw pierced through the door and went straight into the stomach of the young man who was leaning against the door. A stream of blood gushed out from the young man's stomach, and he looked down at the sharp claws on his stomach in disbelief. The young man, who was moving the wardrobe, heard the sound, turned his head, and was immediately frightened out of his wits. I stood there in a daze for a moment. Outside the door, the zombie dog retracted its claws and licked the blood on them with its tongue. Immediately, a fierce attack was launched on the door. In less than a moment, a big hole was dug out in the door. The young man's back was covered with scratches, and he sat on the ground helplessly. The zombie dog outside stuck its head into the hole and bit the neck of the young man who was slumped by the door. Snap! The young man's eyes bulged out, and his head drooped limply to the side. His neck was bitten off by the zombie dog. The zombie dog retracted its head and broke open the door. The only young man left in the room was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels and bladder and collapsed to the ground. The zombie dog suddenly pounced on the young man. Driven by the instinct for survival, the young man ran to the window, broke the window, and jumped out. The zombie dog roared and jumped out as well. There was a bang in the square, and the zombie dog fell to the ground, but the young man's body was nowhere to be found. The zombie dog looked up and found that the young man's hands were tightly grasping the windowsill. His fingers were cut by the glass, and drops of blood fell in front of the zombie dog. Roar! The zombie dog raised its head and roared angrily. The young man was wandering under the young man's feet, grabbing the windowsill with both hands, shaking his body in the air, trying to crawl back into the house. But the strength of his arms was not enough for him to crawl back into the room. The young man fell out of the window before he could even hold on for a minute and landed in front of the zombie dog. A shrill scream echoed throughout the community. After the zombie dog emptied the young man's stomach, it began to look for other targets. Soon, survivors in the community were found by zombie dogs one after another. Suchen and his companion stood by the window and witnessed the whole thing. Its speed was so fast. Judging from the speed it just ran towards the building, it was estimated to be running about 25 meters per second. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be knocked down before he could even react, Jiang Quan judged. Suchen also saw the speed of the dog, and it was undeniable that it was really fast. However, it is not as fast as a bow and arrow. The continuous screams echoed in the community. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. The zombie dogs slowly swept through the buildings, and their black fur was stained with a bright red color. Ordinary survivors have almost no chance to resist when encountering it, and are bitten to death in an instant. The zombie dogs are getting closer and closer to our building. What should we do? Jiang Quan turned his head and asked, and found that there was no worry in Suchen's eyes, but a hint of excitement. Hey, what are you excited about? Jiang Quan pushed Suchen's shoulder with some confusion in his eyes, wondering why he was like that. What a weirdo. Suchen stretched his body and said casually, Nothing, I just feel alive. As Suchen moved his body, a crackling sound came from his bones. By the way, this zombie dog should be similar to that zombie cat. No, this zombie dog is more ferocious. I wonder how much improvement the crystal in its brain can bring to itself. The crystals of ordinary zombies could no longer satisfy Suchen's needs. I originally planned to leave the community after seeing Jiang Quan off and look for some special zombies in the surrounding area. Unexpectedly, this zombie dog came to the door on its own. Suchen took out the bloodstained crowbar from under the sofa in the living room. The 5-gene crowbar now seems as light as a children's toy in Suchen's hand, but its power is extraordinary. With Suchen's terrifying strength, even a tiger would be knocked down. The force required to push more than a ton of scrap metal is no joke. Jiang Quan was a little confused when he saw Suchen take out a crowbar. What do you mean? I don't understand. Jiang Quan was still standing by the window muttering to himself, while Suchen was already preparing to open the door and go find the zombie dog. Hey, wait, look, what is that? Jiang Quan, who was standing by the window, suddenly pointed outside the window and turned around and shouted into the house. Upon hearing this, Suchen walked to the window and looked out, also with a look of shock on his face. A dark brown, unidentified long object stretched out from behind an apartment building and accurately pierced the stomach of a survivor. At this time, the zombie dog was biting the unknown long object tightly and would not let go. Are you trying to steal the prey? Suchen looked at Jiang Quan standing aside. Jiang Quan nodded. It seems to be like this. The survivor just now luckily escaped from the zombie dog's mouth and then was pierced in the stomach by that thing. As Jiang Quan was speaking, the main body of the long object slowly walked out from the back of the building. Fuck a liquor? Suchen couldn't help but swear when he saw the monster's appearance clearly. Jiang Quan on the side was a little confused. What? What liquor? Have you never played a game? The monsters in the Resident Evil series. Suchen stared at the monster. The monster was lying on the wall of the apartment building like a gecko. From its appearance, we can vaguely see that its predecessor should be human. Its thick claws dug deep into the concrete wall, leaving its body hanging on the wall. It is nearly 2 meters long and walks on all fours. The shoulder height is about the same as that of the zombie dog on the ground, only about 80 centimeters. It looked as if its skin had just been peeled off, with not a single intact piece of skin on its body. Every inch of muscle in the body is exposed to the air. From a distance, you can see the blood on the muscles. Its muscles are knotted, and its body seems to have been strengthened. Each bundle of muscle tissue is evenly distributed throughout the body and looks very developed. The limbs have undergone mutations, with the finger joints becoming abnormally thick and evolving into sharp claws. Most of its head is a walnut-shaped brain, and the surface of the brain seems to have hardened to protect the brain tissue inside. It has no eyes, and below its brain is a huge, bloody mouth full of jagged teeth. The long strip of object just now was its tongue. The two zombie monsters were in a stalemate in the community, and neither of them showed any intention of letting go. Suddenly, the muscles of the licker hanging on the wall suddenly contracted, and every muscle in the body bulged high. The claws on its limbs loosened, and its body fell from the wall. The tip of the zombie dog's tongue rolled hard, strangling the survivor in two. The survivor's organs and blood were all over the floor. But he was not dead yet and was still howling on the ground. Chapter 31. Fighting the licker. The zombie dog was tempted by the blood on the ground and let go of the licker's tongue. He lowered his head and smacked the intestines into his stomach. The licker did not retract his tongue, but flicked it hard, and the tongue was like a long whip towards the zombie dog. The zombie dog was eating deliciously, and suddenly its tongue flew to the wall. A big crater was made in the wall, and there were many dense cracks around the crater. Roar! The zombie dog climbed up from the ground, roaring from its mouth. It suddenly pounces towards the licker, half opening its mouth and biting towards the licker with a whirring sound. The jagged teeth bite into the muscles of the licker. The zombie dog struggled to tear at the muscle tissue on the licker's body, but failed to tear it off. The muscles of the licker are deeply rooted in its body, like the roots of an old tree. When Suchen saw this, his pupils widened. Could the muscle tissue be so strong? The zombie dog's front paws scratched the licker, leaving wounds on the licker's surface muscle fibers. However, it healed quickly and no wound was left. Oh my God, what a strong self-healing ability. How did these zombies evolve? Jiang Quan looked at the licker in shock, feeling that his brain was not enough. The light in Suchen's eyes became brighter and brighter. The zombie dog struggled for a long time, but was unable to tear a piece of flesh from the licker. On the other hand, the licker ate the lower half of the survivor in just a few bites. He raised his strong forelimbs and slapped the zombie dog beside him. With one blow, the zombie dog was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The tongue and the mouth shot out and pierced directly into the zombie dog's neck. Seeing this, Suchen knew he could not delay any longer. If the zombie dog is swallowed, it will be a big loss. Jiang Quan saw Suchen turning to leave and asked, "Where are you going?" "Don't worry about it." Suchen ran out of the room without looking back. "Don't forget to lock the door before leaving." Jiang Quan looked in the direction of the door, his eyes flashed with thought, and then he turned his head to look in the direction of the licker. "Suchen, it seems you still have many secrets." She rubbed her head again. "Damn, what important thing did I forget?" Downstairs, the community square. The zombie dog ignored the hole in its neck, raised its head, bit the licker's dark brown tongue, and pulled it hard. The licker leaned forward, lost his balance, and fell to the ground with the zombie dog. A low growling sound came from his mouth. The zombie dog's teeth suddenly closed together, and the licker's tongue was instantly broken into 3 pieces. One part remained in the zombie dog's neck, one part was swallowed by the zombie dog, and one part was still growing in the licker's mouth. A stream of black and smelly blood spurted out from the broken tongue. The licker realized that his tongue had been bitten off and roared in anger. However, it did not fight back immediately. Instead, it turned its head and swallowed half of the survivor's body. Its broken tongue slowly grew out, the broken end slowly closed, and the newly grown tongue was pink. It is not as dark brown as before, and its length is also shorter than before. Suchen, who was hiding in the distance and watching quietly, felt something in his heart. This licker's healing ability seems to require feeding in order to heal its wounds, and the degree of healing seems to be related to the amount of food eaten. The zombie dog took the opportunity to break free from the licker's claws, bit the severed tongue outside its neck, and pulled it out of its body. Smelly blood continued to flow out of the wound. The zombie dog pounced again and bit the licker's muscles. As a result, the licker's thick claws pierced through his body, and the tissues and flesh in his body were pulled out by the claws. A pile of rotten intestines fell to the ground. The zombie dog still didn't move, its mouth tightly biting the muscle tissue of the licker. However, the muscles on the licker's body were so tight and tough that the zombie dog's fangs were stuck in the muscles. The licker also opened its mouth and bit the zombie dog's body, biting off a large piece of flesh from it in one go. Through the wound, one can vaguely see the bloody ribs inside the zombie dog's body. It is obvious that the zombie dog's body is not as strong as the licker's. The licker swung his claws again and grabbed the zombie dog's head off. The licker was about to swallow the zombie dog's head. Suchen, who was hiding in the distance, quickly threw out the sharp boning knife used to dig open the zombie's head. The sharp knife flipped several times in the air and stabbed the licker accurately, but the stab was not deep. As the licker moved, the sharp knife still dangled from his body. However, Suchen's goal had been achieved, and he successfully attracted the attention of the licker. What is he doing? Jiang Quan upstairs didn't understand the meaning of Suchen's actions. Some of them anxiously searched for their guns in every corner of the room. The licker turned his head and looked in the direction of Suchen, with a hint of excitement glowing faintly from under the white film covering his eyes. Suchen also noticed the difference between its eyes and those of ordinary zombies. Before he could think about it, the licker spread out its four legs and rushed towards him. This speed is far faster than that of zombie dogs. Just when Suchen thought it would come directly towards him, a red light suddenly shot out from its mouth. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the place where Suchen had just stood. The speed is even a few points faster than the previous arrow. Suchen, who used his foresight to dodge the attack in advance, had cold sweat on his forehead too fast. Watching from the sidelines is far less shocking than experiencing it yourself. At this time, the licker was 5 meters away, and Suchen did not dare to use it directly. It's unclear whether he can kill the licker within 10 seconds. If your attack fails to break through its muscles and consumes a lot of energy, stop using it. After waiting for the time to stop, I feel depressed and my condition declines, let alone trying to kill it. Suchen held the crowbar and quickly approached the licker, with scenes flashing in his eyes, predicting its next move. Just as the licker's tongue retracted, it shot out again, aiming directly at Suchen's waist and abdomen. A fishy wind came, and his tongue was already in front of him. The crowbar in Suchen's hand suddenly hit the tongue in front of him. Smashing it on the ground, the tongue was like a steel whip, and the floor tiles on the ground were smashed and cracked. Suchen stepped on the tongue with one foot and passed the curved end of the crowbar through the middle of the tongue, fixing it on the crowbar. Then he stirred the crowbar vigorously, wrapping the tongue tightly around the crowbar in his hand. When the licker found that he couldn't retract his tongue, he roared and pounced on Suchen. Suchen saw the licker flying towards him, with no leverage left, so he grabbed the crowbar with both hands and swung it to the right. The licker that was originally rushing towards Suchen suddenly crashed into the building on the right. Its sharp claws were still in the forward-moving position, and the concrete wall of the building was pierced by its claws like tofu dregs. Shattered chunks of concrete fell to the ground. Its head also smashed into the wall, causing cracks to appear on the wall. The licker was hanging upside down on the wall, with his head pulled out of it. Its four sharp claws grasped the concrete wall to support its body as it climbed higher. It suddenly raised its head, and Suchen on the ground felt that the crowbar in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. Do you think it's okay if you stand tall? Looking at the licker clinging to the wall tightly, Suchen's eyes were filled with ferocity. Hold the crowbar tightly with one hand and grab its tongue with the other to prevent it from slipping away. Tighten all the muscles in your body and pull back little by little with all your strength. The licker's head was pulled by a huge force and could not get close to the wall, and the two front claws were also pulled out of the wall. The broken stones grabbed by the sharp claws fell to the ground. Its two hind legs could not hold on for long and were soon pulled down by Suchen. As soon as it landed, it pounced towards Suchen, and in an instant came in front of Suchen, standing up on its hind legs only. His height was even over 2.3 meters, but his torso was similar to that of an ordinary person. He looked a little thin compared to his height, which did not bring much shock to Suchen. The thick front claws grabbed Suchen's body. 10 pitch-black claws with a fishy wind came from both sides. Right in front of his head, there was a bloody mouth dripping with foul-smelling pus, about to reach Suchen's head. At the same time, a pulling force came from the crowbar, preventing Suchen from taking a single step back. Suchen glanced at the claws on both sides that were as big as wheels, and the mouth on top of the head that was full of serrated fangs. Insert the crowbar into the gap between the floor tiles. His body suddenly leaned back and his center of gravity lowered, almost falling to the ground, thus avoiding the sharp claws coming from both sides. Suchen held the crowbar on the ground with both hands to prevent his head from hitting the ground. He kicked diagonally at the joint of the licker's hind legs. With a snapping sound, the bones of the licker's hind limbs were dislocated and could not support an upright body. Seeing that the licker's body was about to fall on Suchen simply fell to the ground and rolled over. He pulled out the crowbar that was leaning on the ground. He raised his leg and kicked the licker in the abdomen, sending its body 2 meters away. With a muffled thud, the licker fell to the ground. Suchen jumped up from where he was, holding the crowbar in his hand, and stepped on the licker, who was lying on the ground. The crowbar in his hand stabbed hard at the exposed brain of the licker. Suddenly, there was a pulling force on the crowbar, causing it to shift direction and slide across the hard shell surface of the head. The licker under him slowly got up and tried to retract his tongue. Suchen became furious, grasped the crowbar with both hands, and thrust it into the part of the licker's spine that was exposed outside the muscles. There was no muscle protection here, and the gray spine was cracked by the heavy blow. The crowbar pierced into the licker's body. Suchen pried it hard, and a vertebra on the licker's back protruded slightly. If this section of its spine is removed, its lower body will not receive signals from the brain, which is commonly known as paralysis. The licker under his feet also discovered Suchen on his back and swung his sharp claws. Suchen quickly hid in the blind spot of the claw's attack and tried several times, but failed to pry out a piece of the spine. The spine is stuck firmly in the body by the surrounding muscle tissue. Moreover, the pierced spine did not seem to affect the normal activities of the licker underfoot. Suchen could only give up targeting its spine. The crowbar cannot be used anymore. The licker under him will try to retract his tongue if he feels it loosen a little. Every swing of the crowbar will be interfered by the licker, making it impossible to hit the target accurately. I watched the licker under my feet trying to climb up the wall. Suchen could no longer care about so much. He clenched his fists and smashed the licker's hard-shelled brain madly. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds came from the hard shell on the licker's head. This protective shell looks fragile, but it is actually as hard as iron. And every time the damage is sustained, part of it will be repaired by the licker's self-healing ability. The price I would pay is the muscles under my feet starting to dissolve. Suchen felt that the joints on his fists were swollen and painful. The protective shell also had a dent of about 3 centimeters under the high-intensity impact. If it weren't for the licker's self-healing ability, this protective shell would have ruptured long ago. Not enough. Still a little bit short. Suchen's fist was numb, and blood dyed the licker's brain red. The licker also stopped where he was, let out a roar, and grabbed Suchen above his head like crazy. It burned its own muscle tissue to repair the injuries on its head. The muscle tissue in his body is not as strong as before, but his strength should not be underestimated. Seeing that the licker's brain was about to be opened by him, Suchen did not allow its sharp claws to hinder him. Immediately used time stop to freeze it in place. Suchen turned around abruptly, pulled out the crowbar, and stabbed the dent several times with the tip of the crowbar. Puff! There was a dull thud as the crowbar pierced into its brain. It's connected. Suchen's eyes lit up with joy, and he used the crowbar to stir its brain vigorously, crushing it into pieces. 10 seconds passed in a flash, and the freeze frame effect disappeared. Black and white liquid oozed out of the wound and slowly dripped onto the ground. The licker's claws were already weak and powerless, and Suchen's legs became paralyzed after just a slight touch. Its body fell heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. The tongue on the crowbar also fell limply. Suchen swung the crowbar, and the tongue fell to the ground. Suchen enlarged the wound on the licker's brain. Without its self-healing function, this layer of protective shell would be even harder than the human body's original skull. It's just that this layer of protective shell is more resilient. Suchen took a look at the protective shell, which was 5 centimeters thick, translucent, and almost tightly attached to the internal brain tissue. Suchen looked at the blood on the peak of his fist and said, "It's better not to reach in to look for the crystal." Suchen hooked the licker's brain with a crowbar and turned it over, and the brain tissue inside fell to the ground through the wound. There was a pile of grayish-white brain tissue on the ground. Suchen could only use a crowbar to pry it open little by little to see if there was any crystal inside. Jiang Quan, who had searched for guns upstairs in vain, was stunned by the scene. Of course, what shocked her even more was why the monster didn't stand still. Suchen used a crowbar to dig around for a while before he found the small piece of blue crystal among a pile of white brain tissue. Looking at the deep blue in the crystal, Suchen felt that he was really lucky today. This crystal is obviously darker in color than the giant corpse. Putting it into his pocket casually, Suchen walked to the zombie dog's head and dug around with the crowbar. A piece of crystal fell out of the zombie dog's head, and the color was almost the same as that of the zombie cat. Chapter 32, Leaving the Community. Suchen grinned and touched the 2 crystals in his pocket. Suddenly, I found that there were 7 remaining crystals in my other pocket. This is the crystal inside the heads of the 7 zombies that were smashing the door outside when the 5 people were driven to building number 7 by the zombies. The crystal of this ordinary zombie has basically no effect. Suchen was in a good mood. He picked up the sharp knife that had fallen from the ground and returned home. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a sound coming from inside the house. The Jiangqing temporary shelter was established at the abandoned Nanli school in the southern suburbs of the city. The shelter is now under the jurisdiction of the military. It has safe accommodation, adequate food supply, and 24-hour armed protection by armed police soldiers. The shelter accepts all survivors in the city. On the way to the shelter, please pay attention to your personal safety and be careful of the infected on the street. At the same time, we will have helicopters airdropping supplies to Jiangqing City to help the survivors get through this crisis. The airdrop package includes food, water, medicine, and guns, with detailed instructions included. Survivors who are not familiar with firearms should use them with caution. The sound of a regular pistol can be heard at least 300 meters away. Once you open fire, it means you will face attacks from infected people within 300 meters. The infected are also called zombies. Features: humanoid, pupils covered with white membrane, vision range unknown, no perception of pain. They have sensitive hearing and smell, like to eat human flesh, and are attracted and gathered by human smells. The muscles in my limbs are stiff and always tense. Under normal circumstances, the strength of a zombie is about 3 times that of an adult man. The strength of a zombie with damaged organs will be relatively reduced. The speed is about the same as a normal person running. Survivors bitten by zombies may turn into zombies at any time. The duration varies, depending on their individual constitution. What are you doing? Suchen walked into the living room and saw Jiang Quan tinkering with the radio. The same words kept playing on the radio. Suchen recalled, "Why is the content of this broadcast different from that of the flyer? Are there any supplies left? The question is, where is the helicopter I want? You're back? I tuned the radio to the shelter's emergency broadcast channel for you. The broadcast now should be broadcast on a rolling basis throughout the day to ensure that all survivors have the opportunity to listen to it." Jiang Quan shook the radio in his hand and explained. While Suchen listened quietly to Jiang Quan's words, he took out the medicine box from under the coffee table in the living room. He took out some alcohol and poured it on Quan Feng's wound. "You're bleeding? The wound isn't stained by the zombie's blood, right?" Jiang Quan put down the radio in his hand and walked over to sit next to Suchen. "It's okay, just a scratch," Suchen said casually. Alcohol mixed with blood dripped from his fingers into the trash can. Jiang Quan rolled his eyes and asked, "Did your skin get scraped and bled so much?" Suchen took out the bandage and was about to put it on himself, but Jiang Quan took it away from him. "Let me do it." Seeing that she wanted to help, Suchen felt relieved and stretched out his hands. What did the broadcast just now mean? Are we still distributing guns now? Are helicopters not going to rescue us? I don't know the situation either. I'll know only when the helicopter arrives, Jiang Quan said as he bandaged Suchen's wound. Suchen moved his bandaged arm and quietly crushed the zombie dog's crystal. Soon a warm current flowed into the body. Suchen only felt tingling and numbness on the bandaged wound, but it did not improve his physical fitness much. The physical strength that had just been consumed was also restored, but it was of no help to the mental strength consumed by the time stop. It seems that the only way to recover the consumed energy is to sleep. If you want to improve your physical fitness again, you may have to hunt more special zombies. The pain was mostly relieved, but Suchen did not open it to see how the wound was healing. The bandage was just to cover it up. If you were found to be different from ordinary people, you might be captured and studied. I wouldn't be sliced into pieces, but I would be afraid of losing my freedom. That's not what I want. I can stay at home, but you can't force me to stay in one place. By the way, no one knows what will happen to Guaziming if someone discovers his lighter. It's really exciting. After Jiang Quan bandaged Suchen, he saw that he was in a daze, so he waved his hand in front of his eyes and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Suchen came back to his senses. Nothing. What's the matter? Jiang Quan looked into Suchen's eyes and asked, why did the monster suddenly stop moving? I hit it through the head. Of course it won't move. Suchen said nonsense seriously. Jiang Quan heard this, thought about it, and felt that there was something wrong. Then why did you poke it so many times with the crowbar? To prevent it from resurrecting. A snake's head will move for hours after it's chopped off. Isn't it normal for a zombie to resurrect? If Suchen continued to talk nonsense and did not quench the comrade's curiosity, he would be afraid that he would be remembered. So you're pouring out the brain tissue to prevent resurrection? It's not just a personal hobby? Jiang Quan looked at Suchen with a strange look. Don't worry, I won't discriminate against you. You have a perverted mind, but I don't have any weird hobbies. I just want to prevent the dead from coming back to life. It's getting late. Let's go to the rooftop and wait to see if there's a helicopter. Suchen got up and started tinkering with the radio. This piece of shit only knows that one part from beginning to end. It's so useless. Jiang Quan looked at Suchen and said nothing more, not knowing what he was thinking. Time passed noon quickly, and after a quick lunch, the two went up to the rooftop. I'll return the gun to you when the helicopter arrives. Suchen was chewing on pickled pepper chicken feet and gave Jiang Quan some instructions. I understand. Jiang Quan nodded. The two waited for a moment, and then they heard the sound of a helicopter in the distant sky. Jiang Quan looked at the helicopter in the distance and said, if they are not carrying out a rescue mission, I'm afraid they won't stop. What should we do then? Suchen frowned. Give me the gun later, and fire it to see if I can attract them over. Jiang Quan said. Suchen instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, the sound of gunfire would attract many zombies. After thinking about it, I agreed to send this guy away first. The helicopter is here. Are you still worried about the sound of gunfire? The helicopter quickly entered the urban area, and Suchen took out a lighter to ignite the textile. A raging fire suddenly broke out, and thick smoke rose up. Suchen fished out 2 guns from under a pile of fabric and handed them to Jiang Quan. Here. Jiang Quan took the gun and checked it. After finding that there was no damage, he nodded. Then he fired a shot into the air. With a bang, a bullet shell with residual heat fell to the ground with a clinking sound. None of the 6 helicopters in the sky changed their course. Jiang Quan fired a few more shots, and finally a helicopter in the sky changed its course and flew towards this side. They soon arrived near the residential area. Suchen thought that the helicopter would lower a rope ladder and drop an airdrop or something. Unexpectedly, it slowly landed on the edge of the roof. The helicopter created a strong wind that blew the textiles on the rooftop all over the place. The helicopter hovered at the edge of the rooftop. The cabin door opened and 2 soldiers came down. What Suchen did not expect was that the 2 soldiers actually saluted Jiang Quan and called her company commander. What the hell? She's an officer? What is the rank of a company commander? It seems to be at least a lieutenant. My goodness, is this shelter so short of people? The company commander personally came to participate in the rescue mission. The most outrageous thing is that it almost failed. Fortunately, Jiang Quan just had a brief conversation with them and then left. His message was not spoken. After the helicopter flew away, Suchen looked towards the rooftop and was slightly stunned. There was a half-person-high box on the rooftop. Suchen opened it and saw that it was full of supplies and guns and bullets. This wave is not a loss. Only 5 meals in 2 days in exchange for a box of food, medicine, and guns. It's worth it. In the helicopter, Lu Lin, what's the situation at the shelter now? Jiang Quan sat in the cabin with a serious expression, not as casual as he was in front of Suchen before. The soldiers on the opposite side briefly told Jiang Quan what happened in the shelter. On the day your helicopter crashed, the armed police brigade and militia also lost their defense line in the south of the city. Now everyone has evacuated to the shelter and plans to make long-term plans. We found out what happened to the helicopter after we transported the wreckage back to the shelter. The armed police brigade said that helicopters could no longer be used to rescue survivors. Not only is it inefficient, but it's also easy for zombies to sneak in, resulting in the loss of a helicopter and accompanying personnel. Due to the loss of a helicopter and your disappearance, the deputy company commander had no choice but to agree to their request. We will only use helicopters to drop supplies and weapons, and let the survivors get to the shelters themselves. After hearing this, Jiang Quan fell into deep thought. Now the 3 parties in the shelter have different opinions, and the actions they take have all gone wrong. Although I don't know what the armed police brigade encountered in the south of the city, I think it shouldn't be that easy to deal with. The current method of only distributing supplies and weapons can only solve the urgent problem temporarily. If the shelter wants to get more resources from the military subdistrict, it will have to accommodate more survivors. More survivors will also require more resources. This is a vicious cycle. Distributing supplies may not necessarily allow many survivors to escape from the urban area. Jiang Quan rubbed his head and asked, "What did the armed police brigade encounter in the south of the city?" "It looks like a zombie that is 3 meters tall, just like a human, as if the human was magnified twice in proportion. The strength is so terrifying that he can grab a car with one hand. Their defense line was smashed down by that zombie using a car. I heard that several people were smashed into pieces by flying cars on the spot." Lu Lin said, "Has the last zombie been dealt with?" Jiang Quan was a little curious. Lu Lin shook his head. "No, I only injured its 2 arms, and then it ran away." "Run away? Zombies know how to escape?" Jiang Quan was a little surprised. Lu Lin nodded. "The old scientist in the shelter said that zombies may have evolved intelligence." Jiang Quan was speechless. Anyone could come to this conclusion, right? Chapter 33, The Hunt Begins. By the way, pay attention to the young man named Suchen in that building just now. Around 23 or 24 years old, living on the 4th floor. He has very strong physical fitness, strength, speed, and reaction. Jiang Quan hesitated a little when he said this, but he still went on. "And he seems to be able to do magic. I saw with my own eyes that he instantly took the weapon from the person who was 4 meters away into his own hands. And the people whose weapons were taken away couldn't react." Lulin also felt that it was a bit outrageous. He glanced at Jiang Quan, who had a serious expression on her face, to make sure that she was not joking with him. "Yes, I understand. Do you want to take him back to the shelter?" "No need. Just keep an eye on it." Jiang Quan stopped Lu Lin's thoughts. He hadn't even thought about getting on the helicopter, so he probably wouldn't go to the shelter. Lu Lin was also a little confused. "Pay attention? How? Should we find a team to guard him at his door?" After Jiang Quan finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to rest, thinking about the significance of Suchen hollowing out the zombie's head. Why go through the trouble of ripping open the zombie's head? Suchen stood on the rooftop and observed for a while, roughly recording the landing points of the other 5 airdrop boxes. Then, move everything in the airdrop box back home. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Suchen stroked the exquisite pistol with his hand. "I have to say, this pistol is really cool. Unfortunately, there are no automatic rifles here, and using a pistol to fight zombies would be a bit too ostentatious. It seems that the shelter also has its own concerns and will not provide powerful firearms. The number of bullets is also very limited, with only 50 rounds and 2 spare magazines." After Suchen learned how to load and unload magazines, he slowly loaded bullets into 3 magazines. Once you are sure the safety is not on, place it in your pocket. It may not work when encountering a horde of zombies, but it should be effective in deterring survivors. Before, Jiang Quan didn't dare to crush the liquor's crystal in front of Suchen, fearing that something abnormal happened to his body and she would discover it. You have to know that when you have made big improvements in the first few times, your body is like being rebuilt, and all the muscles and bones in the body are undergoing reorganization. The feeling was so excruciating, as if all the muscles in my body didn't belong to me anymore. Suchen casually took out the liquor's crystal from his pocket and crushed it. The blue liquid instantly penetrated into Suchen's body. A stream of burning energy flowed through every corner of Suchen's body like magma. Suchen felt like his body was about to explode. He fell on the sofa in agony, like a cooked shrimp. There was a layer of blood under his skin, and bursts of heat were coming out around his body. His muscles tensed involuntarily, and veins popped out on his forehead. The piercing pain hit Suchen's brain again and again. The magma-like energy continued to destroy and reorganize within Suchen's body. Suchen's muscles and bones began to transform. The newly formed bones are harder than before under the tempering and repair of this energy. After multiple reorganizations, the muscles in the body have become extremely strong and tough. When you peel off Suchen's skin, you can see that every muscle in his body is so perfect. No overly bloated, gaudy muscle groups. Every muscle is in just the right place, and there is amazing power contained in it. They were entwined around Suchen like the roots of an old tree. Stimulated by this energy, Suchen's brain quickly became familiar with the new muscles in his body. He was able to exert 100% of his muscle strength and fully mastered the explosive power contained in this body. As the burning energy was completely absorbed into his body, the pain in Suchen's body gradually disappeared. Suchen felt more relaxed than ever before. Suchen turned over and sat up from the sofa and found that his body was soaked with sweat. He took out a set of clean clothes from the closet, walked into the bathroom, and washed off the sweat stains on his body. After taking a shower, Suchen walked out of the bathroom. He couldn't wait to sit on the sofa and open the map on his mobile phone. Call up the map within 1 kilometer around the community and look for places with more zombies on the map. Get ready to set out to find and hunt special zombies like giant zombies. The community where Suchen lives is on the edge of the urban area, close to the suburbs. Just cross a few streets, and there will be fewer residential buildings around. This area may have been prosperous in the past, but that is all in the past. Suchen searched for a long time and marked the nearest vegetable markets, parks, and supermarkets on the map. These locations are distributed about 1 kilometer around the community, and the flow of people is relatively dense on normal days. I guess it's full of zombies now, among which there should be special zombies like giant zombies and lickers. Unfortunately, the airdrop box is too far away. I'm afraid it will be dark before we get there. Suchen sighed secretly and decided to go to the nearest places first. By the way, test your current physical fitness. It's not too late to look for airdrop supplies tomorrow. Find the dusty hiking bag under the closet in the bedroom. Suchen stuffed some instant food and a few bottles of water into his bag to replenish his energy on the road. Suchen tied the straps of his mountaineering bag so that it fit tightly against his back, so that it won't sway on your back and affect your movement. Suchen hid the spare magazines for the 2 pistols in the pocket inside his jacket. He could reach them with just a stretch of his hand, and Suchen hid the pistol between his mountaineering bag and his back. Suchen cut a hole in the breathable mesh on the back of the mountaineering bag with a knife. Suchen stuffed the pistol directly into the net, leaving only the handle outside. Suchen just turned his hands behind his back and was able to quickly take out the pistol. The mountaineering bag was carried on his back, with the breathable mesh surface sticking to Suchen's back and tied together by straps. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell that there is a pistol hidden in it. It's just that my back hurts a little, but there's nothing I can do about it. You can't just hang it around your waist like a fool, right? Suchen took a look at the slightly bent boning knife, picked up the fire axe, and put it in the side pocket of his backpack as a backup weapon. Put a long kitchen knife in the pocket on the other side of the backpack. Unfortunately, weapons such as machetes are control knives and are probably difficult to find in urban areas. Large supermarkets may have knives such as machetes, but machetes are for cutting fruits after all. It may look impressive holding a half-meter long machete, but in fact the damage it can cause is just average. Very few people actually had their necks or limbs chopped off. Most of the time, the injured people died from excessive blood loss. If the angle is not right, not only will the knife cut off the hand or head, but it won't even penetrate the flesh and bones. At most, it would just leave a big bloody cut on the body, and the bleeding wound would look more terrifying. Ordinary people who were chopped would recoil in pain, fear, or even bleed to death. But would zombies who have no sense of pain care about this level of damage? They only get more excited when they see silly humans approaching with knives. It can stab you many times, but you only have a chance to be bitten once. Moreover, the blade of the machete is very thin, and it is easy to bend when cutting hard objects, which is really useless. Suchen picked up the crowbar and could only use it as a weapon for a short time. The spike at the end of the crowbar can be used as a pistol and can easily pierce the skull of an ordinary zombie. The piercing damage can easily kill most zombies instantly. Suchen looked at the time. It was past 3 p.m., and there would be only 2 hours left until sunset. We will go to the farthest park first, then slowly return to the other marked locations, and finally return to the community. After Suchen was ready, he left the room with his backpack and locked the door. Zombie dogs had killed many survivors in the community before, and Suchen didn't know if there were any survivors in the community. To be on the safe side, it is better to lock the door. Suchen walked out of the apartment building, went around the back of the building, and slowly approached the community wall. The zombies behind the wall smelled the human scent on Suchen and immediately howled with excitement. Suchen ignored it and looked around vigilantly to make sure there was no danger. Suchen jumped up and grabbed the edge of the wall with both hands. He pushed the wall with his feet to gain leverage, and with one hand he supported himself on the edge of the wall, easily climbing over it. Suchen looked down slightly and saw countless hands raised from below. The zombies below waved their arms unconsciously. Their fingers are only about 40 centimeters away from the top of the wall, and they can reach the edge of the wall with just a slight jump. Suchen slowly stood up on the wall. The width of the wall where he could stand was less than 20 centimeters. Suchen was a little worried at first that he might fall, but it turned out that his balance was better than he expected. Why didn't I realize I had this talent before? Suchen tried to walk a few steps along the edge of the wall. Each step was cautious, yet extremely steady. He didn't even have to stretch his arms out to keep his balance. What Suchen didn't know was that his brain would subconsciously coordinate the strength of his muscles to maintain body balance. If he didn't have complete control over his body muscles, he wouldn't be able to walk on the wall so easily. Suchen walked faster and faster on the wall, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the corner of the wall. The zombies below followed to the corner. He kept roaring from his mouth, and waves of foul smell came from below. Suchen felt that he was becoming more and more adept at it, and he could walk on the wall as if it were flat ground. However, the zombies beneath him gathered more and more, blocking the direction he wanted to go. Suchen glanced at the street lamp beside the sidewalk, tied the crowbar to his backpack, and rubbed his hands. He bent his legs slightly, leaned his body forward slightly, and suddenly jumped towards the street lamp. Bang! With a dull sound, Suchen grasped the lamppost with both hands and stepped on it with both feet. The whole person was hanging on the lamppost, with his feet about 3 meters off the ground. Seeing this, the zombies under him immediately changed their target. Suchen did not stay for long, but slid down slightly for a distance. He kicked the lamppost with his legs and used the force to leap toward the abandoned car on the side of the road. Bang! Suchen landed steadily on the roof of an abandoned car, and his weight created a dent in the roof. Before the zombies surrounded him, Suchen had already jumped onto the roof of another car. It seems that traffic jams on the road are not without benefits. Suchen glanced at the group of zombies blocked by the abandoned car behind him, smiled slightly, and ran quickly on the top of the abandoned car. There were no cars to stop the zombies on some roads, so Suchen simply took out a crowbar and poked through their skulls. But there is no time to pick up the crystals in the zombies' heads. Because there were so many zombies on the road, as soon as I killed one, the next one would pounce on me, leaving me no chance to breathe. Suchen doesn't have time to waste on these guys. He randomly smashed the heads of some zombies blocking his way, then left without looking back, running wildly along the predetermined route. Along the way, the zombies who were originally wandering slowly saw Suchen's figure. One by one, they seemed to be activated from hibernation mode, transformed into track and field athletes, desperately chasing after Suchen. But none of them can avoid obstacles. Many zombies were fooled by Suchen and crashed into cars on the roadside. Suchen ran at full speed for about 3 minutes, avoiding several streets of zombies. We soon saw our destination, which was also the vegetable market where Suchen occasionally came to buy vegetables. At this time, there were more than 40 zombies following closely behind Suchen. In the vegetable market, the lighting seemed a little dim without lights. You can vaguely see zombies staggering around inside, some of them with bags of rotten and smelly vegetables hanging on their bodies. These should be the residents who came to buy groceries when the apocalypse broke out. Suchen did not rush in directly, but ran around the vegetable market with more than 40 zombies behind him. While running, zombies would rush out from several entrances and exits of the vegetable market from time to time and block Suchen. These zombies all had their heads smashed by Suchen's crowbar. At this time, there were already hundreds of zombies following Suchen. There weren't many roadblocks around, and these zombies couldn't be shaken off no matter what. However, Suchen was not in a hurry and took them to run around the vegetable market twice. Seeing that no zombies came out of the entrance of the vegetable market, Suchen turned around and ran into the market. My eyes adjusted to the dim surroundings. Suchen glanced at the market where the stench of rotting corpses and vegetables and fruits mixed together. The ground was littered with broken limbs and human bodies hollowed out by zombies. A large number of mosquitoes were flying over the corpse, making a buzzing sound. However, Suchen did not see the special zombie he wanted. Behind him, the group of zombies also followed into the dim vegetable market. Suchen jumped over several stalls and used the tables of the stalls to stop the zombies behind him in the vegetable market. I ran out of the vegetable market alone, silently giving it a thumbs up in my heart. The next one was a nearby park, but most of the people visiting the park early in the morning were elderly people. Suchen was also not sure whether there would be any special zombies. You can only go and take a look first, otherwise you might miss it. Suchen found a quiet alley and hid there. After killing the zombies in the alley, lean against the alley wall and rest for a while. Suchen stretched his body a little, thinking back to the 1,000-meter race he had run. He would be out of breath after running one lap. Now after running 1,000 meters, my heart rate and breathing are normal. It's simply a miracle. Suchen could clearly feel that this was far from his limit. One's own muscles and bones can withstand higher intensity exercise loads. It's just that my brain has not yet fully adapted to this enhanced body, still using it with the previous behavior patterns. Although the muscles of the whole body are under control, the brain is still subconsciously worried that overloading the body will cause damage to the muscles and bones. This is the brain's protective mechanism for the human body. What Suchen had to do was to raise the threshold of this protection mechanism again, until it matches this body perfectly. Chapter 34 Power Zombie. Swish! A nimble figure rushed out from the alley. Suchen walked briskly through the streets filled with zombies, rotting corpses, and blood. Although the ruined streets were not as bad as the main street burned by the fire, they were also extremely tragic. There were exploded cars, run-over bodies, and broken limbs scattered all over the ground. The shops on both sides of the street were in a mess. The roller shutters of some shops were only half closed, and there were still a few zombies wandering inside. The bloodstains splattered on the walls and ground of the street turned black due to oxidation over time. It is impossible to tell whether it is human or zombie blood. The zombies discovered the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared on the street and howled excitedly. The previous scene of zombies chasing humans reappeared on the streets. The survivors around were all looking at Suchen nervously as he was leading the swarm of zombies, not because they were worried about his safety. Instead, they were worried that if he died nearby, the corpses would remain in this area, completely extinguishing their hope of escape. When Suchen ran, the muscles of his whole body moved at high speed, as naturally as breathing. His speed increased again, and he gradually put some distance between himself and the zombies behind him. Suchen knew in his heart that only by constantly breaking what his brain currently believed to be the limits of his body could he truly unleash the amazing power in his body. What limits physical strength is not only the weak human body, but also the consciousness of the brain. Suchen's figure continued to accelerate, leaving the zombies behind him. His eyes kept observing the surrounding scene. He stepped over abandoned cars, stopped the zombies behind him, and at the same time determined the direction of the park. The afternoon sunlight is already a little dim, not as bright as at noon. When Suchen rushed to the park, there were no zombies following him. Even the zombies on the streets near the park were not seen. Because Suchen climbed over the wall to enter the park, all the zombies were isolated outside the wall. After entering the park, I felt very disappointed when I saw the road covered with leaves and a group of elderly zombies walking slowly. There doesn't seem to be any traces of special zombies here. Unwilling to give up, Suchen took a stroll in the park. Yes, he just took a stroll. These elderly zombies are limited by their physical conditions and are far slower than ordinary zombies. Suchen walked around the park effortlessly, smashing the heads of several elderly zombies. Nothing was found except zombies. Suchen began to doubt whether he had chosen the wrong place. It would be better to try your luck in a nearby community. Maybe you can encounter some special zombies. It was just that Suchen didn't want to work for others for nothing, so he chose these public places with heavy traffic. Forget it, let's go to that large supermarket first. Suchen felt a little unlucky this afternoon. Maybe the airdrop box used up all his good luck for the day. After Suchen took out his cell phone to determine the route, he climbed over the wall and left the park, quickly shuttling through the streets filled with zombies. As Suchen's speed continued to increase, most of the zombies around him had not yet reacted before Suchen had already left. By the time the zombies smelled the scent of living people, Suchen was no longer visible. For a moment, the zombies on several streets were howling and looking for prey. The survivors in the surrounding area trembled when they heard the noise on the street, thinking that another horde of zombies was about to appear. Suchen ran wildly all the way, swinging the crowbar in his hand from time to time to smash away the zombies that rushed out from the roadside. Threads of black blood mixed with brain matter splattered onto Suchen's body, sliding down his waterproof jacket, leaving mottled bloodstains. Relying on the map route in his memory, Suchen found the street where the supermarket was located and saw the supermarket sign from afar. But the situation in the supermarket doesn't look good. There were a lot of zombies surrounding the place, about 100 of them. Suchen found an alley nearby to hide and observe the situation. All the zombies on the entire street seemed to be attracted to the supermarket, as if there was something inside that attracted them. The first person Suchen thought of was the survivors. Apart from this, nothing else can attract so many zombies driven by instinct. Has someone occupied the supermarket? No, he should have been discovered by zombies when he entered the supermarket to collect supplies, and now he should be trapped in the supermarket. It is also possible that they were trapped in it at the beginning of the apocalypse. However, it doesn't look like that. To attract zombies from an entire street, they must have gone in not long ago. Since there are humans in the supermarket, the zombies inside should have been killed, and there will be no special zombies. Outside the supermarket, a group of zombies surrounded the door, scratching the rolling door, making a harsh friction sound. When Suchen was about to leave after observing nothing, a loud noise came from the end of the street. Boom, boom, boom. There seemed to be a sound of something heavy hitting the ground. What's that sound? Suchen, who was originally planning to leave, stared at it. I saw a dark figure appear at the end of the street. Its huge body was as tall as a floor. It walked naked on the road, making a thudding sound. The cars under its feet were like toys, which it kicked away at will. Suchen swallowed his saliva with a gulp. This thing is taller than the giant corpse? How do you hit its head? I saw the thing moving towards the supermarket with a thumping sound, as if it was heading towards the survivors. When it came closer, Suchen could see its body clearly. Its upper body was charred black, as if it had been burned by flames. There was also a burnt dent in its abdomen, revealing its scarlet abdominal muscles. There are bullet holes of various sizes on its body, and it looks like it has experienced a lot. The muscles on its body are extremely exaggerated, just like a bodybuilder. Suchen estimated that its shoulder width was probably equivalent to that of 2.5 ordinary zombies. Its arms are as thick as 2 ordinary zombie thighs. As if to support the huge body, the leg muscles are thicker than the arm muscles. The height of an ordinary zombie is only up to its chest. When it faced the direction of the supermarket door, Suchen discovered that the muscles on the back of its forearm were eroded, revealing the white bones faintly, which formed a sharp contrast with its sturdy body. If the soldiers in the shelter saw this zombie, they would recognize it at a glance. Isn't this the zombie that destroyed their defenses 2 days ago? I saw this zombie thumping towards the supermarket door. The zombies surrounding the door were pushed away by it, and some zombies were grabbed by the head and thrown out by it. Some zombies had their heads crushed. In less than a moment, there were only a dozen zombies left out of the hundreds at the supermarket entrance. Suchen looked carefully at the zombie at the supermarket entrance and found that it was not moving very fast. While his huge size gave him strength, it also deprived him of speed. Of course, it is also possible that it did not find the target and did not actually run. Suchen was a little hesitant. The disparity in size forced him to make a cautious decision. My muscles are almost turned into minced meat. I don't believe how much strength I can still exert. Seeing its forearm with eroded muscles, Suchen decided to deal with it. If you can't do it, the worst that can happen is you run away. With a bang, it punched the rolling door of the supermarket. The rolling door suddenly sank halfway, and the glass doors inside the supermarket shattered to the ground. The rolling door was severely deformed, with a whole half a person's height appearing at the bottom. The remaining zombies immediately crawled in through the hole. Screams of survivors were heard in the supermarket. However, the zombies seemed to be stuck by something and could not get into the supermarket. Suchen crouched down, taking advantage of the abandoned cars on the road as he quickly approached the supermarket. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The zombies around that were thrown away by the zombie seemed to sense the breath of life on Suchen. He turned around and wandered around, trying to find Suchen's location. There was a zombie just wandering around in front of Suchen and was about to discover him. The man and the body were only a car's distance apart. Suchen quietly reached the bent end of the crowbar under the car, hooked the zombie's ankle, and pulled hard. The zombie lost his balance and fell to the ground. Suchen quickly walked around the car, stabbed the zombie to death as it was about to get up, and continued to approach the supermarket entrance. As Suchen approached the supermarket, the zombies around him seemed to smell Suchen's scent. The howling sounds came one after another. The giant, powerful zombie at the supermarket entrance also stopped banging on the door. He turned his head and looked towards where Suchen was hiding. Suchen saw the giant corpse at the supermarket door looking at him through the broken car window. His heart was pounding, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Roar! The giant corpse roared and gave up on opening the half-opened rolling door. It turned its head and walked towards Suchen's direction. As it walked, the road surface shook slightly. Seeing that he had been discovered and there was no need to hide, Suchen pushed himself up with one hand and jumped onto the roof of the car. Looking at the zombie's head, the wounds on its body showed that it was a zombie that had experienced a hail of bullets, but its head was rarely hit by bullets. There were only a few bullet holes on its head, and Suchen could vaguely see shrapnel embedded in its skull. I really don't understand how it does this. The surrounding zombies saw Suchen jumping onto the roof of the car and rushed over quickly. These zombies were obviously faster than the giant zombies, and some of them even stood in front of the giant zombies. It roared angrily and slapped the zombie that was blocking the way ahead away. Suchen's eyelids twitched as he watched 5 zombies fly towards the shops on the street at the same time. Their bodies looked like they had been hit by a truck. The impacted side had been deformed and bent, or even sunken into the body. Chapter 35: Supermarket Survivors. It has to be said that the huge size not only brings shock to people's soul, and possesses ultimate power. It's hard to imagine how it became what it is today. Only when I looked at it closely did I realize that its body was like a tall wall. Even when standing on the roof of the car and looking at the giant corpse, Suchen still had to look up at it. Suchen glanced at the zombies around him, turned around and jumped onto the roof of another car and retreated. Suchen thought of using these cars to separate ordinary zombies from giant zombies. He didn't want a zombie to suddenly appear behind him and bite him. The giant corpse behind him saw Suchen's receding back and followed Suchen on the abandoned car. There was a crackling sound, the sound of glass breaking and metal rubbing against each other. Suchen turned his head and looked back curiously. The giant corpse's feet were like pile drivers, flattening the roof of the car underneath it. As soon as its body stepped on the roof seemed unable to bear the weight of the giant corpse and immediately sank in half. Fortunately, the distance between the giant zombies and ordinary zombies has been widened. Suchen was just continuing to distance himself when suddenly, a cold wind blew from behind. Suchen didn't have time to think. He lowered his body, jumped off the roof, and rolled on the ground. Bang! A loud bang exploded beside Suchen's ears, and broken glass fragments fell all over Suchen. An abandoned car hit the car where Suchen was standing just now. Suchen looked up and found that the car was upside down on his head, only 10 centimeters away from hitting him. Fortunately, the 2 cars next to him held it above his head. Gasoline was still dripping from the car's fuel tank, and drops of gasoline were falling onto the ground with a gasoline smell. Boom, boom, boom. The giant corpse had already walked to a position 1 meter behind Suchen. He reached out to grab Suchen, who was standing beside the carriage. Suchen saw the big hand reaching out and poked it out with a crowbar. A bloody hole was poked in the joint between its index finger and its index finger. Such a hard bone. Suchen stabbed it twice before he finally penetrated its thick joints. However, this is nothing to the giant corpse. It was still able to forcefully bend its fingers and grab Suchen. Suchen drew back his crowbar, stepped back, and jumped onto the roof of a car nearby. Want to get as close to the giant corpse's head as possible. The giant corpse roared, lifted up the upside-down car with both hands, and smashed it towards Suchen. After Suchen confirmed that the ordinary zombies were stopped by the abandoned car, he looked at the car that was about to fall above his head and moved forward instead of retreating. With his calf muscles tensed and his body's center of gravity slightly tilted forward, he suddenly rushed towards the giant corpse. Suchen's force created a dent on the roof of the car. Suchen leaped onto the roof of a nearby car like a cheetah and instantly approached the side of the giant corpse. There was a crashing sound behind him, but Suchen knew it was the sound of a car falling to the ground and ignored it, keeping moving his feet. Suchen jumped up from the roof of the car, next to the giant zombie, and stabbed the zombie's back with the crowbar in his hand. With Suchen's powerful explosive force, the crowbar pierced through the giant corpse's back in one go, and the tip came out from the giant corpse's chest. Suchen held the crowbar with both hands and stepped on the giant corpse's back to leverage his strength to move upward. One hand grasped the bulging muscles on the giant corpse's shoulder for leverage, and both feet stood firmly on the crowbar that pierced its body. The whole person was almost stuck to the giant corpse's back, and he held down the giant corpse's head with one hand to prevent it from turning back. He clenched one hand into a fist and punched it hard at the junction of the back of its head and spine. There was a sound of bone cracking coming from the back of the zombie's neck. The giant corpse roared angrily and raised its head suddenly. Its burnt bald head almost pushed Suchen off its back. Suchen didn't want to tolerate it. He clasped his hands together and grabbed the giant corpse's chin. The chest clamps the zombie's head, preventing its head from returning to its original position. The giant corpse's face was at a 180-degree angle looking up at the sky. Suchen's body tilted back as its head tilted back, with his feet supported only by a crowbar. The giant corpse's head was stuck by Suchen's hands, and he was trying to twist his head to break free. Suchen simply twisted his hands hard in the direction it was twisting. See if you can break its neck with your bare hands. The giant corpse seemed to sense the danger and raised its hands to grab the hands that were restraining its head. Seeing this, Suchen quickly retracted his arm and hit it hard in the eye with his elbow. A handful of blood mist exploded, its eyeballs burst open, and various unknown tissue fragments splattered everywhere. Yellow-brown liquid flowed out of the giant corpse's eyes. The brutal giant corpse reached out to grab Suchen's back, trying to pull him off his back. Suchen punched him hard on the shoulder joint, and the large muscles around his shoulder were dented. Suchen clearly felt that he had hit a hard object and must have injured its bones. The giant corpse's arm, which had just been raised, hung down weakly, and the joint at the shoulder was dislocated. But the next moment, it relied on its muscle strength to lift up its dislocated arm again and grabbed Suchen. Sure enough, zombies have no sense of pain and will not shrink back like humans when they suffer any harm. This is what makes zombies so scary. Seeing this, Suchen punched the back of its hand, knocking away its outstretched arm. Then he took out a fire axe from the backpack behind him and chopped it hard on its bald head. The fire axe broke the giant's scalp but couldn't penetrate its head. The axe blade was stuck about 2 centimeters into the skull, but no brain matter came out. Suchen pulled out his hand axe and took a look. Wow! The thickness of the skull was more than 2 centimeters. The white skull exposed at the wound was quickly covered by black blood. The giant corpse wanted to raise its hand to grab Suchen, but Suchen used a fire axe to cut the tendons of its hand and dislocated its shoulder joint. The giant corpse under him could only run wildly on the street, trying to throw Suchen behind him off. Suchen ignored it and used one hand like an eagle claw to pierce into the cold and hard muscles of the giant corpse to ensure that his body would not be thrown off. With the other hand, he held a hand axe and continued to widen the wound on the giant corpse's head. Suddenly, the giant corpse stopped and its huge body fell backwards, as if it wanted to crush Suchen behind it. Suchen stood on the crowbar, unable to gain leverage from the ground. Without the coordination of other parts of his body, simply swinging his arms was not enough to bring out the full strength of Suchen's body, making it difficult to break open the giant corpse's head. Seeing the giant corpse fall backwards, Suchen didn't want to stay on its back anymore. He jumped onto the road with the axe still stuck on the back of its head, thinking of using the giant corpse's own strength to smash the axe into its head. But as soon as the giant corpse's head hit the ground, the hand axe was bounced away. It seems that when it fell to the ground, the angle was not right, and the axe flew away. There was also a long crowbar sticking out of its chest. Looking at the giant corpse crawling up from the ground, Suchen grabbed the flying axe. He quickly ran to the giant corpse and stepped on its bald head to prevent it from getting up from the ground. Using the strength of his abdomen, back, legs, and waist rotation, as well as the explosive power of his right-hand muscles, he chopped it on the forehead with an axe. Puff! This time, the axe blade directly broke its skull, and gray-white brain matter came out of the wound. The giant corpse began to twitch on the ground, and the functions of its limbs seemed to be somewhat disordered. Suchen stood up straight and kicked hard on the back of the axe, further enlarging the wound. After the skull was pierced, the axe blade easily pierced into the brain. The giant corpse, lying on the ground, gradually became motionless. Suchen picked up a piece of tattered clothes from the ground, wrapped it around his hands, and pulled the crowbar out of the giant corpse's chest. The muscles on the giant corpse's chest were torn by the bent end of the crowbar, and Suchen shook off the black blood on the crowbar. Pull out the hand axe on the giant corpse's forehead and use a crowbar to pry open the crack. The giant corpse's forehead made a teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking. A 6-centimeter thick piece of skull was pried off and fell to the ground. Grayish-white brain tissue appeared in front of Suchen. Suchen also reached his hand in and groped in the cold and slippery brain tissue. After a while, he finally touched something that looked like crystal inside. Suchen took out the crystal, with some excitement in his eyes. Today's work was not in vain. After putting the crystal away, Suchen also indulged himself by washing his foul-smelling palms with bottled water. Fortunately, there is a supermarket here where I can replenish supplies. I will go in and fill up my backpack and leave. Supermarket. A group of survivors were initially frightened by the sudden appearance of the giant zombie. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, they could see the zombie's head up close. Hearing the sound of doors being smashed and glass breaking downstairs, everyone thought that the situation was over. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly appeared and attracted the attention of the giant zombie, and also attracted ordinary zombies over. Looking at the giant zombie going away, a group of people prayed in their hearts that Suchen would take the zombies as far away as possible. Their prayers seemed to work, and the giant zombie quickly disappeared from their sight. There was only a series of muffled, thumping sounds in the distance. Before they could be happy for long, the zombies that were blocked by the abandoned car returned to the supermarket entrance. I wanted to go into the supermarket through the half-person high door. The shelves behind the door that were used to block the door were also slowly twisted by the zombies, making a harsh creaking sound. The sound echoed in the silent street. More zombies appeared on the street in the distance, and the survivors in the supermarket were all panicked. "Quick, go downstairs and block the shelves. Don't let them in." A man said this and ran quickly towards the dim first floor. A dozen people followed him with weapons in hand, and they all saw that the zombies at the door had gathered again. The difference from before is that the roller shutter door at the entrance has been destroyed. As long as some zombies come in, all of them will be trapped. A group of people rushed to the door and saw the light coming in from outside. There were also a few zombies with half of their bodies already crawling in from the side of the shelf. They immediately divided the work. There were 3 people on each side of the gate, who used the weapons in their hands to smash the heads of the zombies that came out from both sides of the shelves. The remaining 11 people were desperately pushing the shelves outward from behind, trying to push them back to their original position. But how could the strength of 11 people be a match for the at least 20 zombies at the door? What's more, there are dozens of zombies howling behind these zombies. In the distance, zombies from other streets were rushing towards this side. "Anchor, no, we can't push it back." A survivor shouted at Wu Jiqiang, who was killing someone who had entered the supermarket. "Don't yell so loudly, damn it. What if it attracts more zombies?" Wu Jiqiang turned his head and growled at the survivor with gritted teeth. Everyone knew that it would attract zombies, but the noise made by the zombies outside was so loud. It was almost difficult to hear the other person without shouting. Wu Jiqiang waved the fire axe in his hand and chopped off the head of the zombie that broke into the supermarket. He also had no way to deal with the hundreds of zombies outside. "I'm afraid my body of flesh is not enough to fill their teeth. Hold on with all your might, or we'll all die." Wu Jiqiang swung the axe in his hand and chopped off the head of the 4th zombie, saying breathlessly, "Although the fire axe weighs only about 4 or 5 pounds and looks very light, this long-handled axe with a center of gravity forward requires a lot of strength to swing due to the leverage force. If you don't have enough strength, swinging it forcefully can easily damage your muscles. It is also not good if the swing amplitude is not large enough. Otherwise, the fire axe will have no killing power at all." It was the first time for Wu Jiqiang to swing a fire axe with such high intensity. It takes an average of 2 axes to crack open the head of each zombie. Every time the axe hit the zombie's head, the recoil of the axe made Wu Jiqiang's wrist ache. If these zombies hadn't been stuck behind the shelves, Wu Jiqiang wouldn't have been able to kill them head-on. The rest of the people were holding weapons such as steel pipes and machetes, and they didn't look that strenuous. It just takes several hits to kill a zombie. "You two stop chopping and go help push the shelves. I can do this myself." Wu Jiqiang said to the 2 people next to him that the number of zombies coming out here was not that large. The 4 zombie corpses almost filled the gap through which the zombies got in. As long as the shelves are not pushed open further, the zombies cannot come in. More and more zombies gathered at the door. They all smelled the scent of living people behind the door. The zombies in front were pushed closer to the door by the zombies behind. The sunlight outside the door was also completely blocked by the horde of zombies. A dozen survivors were struggling with the zombies with all their might. The deformed rolling door made a harsh sound when scratched by the zombies' hands, which gave people goosebumps all over their bodies. Some survivors shuddered when they heard the sound, and when they relaxed a little, the shelves were pushed away a few centimeters by the zombies. Everyone was so frightened that they immediately held up the shelf. "Who the hell didn't eat?" Wu Jiqiang growled, somewhat irritably. Just now, several more zombies rushed in from outside. The fire axe in his hand kept chopping at the zombies' heads. "I was thinking about how to attract hundreds of zombies. If we continue to waste time here with these almost crazy zombies, they will rush in sooner or later. No one knows if there is a limit to the zombies' physical strength, but as long as there is flesh and blood, they will chase you desperately." Flesh! Wu Jiqiang seemed to have thought of something, and there was some fierceness in his eyes. Damn it, could it be those 2 bitches who did this? He seemed to have thought of something and ran to the other side of the gate and pulled someone to take his place. "You guys hold on first, I'll find a solution." After Wu Jiqiang finished speaking, he quickly ran to the 2nd floor. Chapter 36. Inside the supermarket. Wu Jiqiang ran up to the second floor with a fire axe and came to a door. The place was locked from the outside. He took out the key, opened the soft lock, pushed the door open, and walked in. This is a room that looks like a warehouse. It was filled with all kinds of supplies and filled with a rotten smell. The light in the room was a little dim, and various supplies were neatly placed on the storage shelves. Some of the food cartons had been opened. Wu Jiqiang walked to the innermost corner of the warehouse carrying a fire axe. There are 2 people tied to the storage rack here, 2 girls. Countless paper balls and girls' clothes were thrown on the ground, and the smell of decay in the air became even stronger. The 2 girls who were tied to the storage rack were unconscious. The 2 men looked young. One of them was even under 20 years old. One of the older girls was dressed in tattered clothes, and her body and face were covered with bruises and scratches. The younger girl was subconsciously protected by her behind her and had no scars on her body. The fire axe in Wu Jiqiang's hand hit the storage rack with a clang, making a loud noise. "Tell me, who of you is on your period?" His face was ferocious, and his eyes looked viciously at the 2 girls who were awakened. Seeing that the 2 did not respond, Wu Jiqiang raised his legs and kicked them, kicking them away, and looked at the ground. One of them saw a pool of blood on the ground beneath the older girl. Wu Jiqiang wiped his hands on her body in disgust, grabbed her hair, and said viciously, "Damn it. No wonder the zombies suddenly surrounded the supermarket entrance. It turned out that you, the little bitch, were the one behind it." Wu Jiqiang untied the rope on her body and dragged her out of the warehouse by her hair. Step by step towards a rooftop. The girl whose hair was being pulled said in a hoarse voice, "No, don't. Damn it, stop making noise." Wu Jiqiang covered the woman's mouth with his hand, picked her up, and let one hand wander over her body, kneading her wantonly, with a look of pity in his eyes. However, he was soon replaced by a fierce, "Don't blame me, otherwise we won't be able to survive. Anyway, I have made you feel comfortable for the past 2 days, so just go with peace of mind." The 2 walked onto the rooftop, and Wu Jiqiang pushed the girl to the edge of the rooftop. The girl looked at the zombies all over the street and made a humming sound. Tears were streaming down her face, and she was obviously terrified. Wu Jiqiang didn't care about that. He took the climbing rope he found in the supermarket and wrapped it around the girl's waist several times. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Run as fast as you can if you want to live." The girl didn't understand what he meant, and the next moment, her body fell off the roof. Wu Jiqiang had already put on gloves on his hands. After pushing the girl off the roof, he held the rope tightly, let her descend slowly. When the girl saw the huge group of zombies on the sidewalk and the road, she couldn't help but break down and cry. A stream of yellow urine flowed down the big feet from the lower body and dripped onto the zombie's head. As the girl got closer and closer to the group of zombies, the zombie's attention was attracted by the girl with a strong smell of blood above her head. Seeing the zombies waving their arms densely under her feet, the girl kept twisting her body in the air. Wu Jiqiang on the rooftop naturally wouldn't let her fall directly. After she is eaten by the zombies, they will still gather at the door. Wu Jiqiang shook the rope vigorously, and the girl swayed left and right in the air. Her feet were already touching the arms of the zombies below. This forced her to retract her feet, and Wu Jiqiang above her head kept calculating the distance. When her body left the range of the zombie group, she suddenly let go of her hand. The girl was thrown out, fell onto the road, and rolled twice on the ground. Then he staggered to his feet from the ground. Behind her, the zombies on the periphery of the zombie group were rushing towards her. The girl endured the pain and untied the ropes on her body, then turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the zombies. Most of the zombies behind her were attracted away, and the remaining zombies were still running towards the girl one after another. The girl endured the pain from the fall and staggered along the road, turning her head from time to look at the zombies behind her. Seeing dozens of zombies behind her being diverted by vehicles on the road, the girl held the car with one hand and ran wildly. Suddenly, a zombie jumped out of a car. He bit her arm that was supporting the roof of the car, and blood gushed out of her arm. "Humph." The girl groaned in pain and reluctantly shook off the zombie's mouth. A piece of flesh on the arm was bitten off, and a large amount of blood flowed out of the wound. The zombies behind him smelled the blood and ignored the survivors in the supermarket. He turned and ran towards the girl. From time to time, there were collision sounds coming from behind the girl. That was the sound of the zombies' bodies hitting the cars when they were running. Most of the zombies were slowed down by the abandoned cars, and only a few of them did not hit the cars and were chasing after the girls. Wu Jiqiang watched all this nervously on the rooftop. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the girl's arm bitten by a zombie and bleeding, and she was being chased by a large number of zombies. Glancing down at the entrance of the supermarket, there were only about a dozen zombies left. Run further! Run further! Wu Jiqiang watched the girl staggering away, roaring in his heart. His eyes were fixed on the girl's back. The girl's strong survival instinct made her temporarily forget the wounds on her body, and she ran barefoot on the road. Seeing a large group of zombies following the girl and disappearing into the street, Wu Jiqiang's tense body finally relaxed. Then, he quickly ran downstairs. How is it? Is the door blocked? Wu Jiqiang asked anxiously in a low voice. 16 people slumped on the ground and nodded at him. At this time, the entrance was already full of shelves, and they moved more than 20 shelves to block the entrance. The remaining zombies outside the door were still scratching the iron gate. However, all the gaps below were blocked, and no zombies could enter the supermarket. It's blocked. Brother Wu, how come all the zombies outside are gone? How did you do it? One survivor just lay on the ground gasping for breath. Don't mention it. Use that period bitch to lure away the zombies. The survivors all looked regretful when they heard this. Let's go upstairs and have something to eat. Don't go too far in the future. If the one left is still a virgin, you have to develop her slowly. If you continue to torment her to death, I will kill you. Got it, Angkor? A group of people returned to the second floor of the supermarket to rest. They had just worked hard to withstand the pressure from the zombies, and now their bodies ached. Suchen rested on the road for a while, waiting for the number of zombies around him to gradually increase. So he got up and left, ready to go to the supermarket. We have to speed up, the sun is setting. Suchen murmured something in a low voice, put away the crowbar, and hurried back to the supermarket. I didn't expect this giant corpse to run so far. If it hadn't destroyed so many cars along the way, Suchen would have had a hard time finding his way back. Suchen returned to the street where the supermarket was located and found that there were only a dozen or so zombies left here. However, I didn't think much about it. It would save a lot of trouble if I went in myself anyway. Hundreds of zombies are not a small number, not to mention that they are all running towards him together. Maybe before you kill the zombies in front of you, the zombies behind you will pounce on you. If you are in an open area, you will be surrounded and bleed to death if a zombie bites you. If you have a large-scale killing weapon, you don't have to be afraid, but a crowbar can only kill one zombie at a time. If you swing it, you can at most knock down multiple zombies, but you cannot kill them. Suchen stood near the supermarket and glanced at the supermarket door. I found that the inside was completely blocked, and it was impossible to get in through the main entrance. Seeing the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the supermarket, Suchen had an idea in his mind. Suchen started running on the road and ran straight towards the supermarket door. As Suchen approached the supermarket, the zombies at the gate also discovered Suchen. Suchen ran up to them in one breath, pushed off the ground with force, and leaped into the air using the force. He stepped on a zombie's shoulders with both feet and held down the zombie's head with one hand. Then he pushed hard again, and the zombie under his feet was pressed to the ground by the force erupted from Suchen's feet. Suchen's body jumped high again and hit the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. Bang! A muffled sound was heard at the French window. Suchen's body was blocked outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and he was embarrassed to find that this thing was made of tempered glass. I could only barely stand on the small edge of the windowsill. After Suchen steadied his body, he freed one hand and punched the edge of the tempered glass. Crash! Shards of tempered glass fell all over the floor, and cold wind blew into the second floor of the supermarket. All the survivors in the supermarket were alarmed. What's going on? A group of people were eating on the second floor. When they heard the sound of breaking glass, they immediately ran over to check. Who are you? How did you get up here? Wu Jiqiang looked at Suchen by the window and shouted sternly. Holding the blood-stained fire axe in his hand, he looked at Suchen vigilantly. The others also grabbed their weapons and looked at Suchen, who suddenly appeared with vigilance. Suchen glanced at the weapons of these people and shrugged. I'm here to get some supplies. I hope it doesn't bother you. You guys should eat and drink. I'll leave after I get them. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiqiang hesitated for a moment, looked at the broken tempered glass, and nodded to others. The others slowly lowered their weapons. Suchen walked past them without thinking. Where is the food? First floor? Wu Jiqiang said stiffly. Okay, thanks. Suchen found the stairs and walked to the first floor. After he went down, Wu Jiqiang and his group started discussing the matter. Brother Wu, why did you let him take the supplies? With so many of us, are we really afraid of just one person? Look, he even said thank you to us after robbing us. How damn polite. Encore. Okay, now that I've said it all, can you guys see which floor this is? And this tempered glass, can you break it? Wu Jiqiang pointed to the broken glass on the ground and said in a low voice, This? Are we just going to let him take the things? What if he comes to buy for free next time? Wu Jiqiang's face was somewhat gloomy. Come here, we'll wait. A group of people gathered together and conspired in low voices, occasionally revealing a sneer. Chapter 37, Warehouse Girl. Suchen walked silently on the dim first floor, frowning as he used a flashlight on his phone to illuminate the room. Looking at the shelves that blocked the entrance tightly, Suchen raised his eyebrows. Fortunately, I didn't choose to break in by force. I'm afraid it would take a truck running in at full speed to knock this thing open. Suchen searched for a while on the first floor before he found the shelf with food. But most of the goods on it have been taken away. There were only a dozen or so packs of snacks placed alone on the shelf, and Suchen looked at their shelf life. These foods have not expired yet. They must have been left over by the survivors upstairs. Suchen searched the first floor, but didn't find much worth taking. The backpack only contained a few canned foods and instant noodles. Not even half the space was filled. Did they move all the food to the second floor? Suchen frowned. The man just said that the food was on the first floor. Suchen turned and went upstairs, where a group of people were sitting on the floor, eating instant noodles. Brother, is there enough food downstairs? If not, there's more upstairs. Come on, you must be hungry, eat something. When Wu Jiqiang saw Suchen coming up, a smile appeared on his face. He picked up a bowl of instant noodles from the ground and handed it to Suchen. Suchen glanced at the instant noodles he handed over and shook his head. No, I'm leaving after I get the supplies. The smile on Wu Jiqiang's face froze, and the others looked at Suchen intentionally or unintentionally. Ah, look, it's already soaked. It would be a pity not to eat it. Wu Jiqiang laughed dryly, but he did not insist and put the noodles back on the ground to avoid Suchen's suspicion. If you don't want to eat, forget it. We can keep it and eat it ourselves. I see you didn't pack much in your backpack. How come it was too dark downstairs and you couldn't find any food? But it's okay. There's plenty of food on the second floor. We moved all the food on the first floor upstairs. Come, I'll take you to get it. Wu Jiqiang touched his head and pretended to have just remembered that there was no food on the first floor. By the way, my name is Wu Jiqiang. Where did you come from? Did you encounter many zombies on the way? Are there any other survivors besides us? As Wu Jiqiang led Suchen deeper into the second floor, he asked a series of questions, hoping to get close to Suchen and lower his vigilance. He looks like he's only in his 20s, so he should be easy to fool. Suchen followed beside him, looking around. After hearing Wu Jiqiang's words, he turned his head and looked at him. Suchen lives in a community nearby. We did encounter quite a few survivors in the community, but they were all dead. Wu Jiqiang thought to himself after hearing this. Is he hinting at something? Hey, it's too dangerous outside now. If you're not careful, you'll be caught by zombies. Brother, be careful when you go back. Wu Jiqiang said calmly and brought Suchen to a door. This is the supermarket's warehouse. We moved a lot of supplies in here. As Wu Jiqiang spoke, he took out the key from his pocket and opened the soft lock on the door handle. Suchen, who was standing by, had a gleam in his eyes. Wu Jiqiang held the soft lock and made a gesture of invitation to Suchen. Brother Su, go in and take a look yourself. My bowl of noodles is getting cold. I'll go back and eat it first. All the supplies in this supermarket are here. Just take whatever you need. Wu Jiqiang said, turned around and left with the soft lock. Suchen glanced at him calmly, his black pupils flashing with scenes. Then I really have to thank you? He kicked the door of the warehouse open with force, and several people who were lying in ambush behind the door were knocked to the ground by the huge force. When Wu Jiqiang heard the sound of the door opening behind him, he turned around abruptly and threw the soft lock in his hand towards Suchen's back. For survivors immediately ran out with 2 pieces of rope. For people ran quickly around Suchen and tied him up tightly in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Suchen was tied up with 5 or 6 ropes. For men held the rope and pulled it in 4 directions, preventing Suchen from moving at all. The survivors who had been eating on the second floor also rushed over with machetes and iron pipes. The soft lock behind him was about to hit Suchen's back of the head with a sound of breaking wind. Ha, kid, you were shameless. You didn't have to suffer any physical pain if you took the bowl of noodles after eating. You've brought this upon yourself. This is our territory. You walked in without saying a word and took our things. Who do you think you are? A group of survivors started cursing at Suchen. Suchen looked at them calmly, his black eyes calm and emotionless. The two survivors in front of him looked at him without any reaction and thought he was stupid. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying pulling force on the ropes in their hands. Suchen simply twisted his waist and avoided the soft lock coming from behind. The four survivors who were holding the rope were suddenly pulled forward by Suchen. Wu Jiqiang's voice rang out in frustration. "What are you doing? For if you can't even pull one person? Brother Wu, he's quite strong." One survivor felt a little aggrieved as his palms were rubbed by the rope. "Fuck him. Get a few more people to hold the rope, and the rest of you can come together and chop him to death." Wu Jiqiang cursed, dropped the soft lock in his hand, and found a fire axe from the corner. The four people pulling the rope became 8 people, and the rope on Suchen became tighter and tighter. Wu Jiqiang grinned when he saw this and walked towards Suchen holding the bloodstained fire axe. But Suchen was seen turning around slowly while being bound by the rope. The ropes on his body didn't seem to restrict his movements at all. The 8 survivors who were pulling the rope felt as if their feet were covered with wax. They kept slipping on the spot and couldn't pull the rope no matter what they did. They all leaned back and used their body weight to hold the rope, but Suchen still turned them around. The distance between the 8 people and Suchen also became a little closer. Wu Jiqiang was also shocked when he saw this. "Quick, quick, come on, kill him!" The remaining 8 people behind him rushed towards Suchen with machetes. Suchen was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He exerted force with his arms, and the ropes on his body were slowly stretched. The survivor who was pulling the rope was also frightened by Suchen's actions. He rubbed his legs desperately on the ground, trying to pull the rope back. Suchen grabbed the rope on his body with both hands and pulled it hard to the left. The 4 survivors on the right felt a terrifying force coming from the ropes in their hands. Before they could react, the rope in their hands had slipped out and was pulled away by Suchen. There was a blood-red mark on the palms of their hands, obviously caused by the ropes rubbing against their skin. Suchen pulled the rope in his hand to the right again, and the ropes in the hands of the 4 survivors on the left were also pulled over by Suchen. Without the 8 survivors pulling him, Suchen easily broke free from the ropes on his body. Wu Jiqiang and others were shocked when they saw this, and they chopped at Suchen with their machetes, iron pipes, and fire axes. "What will happen if you break free from the rope?" Wu Jiqiang said in a grim voice, and chopped towards Suchen's head with the fire axe in his hand. Suchen pulled out the crowbar tied to the straps of his mountaineering bag and swung it towards their knife-wielding arms. A series of clanging sounds were heard along with the sound of bones breaking. The machetes and iron pipes in their hands were knocked away by the crowbar and fell to the ground. 8 people held the knife-holding wrists with one hand and howled in pain on the spot. "Sho, make a sound, or else we'll attract zombies and feed them with you." Suchen gently reminded the 8 howling people, while his other hand firmly grasped the wooden handle of the fire axe above his head. The 8 people couldn't hold back their tears that were welling up in their eyes and finally burst out. "You bastard! You broke my wrist and didn't let me make a sound." Wu Jiqiang's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he kept trying to pull back the fire axe with both hands. However, no matter how hard he tried, the fire axe did not move at all, as if it was welded to Suchen's hand. Wu Jiqiang's eyes turned fierce, and he raised his leg and kicked Suchen's lower body while Suchen was not paying attention. Suchen noticed his action, his eyes turned cold, and he swung the crowbar at the leg. Wu Jiqiang saw that his actions were discovered by Suchen. His originally fierce eyes turned into one of extreme fear, and he didn't have time to retract his legs. The crowbar fell right on his knee, sending a sharp pain down his leg. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream echoed on the second floor. Wu Jiqiang's calf was twisted strangely, and his kneecap had been shattered by the blow just now. His body twitched constantly due to the severe pain, and without the support of one leg, he collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up. "Ah! I'm gonna fucking kill you. It hurts so much, just wait for me." Wu Jiqiang was lying on the ground, crying and cursing Suchen. Suchen squatted down and slapped him in the face, knocking him unconscious. Otherwise, he would probably cry until tomorrow morning in this state. The remaining 16 people silently watched Wu Jiqiang's miserable condition on the ground. Seeing the strangely bent calf and the swollen half of the face, I couldn't help but feel scared. "I've already told you, I'll just get some food and leave. It doesn't bother you. The supermarket is so big, there should be a lot of food. It was such a simple matter, but you guys had to make it like this." Suchen looked at the other 16 people, wondering what was going on in their heads. Why is it so violent? When they heard Suchen's words, they all kept their mouths shut, not daring to speak or look directly at Suchen. Suchen waved the fire axe, felt that it was a good thing, and tied it to his mountaineering bag. Hey, you guys, is the food from the supermarket in here? After Suchen put away the crowbar and fire axe, he asked the others. Yes, it's in here. A survivor nodded tremblingly. Go, find a corner and squat down. You are not allowed to take any of the weapons on the ground. If I find anyone moving when I come out, he will be the same person you are. Suchen said this and stepped hard on Wu Jiqiang's stomach. Wu Jiqiang spat out the instant noodles he had eaten earlier, and there was a trace of blood on the noodles. Several back teeth popped out of Wu Jiqiang's mouth. Seeing this, everyone nodded hurriedly and found a corner to squat in. Only Wu Jiqiang was left lying alone, not far from the door. Someone come and drag your anchor over. Suchen shouted to the group of people. Upon hearing this, several people hurried over and dragged Wu Jiqiang from the ground to the corner. Suchen looked at a group of people squatting in the corner, facing the wall and thinking about their mistakes, nodded, and walked into the warehouse. Prepare to fill your backpack and then deal with these people. As soon as he entered the warehouse, Suchen smelled a strange smell. With a slight frown, Suchen walked into the warehouse and took out a flashlight to illuminate the dim warehouse. There are quite a lot of things in here, including a lot of instant noodles and canned food that have been unpacked into bulk. Judging from the state of these goods, they must have been carried up from downstairs by the survivors. This is convenient for Suchen, as he doesn't have to look for whole foods. Suchen stuffed the bags of instant noodles into his backpack and also found some canned food with a long shelf life, as well as mineral water, chocolate, and other foods. Suchen did not stop until his mountaineering bag was full. Suchen was about to leave with a bulging backpack on his back when he suddenly heard a sound coming from deep inside the warehouse. Suchen felt a little puzzled. Could there be any living creatures in this warehouse? Suchen continued to observe the surrounding environment with the light of the flashlight. It looks like there's nothing in here except the goods. Another voice was heard in the corner. In front of him was the warehouse wall, and several rows of storage racks blocked Suchen's view. There is a smell of rust in the air. Suchen frowned. There was a smell of blood. Suchen took the flashlight and carefully shone it towards the aisle of the innermost storage shelf. The 18-year-old girl was seen with her hands tied to a storage rack, her clothes tattered, her snow-white skin exposed. She was wearing only a single layer of clothing. Her skin was red from the cold, and she was shivering against the storage shelf. There were also a lot of paper balls and women's clothes on the ground. There were several broken ropes nearby, and it seemed that more than one person had been tied up here. The girl had lifeless eyes, a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth, and stared blankly at the wall in front of her. The light from the flashlight did not attract her attention. You can figure out why this girl is here with just your toes. Suchen looked at the girl calmly with his black eyes and untied the rope on the girl casually. The girl looked at Suchen with fear in her eyes, as if she was afraid of something. As soon as the rope was untied, his body retreated repeatedly and curled up in the corner. Suchen didn't say much. He just picked up a down jacket from the ground and threw it to her. She took some ready-to-eat food from the shelf and a bottle of water and placed them in front of her. The girl glanced at Suchen with lifeless eyes, grabbed her down jacket, and put it on. The body that was shivering from the cold gradually stopped shaking. She grabbed the food off the ground and started to eat it voraciously. She ate very quickly and coughed from time to time. Suchen looked at the environment on the ground and felt it was a bit depressing. He left a flashlight and turned away, leaving the girl alone in the corner. The girl looked at Suchen's back and ate silently. Suchen walked out of the warehouse and looked at the people squatting in the corner without moving. He grabbed a man and pulled him aside and asked, "What's going on in there?" The survivor's eyes were evasive and he stammered, unable to speak. Suchen reached behind him, pulled out a pistol, and pressed it against the survivor's forehead. No, I say." The survivor was sweating profusely and begged for mercy. Through the survivor's narration, Suchen understood the whole story. "We came to this supermarket 3 days ago in search of food. At that time, we were chased by zombies and came here. We wanted to open the door of the supermarket and take refuge inside. Just as we were about to force the door open, the supermarket's roller shutter suddenly opened and let us in. We were a group of people who survived the disaster and were still celebrating the fact that we were not caught up by the zombies. Wu Jiqiang saw that there were only 2 pretty staff members in the supermarket, and he got attracted by them. That night, they knocked them unconscious and took them to the warehouse, tied them up, and tortured them all night long. The next day, the two staff members who rescued us committed suicide. Chapter 38, Half Human, Half Corpse. A few more survivors came yesterday. We saw that some of the women were pretty, so we let them in. The men were killed and fed to the zombies, and the two women were taken to the warehouse. However, these survivors attracted too many zombies. We were busy blocking the door and didn't have time to deal with them. The sister inside agreed to accompany us. We only dealt with her sister. We didn't touch her. I guarantee she is still the original one. The survivors said tremblingly. Get lost. Suchen was a little impatient. Too? There's only one person in there. There is another zombie that Wu Jiqiang just used to lure away from the door. She is her sister. I heard they are sisters. It's a pity for her elder sister. Her figure, he said halfway, glanced at Suchen and swallowed his words back. No wonder that all the zombies at the entrance of the supermarket had disappeared. You guys really deserve to die. Suchen glanced at the man indifferently, put away his pistol, and pushed him back to the wall. In just 1 week, this group of people has exposed the ugly side of human nature. They deserve to die, but they shouldn't have done it themselves. Suchen picked up a machete and took a look at it. The blade was a little bent, but it did not affect its use. Suchen walked into the warehouse with a machete and headed straight into the depths of the warehouse. I don't know when the flashlight there went out. Suchen remembered that he had bought a brand new flashlight from the shelf, so it shouldn't run out of batteries so quickly. He walked slowly into the depths of the warehouse with a flashlight and immediately saw the flashlights placed next to the storage rack. Looking at the corner of the aisle, there was no one there. Suddenly, there was a noise above my head. A thin figure jumped down from the storage shelf. He hugged Suchen with his arms around his neck and his legs on his backpack. Holding the tin lid of a can in his hand, he scratched it towards Suchen's neck. Suchen paused, dropped the machete, and reached out to grab the iron sheet in the girl's hand. Wait, I'm not in the same group as those people outside. The girl ignored Suchen's words and scratched Suchen's neck with even more force. Blood flowed from the fingers that were holding the iron sheet. Suchen had no choice but to snatch the iron sheet from her hand and throw it against the wall. The iron sheet was inserted straight into the wall, and the part left outside was still vibrating, making a slight buzzing sound. Let go! Suchen emphasized his tone, and the girl behind him jumped off Suchen and landed on the ground. She still didn't speak, but just looked at Suchen vigilantly. The person who locked you up is outside. If you want revenge, feel free to do so. I'm just a passerby. After Suchen finished speaking, he shone the flashlight on the machete on the ground, indicating that the girl could use it to take revenge. The girl looked at the machete on the ground, then looked at Suchen. He bent down to pick up the machete on the ground, turned around and ran out of the warehouse. Suchen also followed her out of the warehouse. Looking at a group of people squatting in the corner and shivering, the machete in the girl's hand trembled slightly. Suchen couldn't tell whether he was afraid or excited. Maybe it was both. Suchen could not see any emotion in her eyes. As the saying goes, enemies become jealous of each other when they meet. When the group of people saw the girl walking towards them with a machete in her hand, they were all scared pale. They instinctively wanted to run away, but they saw Suchen looking at them with interest. Everyone subconsciously looked at Wu Jiqiang, who was unconscious on the ground, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, someone kicked Wu Jiqiang, who was on the ground, out of the crowd. Wu Jiqiang was kicked in front of the girl, who looked down at the familiar face. When I think back to the time when he was the one who took my sister away, an endless rage suddenly emerged in Wu Shen's eyes. The machete fell down hard and hit Wu Jiqiang. There was a cut on Wu Jiqiang's clothes, and scarlet blood gushed out of his body, staining the ground red. The zombies downstairs were attracted by the smell of blood, and the roars became louder and louder. The girl seemed not to hear the zombies' roars, and the machete in her hand kept falling and chopping Wu Jiqiang. The survivors squatting in the corner looked at the crazy girl with fear in their eyes. Suchen behind him couldn't help but smack his lips. Damn, it's really scary when people go crazy. Outside the supermarket, the roars of the zombies became louder and louder, but Suchen didn't feel anything was wrong. Could it be that the smell of blood attracted the zombies? It's only been a short time. The zombies' noses aren't that exaggerated. Suchen walked to the French window that he had smashed. At a glance, I saw the zombies moving through the gaps between the cars. When did these zombies come? Suchen roughly counted and found that there were already hundreds of zombies on the street, and more zombies were coming from afar. Their target is obviously the supermarket. Suchen quickly turned around and went back to the warehouse door. Don't chop anymore. Zombies are coming. The more blood you bleed, the more zombies will be attracted. However, the girl did not seem to hear Suchen's words, and the machete in her hand kept hitting Wu Jiqiang. Suchen glanced at Wu Jiqiang, who had been chopped into a bloody gourd. That's enough, he's dying. Suchen grabbed the machete in the girl's hand. Psychopathic murderer. After the machete was taken away from the girl, her mood gradually calmed down. Staring blankly at Wu Jiqiang lying in a pool of blood, she suddenly bent over and vomited, vomiting out everything she had just eaten. Suchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still felt afraid. Suchen took out a bottle of water and handed it over. He hooked Wu Jiqiang's clothes with a crowbar and said to the girl, "You don't have to do it yourself to kill someone." The girl reluctantly took the water handed to her by Suchen and looked up at Suchen. Suchen didn't explain much and dragged Wu Jiqiang's bloody body to the floor-to-ceiling window in front of the supermarket. The zombies below became more and more excited when they smelled the blood. The girl followed Suchen silently, glanced at the densely packed zombies downstairs, and a look of fear appeared in her eyes. Suchen glanced at the zombies downstairs and signaled the girl to deal with Wu Jiqiang. She seemed to understand what Suchen meant and kicked Wu Jiqiang, causing him to fall. However, she used too much force and almost fell down. Suchen grabbed her collar from behind and lifted her up, preventing her from falling. The girl was already sweating coldly from fright. Suchen said, "Be careful," and went back to the warehouse door to clean up the bloodstains. The girl was still standing by the window, seemingly frightened by the zombies downstairs. Suchen picked up the bloodstained mop and threw it down, then glanced at the girl who was still standing by the window. Suchen thought, was he frightened by the zombies? "Sister," the girl murmured in a low voice, her eyes fixed in the direction of the group of zombies. "Elder sister?" Suchen, who was standing by, heard what she said and followed her gaze towards the group of zombies downstairs. He found that most of the zombies were surrounding Wu Jiqiang and biting him. Only one zombie was still standing there, looking up towards the second floor. Suchen felt something was wrong the moment he saw the zombie. Not because it doesn't gnaw at flesh. Only one of the zombie's eyes turned white, while the other eye still had a black pupil. There were no extra bite marks on its body. Only a piece of flesh was bitten off on its forearm. Judging from its appearance, it seemed to still remember the girl. A man and a corpse were looking at each other from a distance. Looking at her sister's appearance, tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She turned around and ran back to the warehouse like crazy, grabbed a survivor, dragged him to the window, and threw him out. Suchen was also somewhat surprised by her sudden burst of power. The survivor screamed in terror and waved his hands, trying to grab the edge of the window. However, he eventually fell into the group of zombies downstairs. Suchen was surprised to find that the zombie started to shed tears when he saw the girl's actions. "I've never seen anything like this before." Suchen was a little confused. What was her sister's current condition? It can walk freely among the corpses while maintaining human emotions. Suchen thought of a possibility. Could it be that these zombies were brought by her sister to come back for revenge on these survivors? That's really scary. If she can really control zombies, wouldn't that mean an army of undead would appear out of thin air? Suchen thought about it and felt it was not very realistic. At this time, the girl walked towards the window with a machete in one hand and the blood-stained survivor in the other, and threw him downstairs. It looked like someone was trying to resist, but it didn't work very well. Suchen decided to guard the warehouse door. After taking a final look at the eccentric zombie, Suchen turned around and went back to the warehouse door. A group of survivors who were ready to make a move suddenly became dispirited. The girl returned to the warehouse door with a knife in hand, then dragged a survivor away and walked towards the window. "Brother, please try to persuade her. We are not the ones who want to arrest these sisters." Her sister was sent out by Wu Jiqiang to attract zombies. "It has nothing to do with us." One survivor couldn't help but wail. "What did you do so early? Just like you guys didn't intend to attack me. I just took the supplies and left. Nothing happened. A bunch of idiots." Suchen looked at them, crying with a calm look. He was too lazy to say anything more about this matter. The girl came back from the window and dragged away the man who had just wailed. The cold look made Suchen frown. "Will killing 17 people in a row change your mentality? Are you going to kill me too later? Forget it. I'll run away after all these survivors die." Suchen doesn't even take the zombies below seriously.